Can't stand being all alone, wasting hours on my phone. I'm ready to go now. On my way, I won't let fear hold me back. It's here to stay. On my way, all of my dreams are now a step away. So here.
Ooh, I think my one is on.
Hi, everyone. Sorry none of you heard what I just said, but don't worry, it was very, very important. Thank you guys all for coming. We're here for an exclusive Q&A with Isla Campbell, the voice actor for Clove. Some of you may know that, but those of you who don't know Isla, I'm going to let Isla introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about what brought you here, what got you into, I guess, being a part of Valorant and what it means to you.
Hi guys, my name is Isla Campbell, and whoa, and I am the voice of Clove in Valorant. Yeah, I am very excited to be here. Thank you so much for having me. This is really cool, and it's my first ever thing. So brace yourselves. But yeah.
We're just sharing a mic today. We're just going to queen out together a little bit. It's so intimate. I think one very important thing is Clove is actually the first non-binary agent. And I think it's important that we have the representation in that game. So what does that mean to you? And how important is it that you're able to help bring that to life and give a voice?
It's so important. Like, it's very, very important, especially as a non-binary person myself, to like authentically play a very authentically non-binary person. Especially because it's so important to me that, like, sure, I am non-binary, my pronouns are they, them, but I'm also a actor, I'm also a person, I'm also a human being with a full life, and it's very important to me that Clove is so much more than just that. It's just a tiny part of their characterization. I think it's very important to have like representation that isn't just there to tick a box, and that's very not what Clove is. Clove is very important to me, and I very much love playing them.
Honestly, I do too. Ever since Clove came out, I feel like I haven't played any other controller because I'm notoriously not very good at Valorant, but I have fun, and Clove I think is just such a fun agent, and it's so refreshing. I think a lot of the new ones like Gecko and Clove and Bright Color is really, really fun, and you're just such a fun I've only known you a couple hours, but you're just so fun, so I really think that's able to shine through in Clove, in the game, and in Clove's voice lines. But I think, so we did have a couple questions online, and a lot of people were wondering how much of those voice lines, like, did you have input in? How much were you just given and you had to read? Because obviously it feels so natural.
Yeah. Well, I went in for like my first session, and luckily it was like such a chill environment, and the team and on Valorant, especially for like the storylines and voice lines team, were like very open to me, like being like, yo, no Scottish person in their right mind would ever say this. So like a lot of the time I was like, here's a better way of saying this. This Scots makes no sense. This word hasn't been used since the 1700s. And also when the team from Riot came to visit me in person in Edinburgh, because all of my recordings were done in Edinburgh. And then we went out for dinner, and we went to like a pub, which was insane, going to a pub with like the Debs from Riot. But every time I'd say something like a little bit silly, I just see one of them like take out their phone and just like slowly type something and then pop it back in, and then I'd come in the next day and there'd be like things I'd said just in passing that's in the game, which I think is hilarious. Like having Hughes in a game and like Ken is mental, and I think it's so good.
So not only like is Clove you, but like you really became Riot's like resident Scottish expert.
Well, yeah, not really. Like, no, I wouldn't say that. No, but the creative director at Valorant, David Nottingham, he's actually from Dunfermline, which is hilarious. But he's lived in America for a really, really long time. So when I met him, it was hilarious because his accent's so mental. But then when the two of us were talking together, it was like two Furbies. You know, when you put two Furbies together, and
they just
like start back and forward, which was great. And like, to be honest, their Scots was actually okay. There was like a couple times they put like dinny in it, and it made it grammatically like not a bit of sense. And I was like, guys, with peace and love, like. And also getting like specifically like Scottish Gen Z vernacular into it was like so important to me, because like if you Google like the Scots language or whatever online, it's all like Robert Burns type stuff, whereas I was like sat being like, how do we get Raj? How do we get Raj in a game? I tried so hard to get Jamp in and they cut it, and I was so upset, because if anyone knows like the past tense of jump in Scotland is Jamp. And like I showed up. This is really bad, and is proving that I am like the real life Clove. I showed up to one of the sessions and I had a hole in my jeans, and they were like, "What did you do?" I was like, "I'm so sorry. I jumped a fence before I got here. I've ripped my jeans." And they were like, "Jump? That's not." And I was like, "Here's the tea, guys." And they tried so hard, they didn't get it in. And every time I'm in a meeting with Riot now, I'm like, "So where are we on jump? Because I need that." Yeah.
Maybe they need to add new maps where like you have to jump. And
yeah, I did campaign when I was doing the cinematic for Abyss, because there's literally a bit where Clove jumps across. And I was like, "Dog, please." And they're like, "No, we have the script written, Isla." Like, but yeah.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I mean, so you heard it here first. If one day we hear Jamp,
Oh my god. That's been me campaigning.
that's you. No, that's
petitions, PowerPoints, you know.
your impact. Your impact.
for real.
An icon. So I know you said that you like to play Clove. Do you play a lot of Valorant? Are you?
So I have an Optiplex, which is like an office PC that conks out if I even try and run Word. So I have played Valorant, and I have streamed playing Valorant before, but like it only runs for like 20 minutes before OBS is like,
No, dog.
you're insane. But I have played it. The issue is like I can't play it because Clove's voice is my own voice. Especially like when I get excited or when I'm really into something, my voice gets higher, and then it is just Clove swearing at you. Like I can't have that. And also then like French kids were swearing at me, and I just was getting overwhelmed. But yeah.
When you're in game and you like use voice chat, do people believe that you're Clove? Or do you ever get like, you sound just like Clove?
No, because I don't want to be like flexing on these kids. Like, hi, my name's Isla, and the only character I can play in Valorant is Clove.
Well, you don't have
like,
to tell them, but like, are they
Yeah.
ever like, I'm sensing something here?
Well, like, also I think it's really embarrassing to be like, them be like, are you Clove? And me being like, yes, and this is how bad I am at the game, because I'm awful. I'm really, really, really bad.
I'm sure you have me like beat, surely.
Well, I was saying earlier once I was playing, and someone had insta-locked Clove, and I was like, I don't know what to do now, because that's the only thing I can play. So I panicked and picked another controller, so I played Astra, and I cried because it was so viscerally overwhelming. So yeah,
No, I normally go Reyna because she's fairly easy. So I did get my nails done in honor of Reyna.
Oh my god. Okay, love.
I got them done here in Glasgow, actually. So
Nice.
anyone needs a good nail recommendation place, they can do Val nails. Or at least Reyna, which
I've seen some really cool Clove nails where people
Yeah,
get like
with the
the
butterfly?
butterflies on them, and they're stunning. So cool. Really
oh my
cool.
gosh, next set.
Next up.
Okay, queen out with some Clove. Okay, so we do have a couple other questions
course.
here that we want to touch on. Let's pull some of them up, shall we?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so a couple people wanted to know, was there any particular inspiration that really got you into voice acting?
Like not really. So I was saying earlier, I kind of booked Clove on accident. I had just signed with an acting agent. I'd never done voice acting before. I had like filmed a TV show, and that was it. And then I emailed my agent being like, "Hey, just gonna let you know, I'm gonna go see Mamma Mia in London, 'cause I want to.
Well, naturally.
So I'm going to be in London. Please don't book me for anything." And she got back and was like, "Oh, by the way, there's this like random little voice acting gig. I don't know what it's for. Like, you can go if you want. Just show up. It'll be 10 minutes." I was like, "Yeah, sure." I showed up. I had COVID. I actively had COVID. I was so unwell, and I thought it was for like. Well, I knew it was with Riot, so I thought it was League of Legends. Like I googled what Riot was. I was like, "Yeah, sure, it's League." And then obviously it was Clove. But yeah, so Clove was like my first foray into voice acting, and like, yeah, it's an insane first gig, like entirely, but it has kind of got me into it. And also for like characterization wise, I just kind of drank a Red Bull and then went in, like, and that's kind of Clove's vibe, is just me, but mental. So yeah, that was kind of my main method there.
So you very much were booked on vibes, you could say.
No, entirely I was booked on vibes. Yeah, no, absolutely. Because I obviously everything's so secret. I got to see the script the first time in the booth, and I was like, the lines here are mental. Because a lot of the lines from my first audition continued and are like Clove's lines. The one that stuck out was obviously "I shot somebody," which I thought was hilarious. So yeah, it was just mainly vibes. Yeah.
So obviously, you know, you're in London to see a show, not there to audition. And you go there, and obviously, like, you're such a good fit for Clove, but I mean, Clove is very much like a representation of you as well. Obviously, the audition was in London. Was Clove always intended to be Scottish, and you were just there at the perfect time, or was that like your influence?
Literally, it just happened to be like some sort of a miracle of like a mental Scottish non-binary character, and I just happened to be mental Scottish and non-binary in the right place at the right time. But yeah,
It's
yeah.
got to be fate, right?
No, originally Clove was Scottish before they were non-binary, and like the devs just kind of like, the more they were developing Clove's character, were like, oh, like Scotland seems a very accepting and like chill place to be non-binary, which I feel is true. Things are getting scarier like as time goes on. However, like on a whole, compared to a lot of countries out there where it is unsafe to be non-binary, I've never had any issues with it. And Riot observed that and were like, you know what, like Clove's given that vibe. Like,
Clove's
so, yeah.
given that vibe.
Yeah.
You had a lot of vibes.
I
You had a
had
lot
that
of
vibe.
aura when you came in.
Yeah.
So I think another question people had is, obviously there's a lot of voice lines that allude to D&D. Are you a D&D player yourself, or tell me about that?
Okay, so I do not play D&D. I really love Dimension 20, Brennan Lee Mulligan, like Dropout.
Oh yeah.
Are you
oh,
familiar?
Yeah.
Are you familiar?
I don't play D&D, but I do watch.
Yes.
I do
so
watch.
love that, and I watched them a lot. And then when I found out Clove was into D&D, I was like, okay, I need to study. But like I'd never played D&D before. I have now, and there's always a plan in the back of me and my partner's head to like start a campaign of our own. But yeah, no, the D&D stuff is like so fun. It's some of my favorite voice lines are the D&D related ones. Yeah.
Well, and I think you were telling me a little bit about how, and I think it must have been some of the D&D lines are quite long.
Yes. Riot literally were like, the lines are really long, but no notes. Continue. And I was like, yeah, sure. Like, I just get to monologue. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just so happy you're here. I mean, I think you just have such a good vibe, honestly, and I mean, I think a lot of people feel like that when they play Clove, and I think that's why Clove has been such a refreshing character. I know when Clove came out very much in the meta. I know, like, you don't play as much Valorant, and neither do I, but I know really changed the meta a lot. So how do you think the reception was when Clove first came out?
So like honestly, I'm quite chill in saying I was terrified when Clove with the idea of my first ever massive role being so openly non-binary. But at the end of the day, I'm also so openly non-binary. And like I was really scared about the reception of Clove and like the eventual, well, like not the eventual, but the possibility of hate and bigotry and whatever. But what's even wilder, and I was saying earlier, is like most of the messages I got were either from non-binary people themselves being like, this representation is crazy, or gamers being like, the meta has been changed. This is so cool. And no, like I didn't get that much hate directly to me, which was great. But like obviously Clove did change the meta, which I think is pretty sick. But obviously I think most people here probably know about that more than me. Again, I show up, I vibe, I leave.
Period. As you should. Well, I know a couple people here had questions, so I'm actually going to turn the floor out here. If anyone has any questions you'd like to ask Isla, now's your chance.
Sick.
Anybody have any questions?
There's a hand over there. I can see a hand.
Yeah.
Hi. So, oh my god, this is really loud. So, like, I totally get the French kids thing as well, and being shouted at by children from France.
Real. I got called a putain, and I was like, damn, that's
it's
crazy.
rough out here. Like, it's school hours.
And they're always like 10.
So what I wanted to ask is like, it was really refreshing having somebody Scottish play someone Scottish, and like I don't like a lot of games or a lot of like media in general. It's like someone cleaning it up too much to the point it's like, oh, this doesn't sound right. It's like diluted.
Yeah.
Did you find that you were speaking too strong at times and you were getting corrected, or people couldn't understand you, or was it quite a natural thing?
Like luckily, I think they just kind of like let me do whatever and how I speak. My accent, my natural accent goes all over the place because like I've got a very specific accent of like Edinburgh, but working class Edinburgh, and I will code switch depending on who I'm talking to. So like for example right now, because I'm talking in front of people, I'm enunciating my words and making sure you can understand me. Whereas like Clove is closer to how I naturally sound if I'm talking to my family or friends, which is like Clove's accent is like a weird amalgamation of the Central Belt because that's what a working class Edinburgh
But it
accent
sounds so
is.
natural.
Yeah.
Like that's what I love about Clove.
Yeah.
And I always like wondered as I was playing them, like how did that come across to non-Scottish people?
Oh, like obviously I've seen the memes. I've seen the no peeking stuff. I'm familiar, but to be honest, like it's part of being Scottish and being in the public eye is people will rip the absolute piss out your accent, which I do I do enjoy a lot of the jokes because they are funny. However, I do have personal beef with a certain esports team that shared a meme of Shrek being like, what Clove looks like, Clove's voice. And I was like, damn, I don't sound like Mike Myers. Like, but yeah, that was joking beef. I know the guys, they're funny.
Thank you
But
so
yeah.
much.
Any other questions? Yeah.
So I think it's great, the Scottish representation of Valorant. I think you do a very well job. My question isn't as like voice actor guided, but I was just wondering, who are you repping for BFG? Who do you want to win? Or is there a team you're supporting? You know.
My darling,
Uh-huh.
your team.
Yeah, that's the right answer. That's what I want to hear.
And which team is your team?
Oh yeah, GCU of course, the best team. She knows it.
So true. So I went to Napier.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah, big up Napier. So obviously they're not here. But yeah, I went to Napier, so I'm Switzerland in the situation.
Okay. But now it's GCU, so it's okay.
Oh yeah, of course,
Yeah,
of course. Yeah, of course.
Napier's not here, so we win. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, you guys heard it here. Clove thinks GCU could take it. We are at GCU, so
Yes,
home field
yes.
advantage. I don't know.
Hi again.
Hello.
Oh, jeez. Do you ever think we'll get any Gaelic voice lines from Clove in the future, or do you think it'll only be like English?
So when I auditioned, it was like very. They did ask me if I spoke Gaelic, and I was like, I don't, because I don't. So they were like considering putting Gaelic in, but I think it also links back into like how important authentic casting is, because if I spoke Gaelic, it's not going to be right because I don't speak Gaelic. The same way if a Scottish person was to a non-Scottish person was to voice a Scottish person, it would be butchered. However, I have started learning Gaelic and I'm on the Duolingo, so so maybe, I don't know. I'd love it, like genuinely, because now I've started learning Gaelic. The language is fantastic and I'm trying to speak it a lot more. But again, it would come into that authenticity of like, I'm not fluent in the language, so it wouldn't be real. It wouldn't feel authentic, if that makes sense. But yeah.
I went to a Gaelic speaking school, and I was fluent. I'm not anymore. So when I heard there was going to be a Scottish character, I was really hoping there would be a little bit of Gaelic,
Yeah.
even if it was just like the odd word rather than full
I'll chuck in
phrases.
a Kimarahahu.
Please,
Yeah.
please.
Any other questions for Isla? Yeah. So it's from one of our casters earlier today. Casted Rocket League and is casting R6 again tomorrow? No, Sunday. Sunday.
So, with this opportunity that you got in Valorant, I imagine it was fantastic. Can we expect more of your voice in other projects, or especially in the gaming industry, following in the near future?
So like, what I do is acting, and
Okay.
I'm mainly like theatre and screen stuff mainly. I'd be so down to do like more games and more general voiceover stuff, but like, I kind of, since being Clove has exposed me to this like whole world of like voice actors and like VAs that do it explicitly, and I do kind of sometimes feel a bit like a fraud. Because like, I'm coming being like, yo, I drink a Red Bull and go in the booth and have a great time. But like, I do bits and bobs. Like, I do some voice acting stuff, like alongside Clove. But Clove's kind of my main guy. But I'd be really down to do some in the future, yeah, for other games. But nothing in the tank right now.
All right. If anyone would be an aspiring voice actor themselves, what would be the one tip you would give them?
Genuinely, I know this sounds almost like a cop-out and crap advice, but it's I stand by it, of like, be sound. Like, and I know it sounds mental, but the amount of times, like, in the creative industries, not just voice acting, where someone isn't sound, and then I'm like, you're really talented, but like, do I want to be in a booth with you, and I genuinely, a lot of people I know that have booked voice acting gigs book it on vibes and being sound and being chill and friendly and nice to be around, and also like, authenticity is so important, especially in the arts and especially in voice acting, where it's so like, again, you're in a booth alone for hours, and being sound and chill is the most important aspect of it. So that's my main thing. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from the crowd? Have one up front. Oh my gosh, I'm getting my steps in today.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know how much esports you watch, but do you have a favorite player or team that you like to watch?
Big on Roxy from Game Changers. The Game I don't know who they are signed with right now. Literally, my exposure to esports is mainly through Meg. Meg sounds like egg. Meg's one of my good friends. Like, outside of the industry and gaming, just I queen out with her on the reg. And once just really funnily enough was out for Edinburgh Pride and bumped into this person who was like, oh my god, I play Valorant, and I was like, and then just became friends with Roxy, and I really have enjoyed watching their like career progression. And how, because they just, I can't remember what they just did, but they just did like this massive thing, and I was very proud of them. But yeah, I'm big into that. But the esports scene, I'm just kind of out of, just because I'm very busy, and if I'm watching a streamer, I'm normally watching like Meg or whoever, like yeah. But yeah, I'm not a supporter of any team. I love them all. I'm a representative of Riot. I do not have favorites. I'm Switzerland. But yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions from anybody in the audience? No? Yes, we do.
Get your steps in, girl.
I'm trying. I feel like I've walked so much since I've been to Scotland.
Thank you. I would just like to queen out for a second and ask for a fit check because I'm really interested in your tie.
Fit check.
A
Okay.
fit check.
Fit check. Trainers from my grandma. They're Adidas. My jeans are from Tesco. They've got ink on the side because my pen exploded. My shirt is from Primark, and my tie is from eBay. I thought because it was gamer day. It's lots of pictures of Homer Simpson on a computer. And I just thought that was the vibe because I have two ties. I have this one, and I have Princess Diana Memorial tartan. And I thought this was better vibe for today. That's my fit.
Thank you.
There's a whole marketplace on eBay of Homer Simpson ties. Would recommend. They're like all under $5. It's great.
Well, not only your tie, but those of you who came out to our meet and greet earlier today, I know you were just doodling on some of the Clove signature pads,
Yeah.
and I saw a couple Homer Simpson doodles.
Yeah. Okay. So you're making it sound like I'm big into Simpsons.
I mean,
and
you
I
have
am.
the
I
tie
am.
and you had the Google.
Well, like it's more of just I watched an Art Attack tutorial when I was 8 on how to draw Homer Simpson, and I can draw nothing else. So when I was doing some signings today, some of y'all got pictures of Homer Simpson, and some of y'all got butterflies. It's really, it's a lucky dip.
I mean, it was pretty impressive to me. I
Thank you.
notoriously can't doodle, so the butterflies were also very impressive to me.
Yeah.
I also wanted to ask,
Yeah, of
so
course.
again, we had a couple questions come in via social media. So as you've said, and we've gone through your story, but this was really your first voice acting gig. You're a traditional actor. How much translates into voice acting?
Like so much, and especially, I think it's like, I don't know what's the word to use. Like, I think it's really not an advantage, but it brings something different to the room. Like you'll find it even probably with Connor tomorrow, because the two of us are from very similar backgrounds of like traditionally trained or whatever. Of that, like I approached it like I would any other acting job, and like when they asked me to make noises for Clove jumping, I was jumping. Like
You jammed.
I jumped. Okay. But yeah, like I think it is there's a lot of people who are voice actors that come from just really admiring the craft and doing explicitly voice acting, which is 100% so valid and fantastic. But I just have a completely different background that brings me into the universe of voice acting. But both are like completely valid routes to get there. Like there's a lot of the VAs on Valorant that are exclusively voice acting, and I think they're really sick. Like yeah.
I mean, I think you're really sick, for what it's worth.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, before we kind of wrap this up, I mean, is there anything else you want to say? I think it's so great. Clove, like you said, not only our first non-binary agent, but our first Scottish agent. So, I mean, right now you are kind of the voice of Scotland in Valorant, if you think about it.
Oh my god.
That's kind of crazy.
That's crazy.
You're kind of a big deal.
It's me and Cairo. Do you know Cairo?
Cairo Cast.
Cairo Cast.
Cairo
It's
Cast.
me and Cairo. We're the voice of Scotland and Valorant. No, yeah, it's wild. It's if I think about it too much, I get like viscerally overwhelmed. Like just every time I think about the fact that Ben Affleck's son plays Valorant, and I'm like, damn, Ben Affleck's defo heard my voice. That's mental. That's like crazy to me. I don't think about that too much.
Ben Affleck kind of knows who you are. Think about it.
Ben Affleck arranged like a meet and greet with all the US Valorant VAs for his son, and I'm jealous of all of them. And also, to be honest, it happened before Clove was announced, so I was just like lingering in the background.
You should let Ben Affleck know that you're willing to have Ben Affleck and his son come visit you.
I am now mutuals with Simu Liu. Yeah.
That's crazy.
That was crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
He's a big gamer
Yeah.
and a big Valorant fan.
I tweeted about him and I didn't even tag him because he posted a picture on Instagram of when Clove came out, a picture of Clove, and I was like, damn, it's crazy that Simu Liu plays Clove. Didn't tag him, nothing, and then he responded back like I never left. Like, and I genuinely threw my phone. It was crazy.
That's a flex.
It's
That's
really
a flex.
He's my best friend. My best friend Simu Liu. My oomph.
Your oomps with
Simu Liu.
That's crazy.
Shang-Chi.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
You're both kind of superheroes. Think about it.
Oh my god.
Clove is kind of a superhero.
No, yeah.
They're all
Immoral.
superheroes.
Yeah,
right?
Potato.
Agent,
Yeah,
hero,
yeah,
like same
yeah,
difference.
same thing.
You're
Same
practically
thing.
in the MCU.
No, yeah, practically. So
Practically.
yeah, I am in the MCU.
It's.
I'm an Avenger.
You're an Avenger. No, you are. I think.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess we'll see you in when they start like the phase 8 down the road.
Yeah, for real. Live action Clove.
Imagine.
Absolutely not.
Well, thank you so much for sitting
thanks
down
so much for
and
having me.
chatting with me. Thank you so much for also attending Battle for Glasgow. This is only day 1. We have more Battle for Glasgow action, and actually coming up next is Valorant.
I know. I think I'm gonna stick around to have a little watch.
A little peek.
A little
No
peek-
peeking.
No peeking. I have been giggling every time that you say refreshing, because like every
my
time
God.
you say refreshing, I begin to twitch. Like.
No, I will say that I'm very susceptible to like audio sounds, and when I do hear closed voice lines, those do become kind of like my little vocal stim for a bit.
Oh, it is a curse though, because like my best friend Fizza, whenever I leave the room and re-enter, she'll be like, "Oh my god, back like you never
Back
left."
like you never
and
left.
I'm literally like, "Shut up, I'll kill you." Yeah, it haunts me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Clove's old line, "No peeking" is big. Drop in a smoke.
I'm in a smoke. No peeking.
All right, you muckers. Rate my Scottish accent. I think that was at least a 3.
Yeah.
At least.
No, for real.
Out of 3.
A 3. Oh, okay.
I've been practicing. I have
You've
been
been
practicing. That was my word
was
of the
that-
day. That was my word of the day.
That was I was your.
I was my word of the day.
Nice. I like it. I like it.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for sitting down with us Q&A. And of course, I know a lot of you were able to meet Isla over in the meet and greet. So thank you so much, and I hope you have a great time sticking around for some Valorant. We're gonna head to a
Absolutely.
quick break so we can get everything ready for the teams for Valorant. So don't go anywhere. Stick around. We'll introduce the teams, and then we'll send it over to some Valorant action.
Posted up, ready for whatever, boy, you know what's up. Time's close, I whittled them down, sticking to them by sticking around. The gang all on, Iwo Jima got one flag and a stick in the ground, setting up shop. Think I got the message across, came for the titles and press of the watch. We played the levels of Letterman Jazz. Shout out to Steve, the boy getting love from the harsh critics. Strauss hit me bi-weekly to tell me keep taking it further. You aren't finished and I gotta listen. Ain't he son to believe in and see that I'm actually breathing and doing it real time. Love to pull an idea out thin air, act on it and profit in real life. If we not aligned, don't present me a dotted line. Yeah, I'm the QB, but I ain't handing on nothing for someone to monetize. And it goes to the birds too. Can't give it a time if a dollar's a cut of eyes. They get X out for they had the potential to be my ex. I know how to plays, I'm a seasoned vet. Yeah. Always showing up, known to hit a hole in one. Look at the crowd and shoulder shrug. Shots are limited, I'm scared mango with the golden gun. Posted up, ready for whoever, boy, you know what's up. Time's close, I whittled them down, sticking to them by sticking around. The gang all on, Iwo Jima got one flag and a stick in the ground, setting up shop. Think I got the message across, came for the titles and press of the watch. We played the levels of Letterman jocks. Time's close, I whittled them down, sticking to them by sticking around. The gang all on, Iwo Jima got one flag, yeah.
Hopefully everyone had some time to get some popcorn because we are back with more BFG 25 action. We're getting ready to start our Valorant games. Those of you who watched our games earlier today know that Rocket League went a lot longer than maybe it has in other years. We had some crazy games, but after the first set of games for day one of BFG, Strathers are up 2, GCU 1, and UOG 1, and we're still waiting for GCU to put one on the board, so maybe it'll be Valorant. We'll see. There's 2 points up for grabs for every team here. Remember, this is a round-robin format, so everyone will be facing each other. And at the end of all 3 days of BFG, our 5 games, will tally up all the points, and the team with the most amount of points will be crowned your Battle for Glasgow 2025 champions. But enough talk. Who's ready to meet the Valorant teams?
All of them.
This is going to be a fun match against Strath. Gonna shit on Glasgow. Strath, you know, they're like the heavy favorites, but I mean, David and Goliath is a story, and David wins.
Say you'll be gone and doing the chase. Like an update, now you're all in my face. Fuck what you say, but you're still on my base. Better for you, I'll be counting them days. Took me a lot just to keep up the pace. I'll be a god, I'ma follow my ways. I'ma be humble, you'll stay in your place. Fucked up a case, you a fucking disgrace. Say you'll be gone and doing the chase. Like an update, now you're all in my face. Fuck what you say, but you're still on my base. Better for you, I'll be counting them days. Took me a lot just to keep up the pace. I'll be a god, I'ma follow my ways. I'ma be humble, you'll stay in your place. Fucked up a case, you a fucking disgrace. All black on the scene, you can feel this. And I got
Holla, wait a minute, bitch, I'm back. Got my hands around their neck like I don't know how to act.
It's gonna be an easy Strathclyde duel. We're just better than all the other teams. Like, it's not even close.
Turning up, the price went up, yeah, you could do the math.
Absolutely thrash Glasgow in Val, and Cali will be an interesting match to see how it goes this year.
You're not ready for Bigma being Khan to rock the stage.
We play in a very scrappy way. You watch like GCU run like a really poorly oiled machine, and you watch Strath play like you haven't showered in a few days.
Let's just say the Hulk mirror might be coming out, and I think they're scared. Ombre, you know, you don't want this. You don't want this Hulk mirror.
Ross, don't watch my mechanics, just watch Ross. Solid. Ross might be able to carry. Find out. Ross.
Tryna get me down, but then I get on up. Into the sea I drown, and it won't shut me
can definitely tell the Red Bulls kicked in because you guys are a lot more energetic than Rocket League was earlier today. Who's taking Valorant? Which team? That was a lot. Okay, wait. UOG. Who's a UOG fan? Strathers. Ooh. A lot of Strathers. And what about GCU? I don't know. I think GCU might have won that one, but we'll see if they win the games and put some points on the board. We're going to go ahead and let these teams get ready for their game. So I'm going to throw it over to our Valorant casters, Mad, Dante, and Zanzi, to get ready for our first match.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to BFG. Thank you, Kaiserine, and of course, big shout out to Isla for the beautiful interview. Myself, as Kaiserine has so wonderfully said, Mad Dante, and my boy here back 3 years running.
Let's go back again once more, and oh my God, I feel so different. It's not CS this year.
No, it's not. It's not CS, and not only have we called into question mechanics, but also just general player hygiene, which I think is a good mental diff for particularly the Grizzlies, who did not seem to get as warm a welcome compared to the other teams.
They really did not, and despite having the lead from Rocket League this morning, they are definitely shown to be the most hated so far. Not to throw the H word so early, but yeah, you can definitely hear the love from them in the crowd. And a lot of love for the Straffers and a massive support for the hometown crowd of the Chargers.
And, well, the Chargers, for anyone that are aware, have likely the most stacked roster in terms of just pure player potential. We'll get to that in just a moment, of course. But for the meantime, the Grizzlies have been struggling a little bit. I believe Val is by far their least performative game in BFG, I think, as a whole, whether it's been... We've added CS2 back in, or whether it's Rainbow Six Siege. I believe the Grizzlies seem to struggle particularly on Valorant and apparently on washing themselves.
That's true. I mean, hygiene is key, and that's definitely a disadvantage for them going in. Or it could be a massive advantage. You know, as gamers, hygiene is not one of our main issues here. It's all about getting good and just staying on top of that level. As a former Radiant player myself, I would understand, you know, obviously.
For anyone that doesn't know, back in the beta, you could trick the game into... or should I spoil that? Or should we just say Radiant player and move on?
Let's just say you perform so well in Iron 3 that the game takes pity on you and you work your way back. So you go from the bottom all the way to the very top.
Yeah, I believe that was a bug, but who knows? Maybe we do just have the best Val player EU sitting on this caster desk. I would absolutely love that.
Oh, definitely, yeah. And then there's me.
No,
but anyway.
no, the other way around. But, ladies and gentlemen, while we get through it, so for anyone that hasn't been following Valorant as much recently, there has been a bunch of changes. The biggest one, it's kind of wild. So, Tejo, who got added in, could basically do anything, anywhere, at any point in the map. And Riot are big fans of, for anyone that even plays League. Let's introduce someone. They are completely busted, and then let's get completely rid of them. And Tejo has just had that happen to him. So with the map pool we've currently got, and Breach also getting nerfed kind of heavily, we'll have to see if any of these teams care about that, because meta isn't necessarily something that we see on this stage.
Definitely not, and you're asking the wrong person about meta when it comes to Valorant for this one. The same man who has played the same useless strategy for 2 years and has not tried anything new. But anyways, yes, you do say with new characters, new maps as well, this could be an interesting one. We could get some weird groundbreaking plays, or we could just say similar things to what we've seen in the past.
I mean, for anyone that doesn't know, I'm a sucker for an underdog, so Chargers getting the big yell in the room means I'm immediately against them. Yeah. And I'm sorry, lads, but the Grizzlies seem to need all their love. Zanzi, have you got any particular love at the moment for any of the teams?
Well, I've definitely got love for all of them, partially to GCU and Straffers as an alumni for both, but let's just say U of G have got my interest, you know, winners for 2022 and 2023. Last year, Chargers struck back from a solid drought of last places, now coming back to first. And you've got to imagine for the Grizzlies, that's going to sting for them. They definitely want that crown back.
I mean, I think everyone has wanted this because there may or may not be, you know, a sneak sort of prize for the winners, but we're not going to allude too much to that other than just that there is a lot more to play for than maybe has been alluded to. But yes, hopefully the teams shall be getting set up soon. In terms of teams that we will be seeing, I believe we are first of all getting UOG versus Strathy. So I believe, if anything, GCU are kind of being kept for potentially save the best for last, or let's hype them up and then completely blow up the balloon from under them.
Absolutely, yeah. And you know our luck when it comes to casting these sort of shooter games, especially you'll remember from 2 years ago with CS, double overtime games, and my god, the energy in here was electric, and I still have flashbacks to it and I'm rooting for that again. But you were talking about underdogs earlier, and I gotta say, I'm all rooting for Strathclyde this year to win it.
Yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah, alright, okay.
Fun fact, they have never won a Battle for Glasgow, so I believe this could be their year.
This is the breaking news.
They've already got 1 point, I believe.
Yeah,
and I really hope they won't disappoint me, and I'm sure with all the Strathers in the crowd as well, they'll be hyping them up, getting them ready, and just absolutely. If not, I'll take Chargers second, obviously. And it looks like we've got our first map in the play. It's going to be Ascent. That's an interesting, bold choice.
Ascent is very much the gentleman's agreement of Valorant. At this case, Ascent is very much just, let's just play the same thing. Let's just see who does it better. And if anything, with the teams being as scrappy and having as much of a history as they do, they are going to want to really essentially just prove who is the best player, and Ascent is the map to do that on. It has had a few changes, and of course Tejo's no longer in, so we will likely see the original lineup, such as your Sova, your Deadlock, your Killjoys, Omen, and then Jet. So a mix and match of those. I doubt with any because no one got buffed, so we're not, unless someone wants to be cheeky. Yoru and everyone of course has been showing up a lot more in the meta, so mechanically very demanding though. Yoru has a very high skill ceiling, and we'll see if any of the players are willing to reach up to that ceiling.
Yeah, no, definitely. Wow, I can't speak now. God, so excited. I'm hyped. I'm tongue-tied here.
The hype does get to you.
I was going to ask, are there any particular agents you're looking for in these games?
I mean,
any interesting plays?
I want Sage, because Sage has not been in this game in like 2-3 years. Other than
coming
that,
from the Sage main here.
this is
anyway.
coming from the only person who isn't on TikTok 25 times in a row with fancy Sage walls or something like that. Yes, the only player who just mains Sage, and that's it. I would like to see
Chargers in game, don't you worry. How that ended so terribly. But
wasn't expecting that. But anyway, yeah, Sage would be nice to see. Vise would be cool to see in Ascent, of course. As I said, like Deadlock and thing. Deadlock's got so much utility. The sound sensor stuff have been coming up. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting in.
Yeah, here we go. Agents locked in. We've got a Jet. We've got a Cypher. Another Jet on the enemy team.
We're going to be mixing and matching. Oh, I mean,
going to be.
I mean, we see the Harbor hover. I would be absolutely shocked.
We've got the Omen lock in.
For anyone that's kind of Strathy have very much the what would you consider meta comp here. Very much standard issue. Opting actually for the double sentinel, which is quite fun. We're not going to see any crazy initiator players. Meanwhile, we've got actually one rigs. Oh, the hover for Clove would have been respectful, but I know if that was the case, I believe we would have had. Isla not spectate anymore, because they have made it very clear how they feel about the voice lines.
I mean, I'm still rooting for Brimstone. I'm not seeing it here, and I'm a wee bit sad, but
Brim gets played on one map. It's kind of tragic for him.
This is the map. This is it.
I'm sorry to tell you,
nobody's
it's not.
picking it.
I'm sorry to tell you, it's
and
not.
Also, I'm hoping both teams lose now. I hope it's a draw.
Just every PC crash.
Not showing my bias at all.
I'm not saying that out loud. No one our luck, but
shenanigans.
Shenanigans. But anyway, as the last walk-ins get sorted, we will be seeing likely very tried and tested. The executes will be coming through pretty fast-paced. No team here is really going to give each other fair fights. You're going to be seeing, I would hope, quite a lot of aggression towards the mid, take control towards the tree, and then just kind of funnel your way through the sites. Getting stuck on either A or B main in Ascent is a death sentence, and you want to be using that utility as quick as possible. Get yourself through, get the spike planted, and then, of course, abuse the fact that retakes in Valorant are pretty difficult.
They're pretty difficult, especially in Ascent, with sites like B. Very controlled, very small. You look away for a second and it's pretty much gone. Especially with Sentinels, you really have to be careful. You have to play quick. You have to just go through with it, or if you're going to retract, you've got to be quick. You really can't allow time in maps like this.
You can't do it as well, particularly, I mean, running a double Sentinel as well with Cypher Killjoy is essentially saying...
That's a death wish right there.
That's essentially saying we are planning to win every round on defense, and please go easy on us on offense, because you're not really going to have too much. I mean, Cypher can do some cheeky things, I guess, on attack if you want to do some like cage dancing for anyone that's used to seeing like Astra stars go down and then everyone just conga lines through like the 3 smokes and then at that point everyone is confused and scared and the site is filled with so much utility that having wall hacks and a free bird cam doesn't help and doesn't clarify anything that's going on.
No, definitely not. And it looks like we are going underway in the game, and here we are, ready to go.
We're already up through mid. This is
Already
what
up
I
through
want.
mid.
This is what I wanted to see. This aggression, the KO flash comes through. Stargirl's actually keeping through. So that metal slat there, Sova can no longer wallbang you through it. I'm sure a lot of people have had stress dreams about that because the sonar into Odin shooting you through the wall is absolutely terrifying. But
I'm able to sleep at night, thank you. But it looks like they're going for a very slow approach, but neither team not getting any information whatsoever. And there we go, Pingu with first blood, and
answer him back quick. 3 big red kills.
God.
Connor's deciding not to quite let it end so miserably, but Avalon is the only person left.
Oh.
Aizen's not going to let that happen. A beautiful headshot to start this pistol. Very clean and not action-packed.
Not action-packed, very slow to begin with. But when they eventually got into the spot, my God, they were quick to react, and the defenders just dropped one by one. And yeah.
It seems that was slow enough, but kind of dedicated enough to have it completely tech paused us out, so it shouldn't be too long for it. But it's nice to see exactly what the teams were we were discussing that, that idea of just you run through mid, if market isn't covered, you've got basically free sight to either go all the way around the back to A site, take heaven yourself, and then you can do a delayed swing. It means you've got control of tree. It means the Venus flytrap kind of shuts down as we see the players getting their comms and such ready through. But I want to now be even bolder. Do we have a round prediction, Zanzi? Do you believe a round split prediction? Do you believe?
How much money am I willing to put on this? I could say like 4 Red Bulls or something, I guess.
Okay. 4 Red Bulls.
4 Red Bulls. Yeah. 4 Red Bulls. You know what? I reckon this is going to be an explosive start. I'm reckoning overtime.
Overtime?
Overtime, 14-12, Straffers take it.
Okay, I like it. I want to say overtime just out of like fun, because that will be great. Obviously, the more teams, if we get half as long as Rocket League, Rocket League should, in my opinion, never go that far, and it was an absolute blast to see it go absolutely down to the wire. So if Val can do the same, I'm gonna go. Well, if you're repping Straff, then I guess I got to rep UOG. So I'll go 13-7 UOG. I'm going to be really... I'm going to say they're going to snowball. I'm going to say it's going to start, and then they're just never going to stop.
Do you reckon it's going to be a side advantage then?
I think
by that logic.
I think with the compositions, you kind of have to force that site advantage. I mean, again, you've got the most tried and true setup, of course, from UOG on the attack, and then Straffies are going for that more defensive side. So the fact that you've already got one on the board as the Grizzlies, good start.
A very interesting economy choice here for the attackers. So with Art down mid late, not really getting any information, nobody shot. And again, a very slow and controlled approach.
Quite interesting to see a full stack towards A, or very much near enough. The only member still, of course, being that Cypher on the B site, because Ridley can essentially do that for free. Ridley can shut down this B site for free, especially with the that metal slat. You have to worry even less about what Sova can do. And this slow pace, very much contradicting what I'd said, but it seems to be another B push. It worked first time, and it worked, of course, up through that market split. So now, let's just blast out towards me.
And it's situations like this where you really have to be on edge because you've not really been given any information. But it looks like there we go. Attackers getting it on. Through, get right through him. Oh my days! What a beautiful shot by Masa. Canfat with the draw from the Guardian, and my God.
It's quick, it's explosive. We've seen all the utility being burnt there, and it wasn't really enough for Strathers to even fight back. We've seen the unfortunate magnet throw, which bounced off the wall, so one of the most powerful pieces of utility to stop a fast aggress like that, and all of a sudden it's gone, and well, it's not only gone, it's coming right back to you. Someone strapped a boomerang to it, but it kind of means, site's taken for free, and the gun advantage not there for Strath.
No, definitely not, but we always know from these second rounds, it's always about saving if you're unsuccessful in the first round. Saving for the third round. Go by, get everything on play. And my God, Straffers, they really can't do much here. Sight is locked down to a T, and oh, they might be going for it. They might be going for the sneaky defuse here.
No time,
No,
unfortunately.
no
Just
time.
make sure you can die to it. Try and get the exits, of course, as well. I was going to say, actually, Avalon, you do not want to be saving a ghost. Please,
That is
someone,
just
someone,
unfortunate.
someone
but-
fill up that wallet and, you know, maybe fill up that coffin as
Oh.
well. The outlaw shot from Massa, that sonar dart is showing exactly why.
Absolutely.
The minute Sova is allowed to be meta, he will just be picked again.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But again, very slow paced, which I kind of do like to see.
I'm so surprised.
I know. But it shows that neither team want to throw themselves off really quick. They want to play control. They don't want to throw anything away because points are up for grabs. They need to play careful here. Devon with blocking all inside. Grizzlies going for a more fast approach, but caught in the crossfire.
And that magnet usage with the shock dart,
Avalon
Avalon
with
just
a nice peek through the smoke.
finding that shot through. And this is what I was talking about. If you can't get through main off of that initial push, which the Strathers are finally able to prevent, and Pingu with a really aggressive hold towards mid. Sent is arguably the king of mid. I'd say maybe Abyss is the only map that you want to fight for mid more than, but Strathy seem to very much be enjoying this map control, and then Grizzly seem to say, that's fine, but the site, and then walk onto the site for free. So we'll see if that happens.
Yeah, but you're caught in this awkward situation. You go for the quick push, and worst comes to worst, you've just been dropped off like this. Now with mid and B under control, what do you do in this situation? Do you continue, or do you try and work your way around?
Looks like leaning towards that around. We've got the smoke already through,
You'd
but
be
there
quick,
is a
30
corner.
seconds.
There is a corner.
Grizzlies, damn.
Cat Fat does not care about Pingu's angle. Will absolutely shut him down, send him to the afterlife. The Shadow Realm is now open for business, but with 23 seconds left, it doesn't seem like there's still a play yet. Connor's in reading Mass's very heavy lurk into the B side, and now it's only 15 seconds left.
Someone needs to get on site quick.
Strathers
12
seem
seconds. They
confused.
can just give this round.
They might.
They might have to. And I think that will have to do it.
No time?
No, absolutely not. Wait, might get it last millisecond.
Nope.
Oh! I told you. Oh, it didn't make a difference, but what absolute flawless timing. Shame it did not pay off. And Straffers now bouncing back 1-2.
I've never been more confident a spike is not going to get planted and been proven so wrong. That was on 0.00. That is phenomenal. Of course, though, you still have so much more to deal with after you get that plant. You still have the entire team of Strathy barreling down. It's a 3 versus 1. They know exactly where you are, and One Rigs did not exactly have the utility to make that work, even in the best of scenarios.
No, absolutely not. But there we go. As we set up, attackers. The Grizzlies, sorry. I need to stop calling them attackers defenders.
You'll get there.
I'll get there eventually. I'm a wee bit rusty, man. Damn.
I believe.
I believe.
That's important.
And here we go. Set up again. It seems to be a different approach this time. A very mixed bag.
Just slowly going down that catwalk. The Smoke's timings are absolutely phenomenal, actually, in Pingu with the
Really do
aggression.
be saving people left, right.
The Smokes are good.
Ah, there we go. Pingu. Excellent pick off. Noot.
Shout out to, unfortunately, One Rigs will not get to hear that in the
Oh,
afterlife,
sadly
in the
not.
grave. But again, this push up through mid, you've lost a little bit. I mean, you've obviously the Sofa's a massive loss. The sonar is now out of commission, and Massa nearly joined the corner as well,
waiting.
taking a decent amount of damage. And this pivot towards the tree, but now again, whenever all seems hopeful as an attacker, you have to walk into the cipher web. This tripwire, these complete spider's webs, those trip lines, are they going to get
They're
spot?
just going to go for it.
The shots aren't actually finding their target. Righty got the scan but didn't get the fries. Connor's in having to back him up, but never mind. It's Eisen for me and Catfat just to suddenly tear it down. The Cypher setup was great, but the play off of it not exactly as much. And now 3 versus 2. 2 ultimates online for the side. Only one. Now the Grizzlies deciding for the null command. The door is going to go down from the Shadows alive if they want to pop it, but Catfat has the read. The swing comes through. The double swing's good enough, and the trades actually work out towards the defending side. It's only Eisen for me. No angle for you.
What a comeback.
Beautiful stuff, that generator, not generating any additional cover. Equalized right back up, Annihilation online, and that is a pivotal round for Amswell.
Exactly, and evening up the field right there. And my God, thank God you're here to do this play-by-play, because I was not able to keep up with any of that information there. God, bad for Glasgow, man, Jesus.
It's fast-paced.
It is fast-paced. I keep forgetting that.
It's very much a learning curve, and it is a deep pool you've got to learn to swim in. But now, with the ults equalized, with the economy looking kind of dangerous on both sides, it will come down to the Annihilation usage. We may see a potential cheeky from the Shadows if Grizzlies want to go for it, but that will purely come down to how confident Catfat's feeling. And right now with the swing, the paranoia is
She was
excellent.
exposed there, Catfat. And there we go. Pingu, excellent pickup once again. And same situation again. Grizzlies trying to go for the attack, getting picked up immediately, and then it's that state of, oh my! Well, this is not the round. This is
no.
Well, they'll come back next one.
No, we'll come back to it. That's what happens if you don't. That's what happens if you don't have heavy shields. The Outlaw will send you right into the next round. 140 damage to the body. Pingu essentially running a cheap operator, and with Stargirl, the last of ever standing.
It's 5-on-1. This could be a very mean situation right here. And getting the quad though, roll to the ace, but just a thing of beauty there, one after the other, just getting dropped. Excellent plays right there.
If we get that ace, if the ace comes down, this entire roof will be raised, and Pingu starting off beautiful double tap. Avalon playing off of him beautifully as well. It's so difficult. You don't have any flashes. You need to clear so many angles swinging into tree like that. You are just walking into the grinder to become mincemeat. But now the economy working out. The Grizzlies are going to have to try and get their attacks back in order, because in the first two rounds they had them.
First two rounds they definitely had a strong start. But I think their overconfidence of how they played the first two is coming back to hit them a little bit.
It's a slow and insidious killer, as I believe we are told time and time again. And speaking of
getting caught in the middle, that's going to give away some crucial information right there. And you can see the Strappers relocating into place, but Grizzlies mostly on site.
Oh, well, the Hunter's
But
Furies.
this could be very ugly really quick. And you can see two of them coming down the line. There we go, getting the pick off. Even out 4-4, and they are on site. They have got that down to a T. Cap with the plan. Can they get it down? And Spike is down, and oh my goodness. Even contested field. It's 3-2 to Straffers.
The shots are now finding their marks. The scans are coming through.
There
Doesn't
we
matter
go.
if
Last
you've got
one
wall
alone.
hacks.
There we go.
Doesn't matter if you've
Beautiful
got wall
information.
hacks. Doesn't matter if you've got wall hacks. If the guns are just better, and the aim is crisp. Very nice from Rydity. Gets the defuse, gets the neural theft online as well. And now, with as many ultimates coming online, things are only going to get more and more hectic, ladies and gentlemen.
This can get very ugly very quickly, but it is an excellent start for the Straffers. See, losing the first two, but coming back for the next four. And they will just keep doing that with that momentum, especially with 4 ults against 2. And all very ground controlling ones. All you need is just one pick for the defenders, and they've got all the information in the world. That is it.
And now as well, you have to consider the Grizzlies have actually survived Hunter's Fury versus the Lockdown. If anything, those are two ultimates that go hand in hand together. Anytime Lockdown gets placed from Killjoy, Hunter's Fury's there to clear out. But with the defending side of the Strathers popping it so early, it does mean once this Lockdown comes online from Stargirl, a couple ultimate points still off for them to do it. But whenever it does, they're not going to have exactly the same thing to work with, especially if Catfat's going to shut Pingu down like that. Your over-aggressiveness will finally be punished.
Absolutely, and the ace gone, it's up for the rest of the team to pick up the slack here. But he can still do it, but you still don't know what position to go. This is the thing I'm seeing with the Grizzlies a lot. They commit to one bit, and then when something goes awry, they don't know where to react. Avalon was a beautiful pick for the wall.
Connor deciding to follow it up, trying to keep this A-link down. Izan shuts it down, and now this A-site is essentially open for business. The From the Shadows are trading out to try and get the space controlled, create a little bit, fittingly enough, of Paranoia as Izan gets the plant down. Massa not up to give any space. The Paranoia is going to put him down back onto the site as this post plant starts. 4 versus 3 with the advantage for the Grizzlies.
Yeah. And Cypher with the ult getting off, getting the locations revealed. You can see most of them are on site. Deadlock with the setup, getting one. Are they able to get the save? They are able to get it indeed, but Reddity just does not care at all. It's 1 versus 2. Can they get it off? No, just a difficult situation in there. I mean, when Ira players on both ends, it's really a difficult one to get out of, because really, where do you prioritize?
You prioritize the grave.
Yeah,
It's the only option you've got, unless your mechanics are just completely crisp. You're not really going to deal with a crossfire of such a proportion. It was very close. The Annihilation came through at a beautiful time, but actually deciding to spend the bullets to break their teammate out of the cage. Let's see that again. Beautiful. And Avalon following it right up as well. But this is what I'm talking about. Ridity actually gets the timing beautifully, but just not enough bullets in the chamber. And this time, there's a lot of aggressive utility. The guns are shooting, the shots echo throughout this BME, and the Deadlock wall comes down. The null command is online, and it looks like we're going to get this very fast.
Get one. But again, a very mixed approach here.
You should run.
And there we go with the Killjoy ult going down on B, forcing the defenders, my apologies, in a difficult situation. Do you commit to staying on site, or do you move?
They're using it as a fake. They want to draw them towards this B side, but there's still 2 members, and Avalon
No,
sitting
but Avalon
towards this
saw
guard.
right through that. No fear whatsoever. Pingu with another nice pick. Getting one more, and oh my days. Izan, 1 versus 3. Can they pull off a miracle here? I can see potential ace. This could be a good comeback if he can pull this off.
This is the issue with Cypher. He knows everything. There's a camera somewhere. There's info spotted in you at all times. Pingu knows exactly in the run away. 30 seconds left. Literally on time. Perfect. And there's the off to make sure there's not one additional second wasted. Pingu, beautiful shooting, has the Blade Storm online, can basically cheat the economy as much as his greedy little heart desires.
Absolutely. And I appreciate the shorty bite just there. That was that piques my heart.
I hope we get to see it. We might.
I really hope it.
We might get to see it. But speaking of getting to see it, Avalon having no clue that Eisenme has actually just walked through the smoke to shoot you in the back of the face, and it had to be Pingu to shut that robot down. And fittingly enough, reboot this game right back for the Straffers.
Yep, and here we go. Going into 5-3. Very faster approach. Jesus. Straffers wasting no time dropping 2 of them off. And
opting for the null command
with the ult. Trying to get information, trying to get the suppression, but it's taken down in a process. It's all up to Killjoy now. But in this situation, Stargo, it's a tricky situation. Do you go for the save, or do you just run for the hills?
Tries to fake
it, get the information, but no. That's a tough one right there.
That is brutal. There's not much you can do. I like the fake, the res, to try and just force out a swing, but the swing was just very, very cohesive from both members.
Very
so
cohesive,
it wasn't.
But also you're going against ults there. That's not a trade I would like to take personally. But
if you miss the shot, all you need to do is have Pingu whiff once, and while it hasn't happened yet,
I mean, you've seen Pingu with the Outlaw. I doubt they're gonna miss.
That's a fair point. It's a fair point. But there's plenty of opportunities. No one hits 100% of shots, and the one shot that you miss could very much be the make or break moment to get the Grizzlies swung right back into this game with only one ultimate on, and arguably the worst one in the game that can't even be used now that Avalon's been suppressed, and it seems to be another slow round.
Seems to be another slow. Getting some information on this Omen in the middle. So with the recon drone coming in. Did not check. He did not. Oh my day. Oh, and that's the price you pay for not checking your corner, outing your teammates like that. Oh,
no
Grizzlies rookie mistake right there.
No
and
knife.
Riggs, he's definitely going to hear a word or two in the. I can't even speak.
Post match. In the post
he's
match.
in the post match. Yep. And he's paid for it right there, getting peaked.
The counter swing as well. Now the TP into Boathouse. Avalon's got the paranoia. Actually sets up beautifully. Stargirl's got beautiful movement to get out of it. Izan picks up a frag towards that mid-side corner, immediately shutting that down. And with the guns really there for Avalon, there's only one member in CapFat, and Avalon finds the head and puts it off the shoulders of CapFat to take Strathy 7-3.
Absolutely. My God, what a comeback for the Strappers. And You know what? I was maybe wrong with overtime. I can maybe see this going 13-7. Just sadly not for the Grizzlies right here. Sorry to disappoint you right there.
I mean,
BK,
it's possible. We'll see what happens for the side switch. We've got 2 more rounds left. The ultimates are coming through thick and fast, and Pingu has been using that up in the defense, but you can't really do it on attack near as well.
No, not really, no. But it'll be interesting to see what approach they go for here. You tend to do better when you go for the slower approach, but when you go for the faster one, that's where it seems to go off real quick. But it appears we might be in a bit of a timeout situation right here.
Yeah, I believe we have a little bit of a tag pause at the moment, so the teams are just getting things sorted out. But yeah, we've seen the initial aggression from Grizzlies. It was quite slow, but it seemed controlled, it seemed cohesive, and then Strathers just kind of decided that they had everything kind of down. Deadlock is a character that can essentially lock down enough of a scent on her own. You bring that up with a Cypher, and you walk away with 9-3. The only thing you've really got then on attack is 2 flank watches, which one's plenty.
Yeah, 1 is enough, but then again, like you said, they go into 9-3. We all know that traditional curse.
Are you a superstitious man?
I'm very superstitious. You know this about me.
Yes, I believe so, and I wonder if the crowd are superstitious, because I believe they are very much going to have to be clutching those pearls to try and wish themselves into more and more rounds, because currently it does seem to be a runaway.
Yep, definitely. But also, surprisingly, very good patience on the Omen right there. In that last round specifically there. Very easy opportunity to do something evil, and
I can't
they
believe
they kept composure. They just went for the simple and easy one. I'm a little bit disappointed there wasn't a knife.
Oh, I'm surprised the entire audience. I'm surprised that the roof wasn't raised to try and find a knife.
I'm surprised the audience kept quiet on that one, but I suppose they don't want to throw anything away.
Don't want to give anything away. Want to make sure everything is as cozy as possible. But
I'm surprised there wasn't even any laughing. That's just me that found that funny. Okay, I see how it was.
Check your corners, ladies and gents. There will always be
mistake.
There will likely be someone there, and it will always down. Yeah, this
there we go.
Avalon here. Yeah, Pingu, I believe, even getting hit intentionally by the scan just to draw attention. If you're going to be aiming at me, you can't check behind you, and the shots are absolutely fire. So I would like to say that it seems very confident. I'm not writing this down yet. The minute you get that side switch on Ascent as well, like I believe, let me see, 50.4 on defense and 49.6, I believe, is the win rate for defender versus attacking. I believe that's roughly. Yeah, it's quite surprising, but that's whenever the composition really comes into it. You start to look at, of course, the deadlock, which the Grizzlies don't have. That double sentinel. Cypher has existed in the meta for basically as long as Ascent has existed, which is everywhere except beta.
Yeah, no, definitely, but you got to wonder with this 2 sentinel approach, will that come to bite them back in the? Because you did say at the very beginning, you know, defense you've got to lock down to a T, but when it comes to offense, please be nice. Do you think that's going to bounce back in the second half to hit them?
I mean, you would have to wait and see. I'm going to say yes, particularly because whenever you start attacking an Ascent, it's very, and some people I may ruffle some feathers by saying this, Ascent honestly plays as close to a map in like CS does, where it's very much down to the utility has to be pretty damn flawless to get onto nearly any site, to get nearly any space in Ascent that isn't just a straight op duel in mid. And depending on who takes that op duel, apparently Pingu seems to be the prize pick for it. So if Pingu can keep doing that and they can keep trusting him to do it, they might be able to keep that up for attack. But sacrificing your jet to do that, or sacrificing even a KO to do that, is a risky choice.
It is a risky choice, especially with a duelist, which surprisingly the meta has changed a lot in the last few years. You know, duelist just seem to just drop off the face of the earth really, and that's.
A lot of agents can do other things very flexibly that duelists actually can't. The reason we still see Jet as much as we do is, of course, if you've got the mechanics, you can just Blade Storm and kill 5 people with knives and it's free. But a lot of the duelist style now is very much get the flashbang, so your Yoru and things, try and just get any sort of space and then not feed, but you want to die just to create the space. You do not need to take that first blood initially. You can more than happily just get the space, push someone off site, and then pray your team backs you up. In ladder, obviously, I'm sure we've all had experiences where that's not the case. I would hope that the teams, and we have been seeing it from them, both of them are very much trusting each other and backing each other up.
Yeah, and especially in situations like this, you really have to have each other's back. You can't really be in a position where you have to point fingers and go, you know, you're doing this wrong, you're doing entering wrong. You really have to stick together, especially for Grizzlies going into the second half as well. They go, right, this hasn't worked out, this hasn't been a great start, but we can bounce back. We need to get those points in very quick. We need to get to overtime so that Zaza can be proven right that this can be close. But
is that what you're doing now? You're purely going for this one, the prediction, and nothing else?
I want those 4 Red Bulls, man.
I didn't even agree, so you're not getting them from me. I want as a heads up, you're not getting them from me. I'm not fronting the Red Bulls.
I was going to say something there. I'm not going to say it. Anyway,
probably best not to.
Yeah, probably not.
But
I'll keep it to myself.
Yes, as I'm hoping the teams are keeping to themselves, of course, for tech pauses and such, the teams aren't really able to discuss strats or anything plays. It is purely just to get the computers and all sorted out. But I imagine there will be some cheeky things, some remarks being made, of course. I'm surprised we haven't had anyone actually stand out of their chair just yet, but the night is still arguably early.
Almost had it there, but no, never mind. Well, then again, it wouldn't be bad for Glasgow if there weren't some form of tech issue. Let's be honest.
tech issues and mental diffing your opponents by yelling at them, teabagging them, shooting the corpse, I believe, if anything.
Yep, has not changed since 2018. Good to see some things never change.
Some things never do change, in fact. So it's nice to see that. But and shout outs as well to the baby wingmans and such. Nice to have them back. It's nice that we're getting the recurring characters, and it's awesome. Completely side tangent, but it's nice seeing everyone's kind of like trustworthy plushies. The plushies of Good Luck are adorable, and I think every player should have one.
You're talking about recurring characters as well. Like you see as well in the teams, it's a mix of old and new, and that's just lovely to see. You see returning players, you know, coming back from previous years where they either won or lost, and they just come back to just to prove a name yourself again. And then you get a mix of the new players as well, who getting a competitive experience firsthand, and you got to imagine the nerves must be there for them.
I mean, a lot of the players that are kind of first year and such have been saying that they don't know what it's like to play on a stage, to play in front of people. Of course, it is very simple just to, kind of...
Oh, it is very daunting.
It's terrifying.
Yeah.
Oh, it's terrifying. It's a completely different vibe. It's a completely different feeling.
Like, I'm swinging bricks and I'm just casting here, so...
I think that is the spotlight.
Thank God my shirt is not picking any of this up, but...
I think that is the spotlight, though. The spotlight is making it very cozy in here. And the 20-degree weather that Glasgow sees
it's absolutely beautiful.
Twice a year is not helping either. But I don't know. The teams are getting sweaty. The games are getting sweaty, and we're only
typical for us, eh?
Yeah, no, true. Typical for a country that barely sees above 5 degrees centigrade, to be honest. But it happens to be at the best time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Especially before this alleged storm hits us, but yeah.
I like alleged storm.
Oh, they've been saying this for weeks. It's never gonna happen.
That's a terrifying way to jinx it, to be honest. If we're all in under 10 inches of snow in like 2 weeks, you know exactly who to blame. But yeah, at the moment it seems to be the Grizzlies started, they had something, and then Strathers very much adapted to it. And whenever you can't readapt to a comp like that, again, Deadlock has created a lot of factors, because for anyone that doesn't know how the sound sensor actually works, it is literally a sound sensor in terms of slow walking, you're fine, crouching, you're fine, running past it will activate it and then you get stunned, shooting will do it, defusing or planting the spike. But we should get a rundown of it now, because we're back.
The game. Pingu, who are you? Exactly. We are back. Or there we go.
We back like we never left. I'm sorry, we had to do it once.
Yep. Man, it's been a solid 7-3 for 5 minutes, man. Jesus. Anyways, Grizzlies going back onto site. Reckon with the timeout, that's going to give them some time to reflect and everything. Tech issues and everything. But there we go. Reality pegs off. Riggs making up for their mistake in the last round.
Stargirl
Riggs going for the plan.
Shimmy in
My goodness.
4 versus 5 retake now, and the Blade Storm has been activated. Of course, there is someone just cheekily cutting down those logs. Stargirl here is a lumberjack. She is okay.
Very cheese, but they are blinded very quickly. Stargirl with the spot. Oh, twice! I almost got my shorty, but my God, Grizzlies just picked off completely. Sorry, Grizzlies picking off completely. I'm tongue-tied. Absolute belief. But
It is bright red in that scoreboard. Stargirl managing to dodge, being filleted Mitchell and Star style, walking away with a beautiful double kill, and then of course the backup there from the remaining members of the squad. So now last round, the Grizzlies, if they make this 5-7, they actually aren't looking too bad again. That super defensive comp has been doing Strathy pretty well, but Grizzlies able to find their footing, at least in somewhat, and it seems to be just those explosive executes are very difficult. For teams that aren't, you know, the highest of high levels, they can be overwhelming.
Definitely. Gotta imagine there was some really good picked off amid those take issues there. Grizzlies looking in a much better position right there. And I swear I've not jinxed them by saying that. There we go, getting some information. Aizan with some nice pick. And going 4-3 into what looks like B. Pingu evening the score with 3-3. 3-T, not able to get any information there. And it's 3-1 to the Grizzlies. 2-1. Connorson could pull off something great here. 2-on-1 on site. Spike is down.
Two ultimates online.
Oh, and this could bite them in the ass, but no. Catfat playing the goods. And 7-5. You're right.
Playing the good fight. The Hunter's Fury getting popped as a more of a distraction method of anything. It's very difficult. Of course, you get the guaranteed information on where the Sova's shooting it from, but you've still got an Omen dancing around, and that's exactly what Catfat's shown. So now this is where it gets a little bit interesting, because we haven't seen any flank strats really. There was the aggressive pushes up Link, A-Link from Pingu. Other than that, not as much from it. So now, will they be able to attack fast enough with this slower comp?
I wouldn't put any money on it, I'll be honest. With first half ending 7-5, you've got to play controls. You've still got the lead technically, but you can't afford to throw that away. But that being said, they were able to throw the lead at first and be able to bounce back. But here we go, as we get set up. A bit of a mixed approach here, but as you can see, Killjoy got the site locked in completely. And you can definitely see a change in the Grizzlies. They are reacting quick to any changes. Pingu with a nice pick. Catfat with a nice recover. 2-2. Aizan, good recovery. And it's 3-2 to the Grizzlies. They still have the advantage, but they do not have Spike, sadly. So we need to go back for that one. They need to be careful, can't be too careless and get it, because they don't know who is exactly watching.
And there's very
mid, there could be something interesting going on in there. So, this could be very scary right here.
T versus Stargirl, it comes down to this position, and the Spike, of course, just down on tree. They don't have to overcommit at all, and Stargirl's got the position, and they don't have the shots though, and T swings out, never mind, it takes a while, but they get it done, and the flash comes through the swing as well from Aizen. It's a beautiful read, it's a beautiful shutdown as AMS falls, and 2 rounds back-to-back means very quickly, 3 rounds, back-to-back, thanking you. Does mean very quickly we are right back into a super competitive first game.
Absolutely, yeah.
And we'll see exactly how those placements, how those positionings are working out, because we've seen a little bit of aggression from Pingu and Avalon trying to pick up that sheriff a little bit quick, and then getting caught out while you're loading the gun is not something that you want to get caught out from. So that's why playing with your team is essential, and why stacking towards that tree, that garden is oh so good.
Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely see in the chat there, I don't know if you've been reading it, but yeah, definitely no love lost for the Grizzlies right there. Well, Traffers, my apologies. Avalon, nice start, getting that classic pick off. And again, Grizzlies just seem to be fast on the approach.
There's no outlaw for you. It's been saved. It's been picked up. They were very lost. They seemed almost to believe that that was guaranteed, and now the oil drone coming through. Catfat actually opting to ignore it, but the Guardian gets one, lets them through, but finally is able to pick up one. It's Aizan with the outlaw to finish off Pingu. You may have been allowed to walk through, but believe me, you are not allowed to survive.
No, definitely not. Especially when you have to gun it down. And oh my days. Yeah, no, there's not really much you can do about that. A classic versus a Spectre and an outlaw and everything else. Yep, you just kind of have to take the loss on that one. I know you're a classic man myself, but even you would admit that's pretty much game over right there.
No, well, I would have right-clicked in that scenario, and somehow it would have worked. But
right-click superiority.
I do genuinely believe my right clicks of a classic have proved time and time again.
Don't worry, Stargirl, we all saw that.
That no, we didn't. We didn't.
No, I saw it clear as day.
Get it clipped and shipped on Twitter before
Before I
the
get
game
killed.
before the round even starts. It's
Yeah.
probably somewhere already retweeted
Probably
it,
just
and
did
now
that round.
and the stacks now coming through towards this B. But again,
Quick
you've
information getting off.
only got those Killjoy turrets to stop Pingu, and Pingu's already there.
Yep. Oh, and a fortunate situation. But Pingu still somehow in there. Still impressive. Riggs, nice defense, but not quite enough. But still have the advantage, 2-3. And similar to the first half, Straffers could bounce back. Bomb is down. Spike is down even. My apologies, I'm in the wrong game still. I'm still thinking this is last year. But there we go. Izan with some blind fire, trying to get some information. But yeah, Straffers have the site locked down to a T. Trying to get some information with the KO dart, but nothing right there. And it's very dangerous. Stargo, nice pick, evening the field. And oh my days, Straffers, welcome back into the fight. 8-7. First point in 6 rounds.
Wake up, Samurai. We have a game to claw ourselves back into, and that is what you want to see. The attack hasn't been quite working out for them, but it seems that post-plant scenario, again, both teams very much struggling to keep up with it. As soon as it happens, they both seem to have used a lot of their utility to get onto site, especially both sides and the attackers. So it means whenever you've got that post-plant scenario, you've kind of already lost the war of attrition. You've already sacrificed half of your utility to get there. You're not really able to deal with the tidal wave that is that retake.
No, definitely not. But especially, like you said, using the quick intel, trying to get onto site and everything against the Killjoy, that's very risky. Because you get caught in an instant, something like that, you're gone immediately.
Nanoswarm is still a terrifying prospect to deal with. The shock darts come through, not quite enough. Massa super aggressive on the mid, good for one, and the flashbangs from Aizen have been nothing short of phenomenal, but knows when to get out. It's a one and done scenario. Don't over aggress, get yourself picked with no one to refrag you.
Nope, definitely not. And Grizzly's now finding himself in that situation of, do we continue, do we try something else?
Sound sensor up.
Such a frustrating.
My apologies, I'm speaking for the wrong team here. Straffers, my apologies. Did he go? Did he continue? Did he try something else? Similar to what we saw in the first half. They go for a plan, someone gets dropped, and then they just seem to drop. They seem to panic and go, right, that didn't work out, but what do now? But one special one of the races going as well. They have to think carefully here. Trying to get some information, but again, not getting anything in sight. Some cover thrown up there with the Omen smokes and the cyber cages.
And here we go. The deadlock wall is going to fall. The smoke dissipates from Market. The swing from Stargirl finds the timing on the Avalon. Beautifully corners in, managing to get that refrag, and Massa backing it up again. This is what you want to see. The pinstripe coming through. Refrag upon refrag. And right at team having an aerial drone fall on his head in the form of Massa is going to get shut down. The paranoia comes through. Amswell not having much in the way of information. Does have backup in the form of their team, but it's Izan to swing through and shut everything down. Cat Fat to back them up and equalize it 8-8.
8-8. You know what? I'm taking it back. Maybe it could be an overtime.
It could be OT all of a sudden.
All I know is that you've got your prediction wrong. So I'm looking like the better candidate here.
Your crystal ball seems to be far better. Mine's has an expired warranty, and I will be returning it.
Well, it's good to see my crystal ball is finally working for something at least. But anyway, like you see there, look, rushing onto site, but unfortunately getting picked off right there. But it's a very difficult situation, especially when you're stuck in the middle of B site. You know, you're open yourself to 2 different angles right there, and yep, the Grizzlies just kind of. Straffers, my apologies. Jesus, I'm still.
Side swap's difficult, especially when we don't have the overlay to kind of tell us which is which. But meanwhile, Avalon doesn't even have the overlay to tell him he's already dead. Massa has gotten that A-link pick, which is absolutely spectacular for them, even opting to push up a little bit. They know they have that econ advantage, that gun advantage, so may as well play to your strengths, keep control of all that space, get the ult orb to generate the blade storm and cheat out. Actually, no, swapping it out now, opting for the null command instead. A far better ultimate for a far more flexible scenario with Stargirl keeping this mid controlled. Pingu swinging in and gets the shot. It's beautiful.
Evening the field right there. Excellent pick off by Pingu right there, especially with the Killjoy. That frees up a lot of space, a lot of freedom there. But Riggs, unfortunately, just the better placement right there with the Vandal. Nice pick off right there. 4-3 Kappa. You can see SB
be dangerous for Reduty. Double pick, getting the ult in time, but and it's up to Connors in. Use this information quite well. But can you play anything off of it there?
The Hunters.
Especially with no bomb in sight, but
30 seconds left.
I think it's difficult. The Hunter's
should
Fury
have a
is
free
there.
opportunity right there. Nope, but he's caught off immediately. And yep, no, this is a difficult situation. And yeah.
You gotta play DDR to dodge those moves, man. You really gotta work on those footsteps.
Look, he's got the confidence to play it, at least I'll give him that.
I haven't been in the DDR machine in a while, actually. It would be good. It would
Last
be good
time
to
I
see.
broke my phone during it, and yep, no,
That
never
was-
again.
Yeah, no, never again. Well,
Yep.
actually, surprisingly enough, we used to have the swiping in Valorant, and then that was replaced with the stress bear that everyone more adores. So rest in peace to everyone who used the phones for all of 2 weeks, and then the stress bear came out, and then it was far more adorable, and everyone wanted to opt for that instead. And speaking of opting for that, it is now Straffy 9 and 8 on this defense side, still trying their best to make this work.
Absolutely, yeah. Grizzlies coming back in a strong way, going from 7-3 down to now leading 9-8. And you've got to be wondering what was said in that conversation, but there we go. Kappa getting the nice pick off Finger Riggs. Jesus, I can't catch off. Jesus. 3-2. Grizzlies on, well, Straffer's on site, but it's 1-3 in the left. Avalon needs to be a wee bit careful here. He's got no information whatsoever. Already used the ult. And smoking a dream. Oh, and that's just unfortunate. Had it right there, but fell into the curse. Look away too quickly, and you're gone. Grizzlies 10, Strafford's 8. And my God, this is a comeback.
They want to make it work. I mean, if anything, again, you've got to live up to the hype that Rocket League set. You have to show the live up that Rocket League was. Again, everyone kind of expected it to be pretty fast. Rocket League is typically that case, but instead the unis all very much deciding that these will go to the limit. And when you're already under round 19 and it seems that everyone has been playing pretty damn stellarly, yeah, you're going to be in for a back and forth tug of war all night.
It's unfortunate, but Aisan playing a wee bit confident here. Did get caught in the crossfire, and yep, immediately falling back, but just not quick enough. Riggs with a nice pick on Pingu, Kappa as well, and Ams as well. And yeah, Grizzlies just strong in the defense once again, and it's very clearly showing that they're definitely a lot stronger on the defending side, the Grizzlies.
They want to keep that clean. It's quite a lot easier to get that. You've got a lot to work with, especially Avalon hasn't even really burnt too much of the utility. Still the Paranoia, one teleport, and the smokes through. The oil drone comes through, and now you have to deal with this if you are the Strathers as the push is coming through. One Riggs is trying their best to shut it down. The shot dart goes through, gets nothing. The scans still coming through. They've got the Hunter's Fury online for the attacking side if they opt to use it, but with 40 seconds and Massa still sitting there on that mid with the op, having to get pushed out by the sonar arrow. But now, one Riggs shutting down Avalon.
30 seconds
Beautiful
left.
pick off just in the nick of time. Massa again with a miss, but Connor's in, drop down.
Spike down mid.
Off to Ridity, not able to get it. Oh my days, this could be a humiliation right here. 11-8, and yep, Grizzlies coming back at a strong way, showing no fear whatsoever. You gotta be questioning what's going on with the Straffers right now.
Attacking is difficult, it seems to be. Oh, we're getting a call.
That's fine. We need to win our round.
There we go.
There we go. I did not hear a single word. All right. Anyway,
we got the team comms and they said we need to win the bye round, which I would hope so. I would hope teams are believing they need to win rounds.
yeah, they need to win, but especially with 11, you going into 11, potentially making a 12, you have to be a little bit careful with your economy right here. You have to go, do you sacrifice everything, or do you play it safe and just pray that you can win on match one? So there we go, Massa with a nice pick and drop. Connor's in. Excellent pick.
Oh!
Two in a row. Aizan with the shutdown immediately, and it's kind of sad, but anyway, 3-3 right now. Getting flash off on mid, trying to get some information, but no. Riggs!
Oh!
One by one. My goodness.
That is a shame we missed it from that angle, but
That
all
is a shame, but that was clean.
all played off the back of what was a very optimistic flash. It didn't work, but then we seen the swing come through, and yeah, it seems to be this aggression. Connor's in beautiful stuff, but then immediately being shut down by the defense. And here we go, the team comes again. Listen to the pop-offs. Listen to the pop-offs.
Absolutely, pop-off kings, well deserved. And here we go, match point for the Grizzlies right here. And oh my goodness, immediately Cypher drops off. And oh, wait a minute, this could be a turnaround. Straffers picking them off. 42. Very determined to say, no, this game isn't over yet. Briggs getting caught in the crossfire there. Didn't get reconned, but location was given away. Connors up with a nice pick from there. That's 4-1 to BM. Yikes.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's what it needs to be. Whenever you're on the penultimate round, it's either this ends or overtime is happening. And I think Stargirl wants it to end. We've been seeing a lot of just heavy performance from certain players. We've been seeing Pingu really pop off on that Jet. We've been seeing Eisen pop off on that KO. And Stargirl opting for the C. Okay, never mind. Maybe not. Maybe not.
I mean, perfect opportunity to save right here. Get the pick on Avalon and Pingu, but no. Outnumbered Straffers. Good save, 9-12.
It's very difficult to work with because this war of attrition now, the Grizzlies really just have all the time in the world to work with. All they have to do is slowly but surely survive the ult economy. If they can cause any damage at all, really, it makes every subsequent round more difficult. And of course, if they win it, then they walk away with their point in tow.
They just need to play careful and need to play safe. Can't risk anything. They're on defense for a reason, so you need to be careful with these opportunities. And oh, that was the bow there. I thought I was seeing an Odin there, and I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't work anymore. But there we go. So no information given whatsoever, but Mesa, beautiful pick with the op. And like that, down to 4 bodies left. And it's not looking great for the Straffers right now.
I gotta say, you've got 2 Sentinels, and yet it seems to be the aggressive defense and the control that is being managed here from the Grizzlies is very solid. Is
there
now,
you go, and that's the op dropped off. 4-3. They can maybe bounce back on this one. And but still not quite pushed onto yet. They've got a minute left to make a decision. But Rigidity with the information, getting locations. Could that maybe shift things into play? Defending site, but not able. Rigidity with a beautiful pick. 4-2 as the Straffers now go into site. Connors in planting on site. Kappa trying to get some information, but not quite. Stargirl with a pick on Avalon. 3-2. 2 quite low, so be like 2v1, 2-2. This could be it for the Grizzlies. They could take it right here. All they need to do is just be careful right now. Stargirl's location is revealed, but Kappa dropped off, and it's all up for Stargirl just to be the hero right now. 1 versus 2.
Dodges the annihilation, and now
and again, it's a difficult situation. What do you do? Kind of surrounded, but oh, able to get 1. Oh, do they commit? Do they commit?
No
but
time.
no, they have to.
Go
Too
on
much
for the
time,
exits.
and it will go to 10-12. Almost could have had it there, but oh, that's a big off.
Buys enough time to get to opt for the death by spike. Again, any economy damage is pretty permanent at this point. You're going to have to keep every credit you can muster, because again, even if you are taking rounds, you're losing ultimates, you're losing space, you're being a bit more obvious in your plays. Of course, you're running out of surprises for the opposing side, so while it is nice to see Strathers kind of clawing this back, the Grizzlies, 1 round is all they need.
1 round is all they need, and especially with the Killjoy ult in play right there, ready to go, but it'll be interesting. Straffers definitely needing to play a lot more carefully if they want to see this game going to overtime and take the win. Get the open ult in play, trying to get some information out of it, but getting nothing at all. But again, very mixed approach right here.
Bated breath. Any moment now could
Any
spell the
sudden
end.
movement is just going to
The util comes the dash
There we go.
over. All the utility does get still caught by the magnet, but is able to pull it off. The Killjoy turret goes down. The Nano Swarm is all placed towards tree, which is absolutely a beautiful adaptation from the side of the Strathers here, not walking into it, but unfortunately with Pingu down, who has kind of been the star
Spike is
player,
down.
and the Spike down, this is an
But
uphill
it's
battle
easy
already.
for them to pick off. Stargo could play something beautiful right there, and there it is. There's the lockdown in play. 10 seconds.
Hunter's Fury to counter it. Does it get destroyed though? Because it can get a bit scary. It
No,
gets missed.
It looks like it's going to stay in place. And 3 players to take, and oh, that is just unfortunate.
The deadlock wall's awkward though. It's really there.
Wait.
Wait a
Wait
minute!
a minute!
Wait a
Check
minute!
your corners!
Wait a minute! Oh,
my.
Amsel out of lockdown and right back enjoying that fresh air, putting 2 bullets through the heads of the remaining 2 players to stop that defuse and keep this game going on. That's filthy.
And again, that rookie mistake right there. We saw it in the first half and it's playing off again. This time, a lot more careless. Very nicely played by Amsel. And you can see their sounds. My God, they're never going to be able to do that again. I'm sorry, but there we go. This is the final round.
It's either overtime or it's over.
Yep. And there you go, Mesa with the Jet ult. Finally seeing a Jet ult in play.
Yeah, the Bladestorms have been actually quite few and far between, and have very much nearly meeting it first hand, but just walking away with a bit of a haircut. Omen doesn't have much in the way of hair to cut, but that hood has a fancy new design on it. And again, right back to this slower pace and no aggressive defense from the Grizzly, which I like.
It's going to be an interesting 70 seconds right here. Again, all intel being thrown off. Mesa with the beautiful pick on Avalon. And yep, Grizzlies need to play a lot more carefully here. They need to control the size. They need to keep it steady for 1 minute. Can't really let any information go, but at the same time, Straffers, they need to do something. They need to make a play right here. No ults in play, no one even remotely close, and there we go, some information right down. 2 suppressed, the Jet and the, I believe that was the Silver as well, but
Learn to fear.
Go, this is tense.
Let's just wait and see. At the moment, it's 30 seconds. Both teams realize
They
that
need to make a play here. They need to do
step,
something.
any step they make could be the end. And Massive
and
nearly finding the double kill with the nice right as he trying just to walk onto the side. Stargirl just finding through the cage.
Spike is down. Jet picking it up. It's
that's
one on
us.
5. No, this could be it. Oh no. Beautiful try. Grizzlies, what a comeback. 13-11, they take game 1. Oh my days, that was
The Strathers nearly had it. The Strathers nearly had it. I believed. I was all aboard that train again. The underdog is whoever I will support until I die, but that is a beautiful first game to start us off. And again,
fantastic, yeah.
if we're keeping it this close, our schedule may be very, very irrelevant by the end of this weekend.
I am seeing a taxi home tonight for myself. There is no chance I'm getting a train tonight at this rate, but yeah, absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, you can hear right there, they're very happy to have taken that. And yeah, my God, it was looking a lot scary for them near the end there, but again, it just came to that final round and just they had to do something. And Straffers, unfortunately, just weren't quick enough. I'm sorry to say.
That's tragic for them. So the Grizzlies
especially
put
going into
another
30 seconds, you know.
Another point on the board, man.
I know. It's
that 30 seconds. Like, that's the thing. It's both teams seemed weirdly respectful of each other.
I mean, you clearly weren't reading the chat then, but yeah.
Yeah, okay, right. In terms of like verbally and stuff, okay, no respect was given, but more in terms of the patience. There wasn't any explosive kind of entries that kind of said, we just believe you can't deal with this. There was a lot of respect in terms of, we expect this utility, we expect you to be, you know, double swinging us and triple swinging us. There won't be much of an overcommit. I mean, that's a great example there. Pingu just had the outlaw to match, but everyone was playing together. The swings were at least double. There were very few kind of 1 versus 1s that just ended up spiraling.
Yeah, no, definitely. And just, yeah, you can definitely tell as well, it was very much a one-sided map. You know, very even in the first half, but then coming into the second half, you know, Strafford's finally on the offense, and we did say, you know, 2 Sentinels, that could be a drawback, and it clearly did show right there. And yeah, no, I'm sorry, still not gonna forgive you for that one.
Not
but
going for
you
the
know,
knife
we won't
now.
talk about the second one either. But that was, yeah, again, very careless mistakes to be made. But at this level of competition, you just kind of have to expect that you can't be perfect 100% of the time. But it's a good example, proving that we're all human, we all make mistakes, and stuff like this will eventually happen.
It's nice to see as well. The rosters aren't really getting any weaker. There's always a kind of concern, especially this is a year that a lot of fresher blood is starting to make it. Either they either just first years are getting involved, or the unfortunate unks, I believe is what the kids refer to them as. Sadly, the unks are having to graduate and leave the university to make room for that fresher blood, and it seems they're getting added into the rosters pretty damn comfortably for both sides.
Rosters with very strong yeah, if you get me. Am I speaking the lingo correct?
No.
No.
We need to accept
Skibbity? No.
This
I'll
lingo
shut up
isn't
now.
for us.
Sorry.
This lingo isn't for us. It moved on a long time ago, and we can accept
what year
that.
is it again?
We can grow old gracefully. We can accept that, but I assume in any way GCU is going to have one thing to say, and that is to kill the momentum of what was very, very close for a first game. And teams, they seem ready. They seem prepared.
They're very hyped, and especially for the Grizzlies, you got to be feeling very good right now. Score leading 3-1 to nothing right there, and then going into game 5 of the day.
Yeah! Oh yeah.
Very good momentum for them for the day, especially if they can finish on all 4 points right there. But
seems like what they're doing. Seems like what they're doing, and at the moment the Grizzlies, of course, have added another point onto the board. So congratulations,
Yep,
of course.
congratulations.
Of course, your golf claps, everything. I'm sure some people in the audience are elated. I'm sure some are infuriated. Probably, especially whenever we were very close to an overtime.
Yeah, very dangerously close. And I surely thought going into round 22, was it?
Yeah,
the
something like that. Yeah.
lockdown. All players on the Stratford team detained. I thought, yep, no, that was game over right there. But no, again, huge mistake. Check your corners, and you could definitely hear that from me there. Check your corners, and just
I'm surprised we don't have an A4 sheet already being held up by the audience that says check your corners as well, and it's quite fitting that it happens in hell, because what was initially hell for one team very quickly pivoted to the other side, but the teams seem very much elated and very cozy about their performances, and that's the thing.
And it should be. Yeah, definitely.
Like genuinely, like the Strathers, okay, unfortunately they didn't walk away, but you can't, other than going to OT, you can't get closer than that.
Oh yeah, no, definitely not. And if I could give one takeaway for both teams right here, is that it was a very impressive display, and that neither team should feel disappointed about their performance in game 1. But going into their second games of the day, for the Grizzlies, you gotta stay grounded. I'd imagine. You've gotten the win for this one, but it was very damn close.
Yeah,
you should have thrown that away right there. And Straffers as well. You've taken a bump, but hey, you've still done really well, and keep that momentum going into your second game against the Chargers right there.
Be pleased
But
with what you've
speaking
done.
of the Chargers, having watched that, you gotta imagine the players have got to say, again, grounded as well and going.
I hope there's a bit more respect put to the names of every side, to be honest, because what was initially, I think, going to be a sweep has now suddenly not only became the closest, potentially the closest Valorant, the closest battle for Glasgow we've had. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to just let the players and all get set up for game 2. I shall be jumping off, but I believe just before we do that, we are going to be going for a break and then a short wee interview with, of course, the victors. So I will be jumping off, and there will be a special guest replacing me.
Yep.
My man will still be holding down the fort. So,
sadly,
ladies and gentlemen, until then, please do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with the interviews.
Lovely.
And we are live back in Battle for Glasgow, still on the middle of a break as we're prepping for Game 2. But joining me right now, I am joined by Hector of the Glasgow Grizzlies, aka the Silva, in that previous game where the Grizzlies won 13-11. Hector, it is a pleasure to see you and have you here. How do you feel after Game 1?
I mean, I knew we were going to win after the first half because they were playing the double semi comp and they only got 7 rounds. So then as soon as we won pistol, I knew it was over.
Grizzlies seem to start off really strong in both halves of that game right there, winning the first 2 rounds each. But first half didn't look like it was promising to start. You know, winning the first 2 rounds, but then quickly dropping to 7-3 against you. What was going on right there?
I mean, they were playing double semi, but somehow their double semi site was the weakest. So I don't know how that makes sense. But I think at the start, I started off the game 2-8, and I'm meant to be the best player, so.
Oh, of course.
I was like, what's going on? And then they tech pause, and then I activated from there, and then Pingy also fell off, so it was easy.
Very easily. You mentioned their attack pause as well. Obviously, we were standing alone for basically a 5-minute timeout. Was there any choice of words that was thrown about in that timeout? You know, obviously being down 7-3, but then after the tech pause, you guys bounced back in a massive way.
During the tech pause, like Ash was just saying, or IGL, like 3 rounds is already good. And I agreed with him, but I said we should get 4, and he said, oh, we can get 5. And then we kind of just kept running this same strat where I would just arrow mid, go B, and then it was just working. And I don't know, like, maybe need better trips or something. It was kind of, because I even killed Deadlock. I ran for the trip and killed him 1 round. So I got consistent entries on the Sentinels.
And then going into that second half as well, we mentioned in the commentating team, you know, the 2 Sentinels, very good defensive-wise, but very, as soon as you hit the offense, it goes into a very different mindset. Did you feel that was to your advantage then?
Yeah, I mean, they were trying to self-fix, but I thought they were kind of obvious, and like, they just didn't play it well. We nearly choked though. We were up like 12-8, and we threw so many rounds.
Threw so many rounds. I don't know if you heard round 22, the lockdown, and then do we want to talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, I calmed this. We knew the Silva was missing because the first one I saw miss, and then it was the comms were chaos, and then it was like the 10-3, and I was like, I mean, my duelist, like, he didn't know they were under. No one calmed it, but I had a read, and I went to go kill him, and there was a deadlock wall for some reason. I think he missed the wall. It was a stupid wall, and then the smoke faded, and I had to watch main, and he just killed us both, and it was like, we better not choke this, and then luckily we pulled through in the end.
Yeah, but no, it was a very questionable play, and definitely blew my voice out a little bit by seeing check your corners there. But we were talking just before as we went live on the interview, we were very sad we didn't get your end of your play right there, where you just won around like that, an easy triple kill. But
I mean, they were nice shots.
They were very beautiful shots, and it's very sad that none of us saw it.
I was hoping the replay.
Hopefully the team in the back have
I had like
picked
3
up.
rounds where I just activated and I just shit on it, so it just destroyed everyone.
It was good. It was good.
And then Master, who had a poor game, he like pulled through in the end, so he helped us get the W.
So, given first game ending 13-11, did you expect it to be a close game, or were you expecting more of a kind of a one-sided approach?
I mean, Smile is known as the GOAT here, but I did 7-1 him last year on LAN. But he also did carry me last night in ranked in a random game, so I'm hoping we can win. I mean, we just played, so we're warmer, so hopefully that will work to our advantage.
Well, it's good to see. But going into the second game that's coming up right now, the Grizzlies will be taking on the Chargers next. How do you feel about that?
I think it'll be a harder match, but if we lock in, I think we can win.
Yeah. Do you still grounded in a way that you have to keep your head down and stay humble, or are you in the confident approach of, yeah, we can do this easily?
I mean, the main thing, I'm just happy we're probably not facing the double semi comp again, because it's so annoying playing against double semi. And I'm looking forward to the match.
Unfortunately, we will have to wrap it up right there. Is there any final words you want to say to the camera or to anyone watching live?
If I win this and I match MVP, I'm MVP of the tournament.
confident words from Hector.
Also,
right
I don't know what I'm playing next map. Who knows?
there. Any favorites?
No.
No, no Peril, no Ascent again. No.
What would you say?
Any map choice?
Map? We're playing Ascent again. I can't
Are you
believe
playing
it.
Ascent again? Are you kidding?
I was raging on this. We did the Beatles last night, but I wasn't there, and I was
Oh.
raging. I was like, it takes me 4 hours on the bus, and I was like, I'm coming 4 hours to play 2 Ascent games. So I was like, there's
Played
no
two
way.
games of Ascent. You travelled all this way.
Yeah.
That's tragic. But no, listen, Hector, thank you so much for coming around.
Thank
It's
you.
a pleasure, and I wish you the best in
Thank
Game
you.
2 against the Chargers, which is coming up right now. Just going to go back to a short break again, and we'll be right back with Game 2.
I'm on my prime, I'm feeling like Steph. I get my shot and I promise it's wet. Waited too long, but I told him I'm next. I need my bag, just want me to check. Cable was mine, I ain't taking less. I told them all I'm as real as it gets. Champion shit, dog, I'm cutting the net. I thought I told them I came for my spot. They told me time is like money, that's why I done made it. I sweat it, I'm spending a lot. They never seen the hours I put in to get here. They only just see what I got. I spent my time in the lab all this winter. I sweated the summer is gonna be hot. I cannot lie on this shit. I paid a lot for this shit. They got some money to spend. I got some money to get. I gotta talk on this shit. That's why I told them I'm here. I feel like I'm in the league. I just keep making these hits. Took a little break, but I swear that I'm back. Going ask anybody, put a city on the map. They was trying to call when they sent a contract, but I never reply unless they send it for the max. Everything I said, man, they know it's all facts. Told them if they want a verse, and they go and get text. Told them last year that I'm coming for it all. Go and check the numbers, dog, I'm putting up stats. Yeah. I'm on my prime, I'm feeling like Steph. I get my shot and I promise it's wet. Waited too long, but I told him I'm next. I need my bag, just want me to check. Cable was mine, I ain't taking less. I told them all I'm as real as it gets. Champion shit, dog, I'm cutting the net. Oh my God, I'm just playing with him now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luke, I told him I'm next, shit. Oh my God, I'm just playing with him now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luke, I told him I'm next, shit. I got a ball, I told them I'm here, I'm not waiting for y'all. They hit my phone, but I ignore the call. I got the drive and I see that they stall. I bought a whip and I paid it in cash. Numbers keep growing like what's on the dash. Drive me to Addy, I pull it the maps. Dressed in a white tee, I bought it a Gap. Hitting the gas, he trailing behind. This in his games, but I stay on my grind. I told my fan that we all got me fine. Said I'm a star, that's why they all align. Said I don't rob it like all of these guys. I told them all like a million times. Waiting for me, but they know I'll rob. What I'm doing to y'all, it should be a crime. I told them, oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luke, I told him I'm next, shit. Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't no roses. Whipping a Chevy, I need me to ghost. I need the money for me and my bros. Ice in my veins, I sweat it is froze. They know when it's heat, it's like right out the stove. Way that I'm shooting, they think I'm a pro. I told them so much that they really should know. That's real. Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing the Lexus.
And here we go. We are back for game number 2 of the day. I am back once again from the interview booth, and now back here, joined by the lovely host with the most, Kaiserine. Welcome to the casting booth.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. I'm not quite from the interview booth. I'm actually from back there. I was watching.
I can't
the
say
last
I'm
game.
jealous, but
No, it was a good. It was a good game.
it was a really tense game.
Yeah, hopefully, I'm looking forward to. We still have 2 more games here of the day, so hopefully the next 2 are just as close. There's a lot of points on the line. 2 more points up for grabs for these teams.
Definitely true. And Grizzlies off to a very strong start. 3 points clear. Strafford's 1. Chargers still yet to pick one up, but it hasn't stopped them in the past, and it definitely won't stop them this time.
Chargers do still have 2 games to play today, so
They
they
do
have
indeed.
the
Let's give
possibility
it a
to
chance,
take 2 games
but-
home. Maybe we'll see.
Maybe, but then this could also be Grizzlies to end strong on a note with all 4 wins.
Yeah, no, I mean that's true. They looked strong that last game.
Almost threw it away a little bit, but
No, it's
we won't
it's
talk
for
about
it's
that.
entertainment. It's entertainment.
Definitely.
It's for the plot. But yeah,
Even if I
mean,
did scream to check their corners. But anyway, hopefully I won't need to do that again. Hopefully they've learned their lesson. But going into game 2, it will be the Grizzlies going up once again, this time against the Chargers. And we can confirm they will be playing on Ascent again.
So I mean that's one thing to take into consideration. They already kind of warmed up on this map. They just practiced it. I mean, do you think going into this game that gives them an advantage, or do you think they're just kind of like worn out? They just played, maybe not as fresh. What do you think?
Yeah, but this could be their detriment as well. Having to go on Ascent again, the feeling of deja vu of Groundhog's Day and whatever,
No, I mean that's true. That's true. And then you also have to
Okay,
think.
back to back, and you can see the love pouring in for the Chargers right there. Still, any love for the Grizzlies? 2 people, got you. Thank you. They're making the voices heard, but no, absolutely no love for the Grizzlies tonight.
No.
But
I don't know. The Chargers look pretty locked in there. But I mean, Grizzlies coming off of that win, definitely look comfortable. They look calm right now. They know they just won on this map.
Yeah.
Going up on this map again. It looks like, I mean, they don't look to be nervous or sweating. They look.
no, I was
pretty
speaking to Hector
comfortable.
earlier there. He seems very confident. The MVP clearly.
Yeah.
Seems very confident just to go around again, get that extra point, and end day 1 on a very strong note.
I mean, Valorant is such a mental game, and so to be able to take that kind of mental fortitude into the next game, I think is huge. So coming off of one, going into the next one, you don't want to be overconfident, but yeah, I mean, it sounds like they're ready, but Chargers,
Yep.
these players haven't been here on the main stage yet. This is their first game. Of course, they'll be playing Strathers next, so, I think there's just a little bit of anticipation getting into the server, right?
Yep. We were talking about this earlier. A lot of fresh faces in the. There we go. They're very happy to be here. All the fans, lovely. Anyway, as I was saying, a lot of new fresh faces onto the stage, and we were talking about how most of these players have never played on the stage before like this. Nerves can kick in, but speaking to them face to face off the camera, they seem absolutely not phased at all by it. They're thriving.
Yeah.
Which is what you love to see.
You do love to see it, and I think that's what's so fun about an event like Battle for Glasgow is that it's a big event, but it's also like comfortable. There's that comfortability. You're playing against these teams, right, that are from your home city, right? You know these players, you know your opponents, you know your team, and so like what a fun event, especially kicking off the end of last semester, to just get in and it's almost like scrims in a huge environment.
Yeah, no, definitely. And it's a lot different to how I remember this starting, which was 12 drunken idiots in one room. But, long forbid we have come so far right now, and it's just absolutely mind-blowing.
I mean, when you think about, like, the OG LAN parties you used to have, what is this but a giant LAN party?
Sorry, what was that?
A LAN, like a LAN party. Like
Yeah.
Your friends all get together, y'all bring your PCs together, and you're playing on LAN. But now, it's like on a stage.
It's
you
very
know?
calm. It's very civilized.
You don't even
and-
have to bring in your own PC. They're already set up.
Yeah, I know. It's great.
It's like
Minus the tech issues, but that's been there since day one. So that's not really different. But hopefully we can get game 2 with 0 tech issues this time around. Obviously that was an issue in the last game, but that seemed to be to the detriment of the Strather right there. It was them who had the tech issues, and yeah.
Well,
with
I
a
mean,
short intermission, they just never recovered.
I don't think it's Valorant EMEA without some sort of tech issue, right?
No, definitely.
And
not.
ours definitely a lot shorter than what they've been having on the big stage. So
It's
fingers
not-
crossed it stays that way.
Yeah, it's not repeated the last 2 years. We'll take that. God, we remember the Kahoot quiz in 2013. But 2013, 2023. Oh my goodness, I'm still tongue-tied. But I'm just excited to be here.
I'm excited to be here. It might be a little bit of excitement and of course a lot of bit of Red Bull. Have you tried the Juneberry flavor?
I've not actually. I need to get a wee taster on that
Well,
one.
if there's any left, this is my 4th of the day. So
If one of the lovely stagehands would like to grab me one, but no one saw that, that's fine. But anyways,
That's crazy.
so going into game 2, what's your predictions, score-wise?
I mean, it's hard not to say that the Grizzlies could take this, right? They were comfortable. They just got off that win, but it was a close game, and I think, I mean, look how excited the Chargers are, right? They're ready. They're antsy. I think they're going to have that adrenaline, and it looks like they have that confidence. So I think they're going to really give the Grizzlies a run for their money. And I know the Chargers they really want to put a point on the board here, right? Returning champions, and right, to see that you don't want to leave day one without a point, right?
Yeah.
So I think there's a little bit more in the line for them, and I think they're ready to prove everyone wrong.
Yeah, no, definitely. There's a lot to play for here. Grizzlies coming very strong to end a reign of the Chargers winning year and year again. Last year, Chargers.
Well,
bounced
actually,
back.
wait, just last year, right? Because the Grizzlies won the 2 years before that, right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So for the first 2 years, it was the Chargers. Then it was the Grizzlies that ended that dry spell.
No. It was the Grizzlies the Chargers that ended the Grizzlies. No.
Yeah.
The
No,
Grizz.
we're throwing
I'm-
ourselves off track here.
Too much Red Bull, man.
It's the Red Bull kicking
Okay,
in.
I just know that both of these two teams do have a Battle for Glasgow crown under their belts. And I think
See
they
if
both
I
won
can
another.
be sneaky about this. We'll go with that. Beautiful heist to the century right there. Anyway, as we were saying,
Nobody knows what
yeah.
just happened, and it's going to stay that way.
thank God it weren't panned to us, but how lovely of them to finally send me a can of these
Oh
Blue
my-
Edition.
It just crazy how it just spawned in right here.
It's incredible. And the camera is still not picking it up, but my God, that is actually really nice.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, I think I have a new favorite. And here
It's
we go.
good. No,
the
it's
lineup's
good.
right
It's
there.
good.
Grizzlies and the Chargers all lined up.
Now-
Not really any changes made for the Grizzlies.
Well, here's a question though. Do you think that the Grizzlies are going to play the same comp that they just played? It's the same map. What do you think?
It's the same map, but as I was speaking to them earlier, they expect this game to be a lot tougher than how they went against the Straffers. But as well, first game ended very evenly, almost going into overtime. So you got to imagine they got to stay grounded and not be confident.
Right.
I mean, confidence is key. It's good to have, but not to be too
Confidence is good, but
Yes.
once you start to get a little bit cocky and a little bit sloppy, that's when it kind of starts to get too much, right? So you want to make sure you still stay grounded. And I mean, that is something to bring up, right? And you did have a conversation with them. But if they think this is going to be a tougher matchup, that last matchup was close. I mean, it was pretty close.
Got some love for the mascots there. Shame there's no wingman about. He was sitting there earlier, but where is he?
I don't know, doing
Do you miss
wingman
him?
thing. Planting Spike, maybe.
Maybe.
Could be planting Spike right now.
Do you think we might get a gecko this round?
I hope so.
I hope so as
I
well.
think Wingman hopes so.
I'm waiting for the brimstone. I'm still adamant that I will get it.
Do you think so? Or do you think they've heard you and now they're just to spite you?
I really hope they do. And I really hope they do the thing that I hope that they can do. And if they do it, then I will literally go up and hug whoever does it. But
We got some more mascots here
got
too
more
for good
mascots
luck.
ready for play. Valorant for Glasgow really bringing out everybody here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a fun event because yeah, you want to win, but there's a lot of pride on the line for any of these games, right?
Oh, definitely.
It's like bragging rights, and I think that's the like number one thing you take away from this. Like, yeah, there's MVPs, but really, if you can brag and you have this, the thing is, the next BFG is not for another year.
Yeah.
You have a whole year of bragging rights.
It's bragging rights for a whole year, and as a former player in the Battle for Glasgow series, it is a good honour to have, from a winner's perspective. But sadly, when I left, that was when the decline started to kick in and Grizzlies seemed to overtake.
Maybe
I'm
it was you.
not signing on for a third degree. No chance.
No, but so what you're saying is you're actually just the GOAT. That's what you're saying.
Clearly, yeah.
That's what
I
I'm
was
hearing.
saying former Radiant player right here for a whole 10 seconds, but anyway.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, no, definitely.
No, yeah.
Like I said, do so bad in Iron, you work your way back to the top. So.
Well, what you know about Iron?
Hmm?
I said, what you know about Iron?
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully, I won't know about Iron again, but you know what? If it happens, it was meant to be.
It was meant to be.
I actually haven't done any placements here in EU yet, so.
Oh, I have not touched any of my placements yet. I am still too scared.
I've never been placed on my
You've never
EU
been
account.
placed?
Not on my EU account.
Hmm?
Not on my EU account.
Oh.
The time
And
to do
your
it.
NA account?
We don't talk about
Yeah, well, it's the NA. Of course, we don't talk about it.
that. I'm here to yap. I'm not here to play. So.
Fair enough. We're here to vibe, and that is what we're.
That's what
saying
we're
not to
doing.
Do.
We're signing up to vibe.
Yeah,
But I mean, that does kind of bring up a good point. Obviously, I'm excited to be sitting here with you to,
Oh, yeah,
to cast some
absolutely.
fun games. But I mean, do you miss being a competitor?
Bits and pieces. Valorant definitely wasn't around in our time, and yeah, I'm kind of thankful it wasn't, because if I've proven anything from the charity match 2 years ago, yeah, I'm not cut out for games like this. However,
You gotta lock in. You gotta lock in.
I gotta lock in, yeah, but I did cook a little bit, I guess, but no, I do miss my prime and my heyday as a league player, sadly, but
I mean, hey,
against
still a riot
competition-
game, right?
Hmm?
Still a riot game.
Yeah, still a riot game technically, but just not the same, sadly.
Sadly. Well, I mean, I think I got some exciting news, and that's that we do have League of Legends coming up tomorrow, I know.
Oh my goodness, so it is.
It
is tomorrow.
It is. So you should be excited about that. But I'm so glad you're here for Valorant with me today. Obviously, no bias there. And it looks like, those of you just saw the schedule, a little sneak peek. Also, Overwatch 2. Shouldn't be a surprise for any of you who are following us on our socials. And I've heard there's even a special guest coming tomorrow.
I do believe there is.
Another special guest. We just got done talking to Clove earlier today.
And here we go. We seem to be
Oh,
getting
finally,
locked
Agent
into
Select.
Ascent. The Chargers will be defending first. And we can see the lineups right there. It's very similar approaches from last time. We are getting a Clove, potentially.
Well, I'm actually not sure if any of these are going to be the agents they're locking in, because it looks like someone's game might be broken. They might have to remake
Yep.
this, and I think...
And there we go. Player 5, welcome to the team.
Welcome in player 5. And of course, you don't want to give away your strats too soon, so I'm not sure if we can confidently say that these are the agents that are going to lock in. But even though we're just hovering agents right now, I do see Clove over there on the attacker side, and we were just getting done talking about how we actually had the opportunity to have the voice actor of Clove. I was in Edinburgh.
Not
Edinburgh
Cloves,
too long.
Clove.
There were so many closes. Yeah, no, the voice actor of Clove actually came here and did a little meet and greet.
They were lovely,
They
yeah.
were so lovely. They signed some autographs. They did a little Q&A session with us. So those of you who missed that, make sure you go back in the VOD and watch, because that was a really, really fun thing we have. And tomorrow, when we have Overwatch 2, actually, we have the voice actor of Hazard coming in.
Yeah. And I'm going to pretend I know what Hazard is as somebody who does not follow Overwatch, but
Well, I guess you just have to wait for tomorrow then.
I guess I'll need to tune in tomorrow and see.
You have
or
to.
play
You
it
have to.
after tonight is finished. We'll see.
I think you should. I think everyone who hasn't touched Overwatch 2 in a while should go home and should play it and get ready for tomorrow because I think it's
I mean,
gonna
I'll
be really
try,
fun.
but I can't guarantee
That's all you
anything
can
good.
do. That's all you can do sometimes is try.
And that's all that matters at the end of
That's
the
all
day.
that matters. That's what I tell myself when I play games is, did I try my best? I'm just a girl.
Yeah.
I'm just a girl.
I
So,
sadly wish I could use that excuse, but my philosophy is,
I think you can.
I mean, I can try. If I
And
believe
that's-
hard enough.
That's it. You can
Yeah.
try.
I can
Full
try.
circle.
I was going to say my philosophy is more, it's not about being good, it's not about getting good, it's about praying that the enemy is worse than you are.
No,
And
you're so
that-
right about that.
Hmm?
You are so right about that.
I mean, it works to a degree.
Gaslight.
Doesn't work
Just
anymore.
gaslight yourself.
That-
Ultimate gaslight.
That's how I get through life. Anyways, hopefully we can get back into the game sessions right here. As you can see.
Yeah. No, I mean, hopefully soon, but I'd rather these tech issues happen at the beginning versus, waiting until halfway through. So fingers crossed we're getting all that bad karma out because I have a feeling this is going to be a very, very good matchup.
It will be.
Really want to make sure that all these teams are able to fully lock in and keep that focus because, like you said, I mean, we just came off of that last game. I mean, and no, not too close. We've seen closer games here at BFG, but I mean, relatively close, right? And then they're saying, I think this might be a tougher matchup. I mean, I think this game has the potential to go the distance because if UOG are able to, keep their mental up because they look good right now and they're feeling good. They just won. They just
And
put
they
a point on the
definitely
board.
should feel good, especially after today. Strong 3 wins so far. They can end on a strong note right here. And that sets them comfortably going into day 2, sorry. And then after you continue that streak, day 3 can just be a breezer.
Yeah. And again, I mean, we talked about the mentality of it, and we're saying, look, Chargers are ready to get into the server, ready to put a point on the board. But then, how much do you think is weighing on their minds that, hey, like, we don't have any points yet. It's on us right now because we don't want to kind of have that gap widen. Only 3 more games after today to really earn those points. So you want to make sure you're putting as many as you can on the board. And as a returning champ, right? You want to take that crown back. You don't want.
Yeah, exactly. You've
Don't
earned
let
that
someone
crown.
take
You
it
need to
from
defend
you.
it.
King of the hill. Stay on top of the hill.
Exactly. Especially with Grizzlies losing their streak last year. They're very hungry to get it this year. And I was saying earlier, Strathclyde yet to win one.
Yeah.
Once. But I believe they could pull off an upset this year.
Yeah,
As a Charger, it does make me burn inside saying
To
that.
say
but
that out loud.
Yeah, fingers crossed. But I believe they could have the potential to be an upset this year. They've already got 1 point on the boards. They can end strong with 1.
Yeah. Still time to put one more on right there in this next game after that. And I mean, like you said, it's very much Strather's year to win. It's their turn to win. Everyone else has had a chance to hold the crown, to wear the crown, except for the Strathers. And we've seen good mechanics from them. They look, when you compare them to UOG last game, yes, they weren't able to take it, but they put a lot of points up. And so, after kind of seeing how this GCU UOG game goes, I mean, I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We haven't even gotten into the server for this game yet. But
No, we have not.
I mean, yeah, and I'm excited. And the Rocket League matches were pretty close today as well.
They were very close. I mean, 2 games going into overtime. That was intense.
Oh yeah, no.
And you can, wow. Speaking, not my friend today. I was going to say, if you remember from the previous years, from the overtime games we had for CS, the energy in this place.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, it was.
Yeah,
I still haven't recovered from it.
Oh my gosh, yeah, no, the CS games are fun. It's a shame that we don't have the teams for Counter-Strike this year.
It is a shame, so they put me on
But-
Valorant instead today. But anyways, I'm more than happy to be here for it. So
I would hope so.
yeah,
It'd be
no.
A little uncomfortable to sit next to you for a whole match
Fa-
and you didn't want to be
thank
here.
God, thank God the cameras didn't pick up that death stare you just gave me. But anyways,
I don't know what you're talking about.
no, definitely not. Please put the knife away from my throat. But
What?
guys are ringing out for blood. Anyways, You know,
They're not gonna let me back here.
I'm just here for vibes, man. That's all. But anyways, going into game 2, do you have any score predictions? Because me and MDK, we were both off this for game 1. Game 2,
I think Chargers win 13-9.
13-9 to the Chargers. Interesting.
What do you think?
Oh, I'm going Chargers as well, but I'm gonna go for 13-6 approach.
13-6.
13-6.
Ooh.
Grizzlies did admit this will be a tougher game, but who knows? We've seen stronger upsets.
I mean, 13-6 would be a tough game. 13-9 would still be a tough game too.
13-9 is still tough. I mean,
Maybe they'll prove us wrong though.
could be. I mean, all the advantage in the world with them defending first again. I lost what I was going to say there. And here we go as we get back into the game finally. And we get the lineups there.
Alright.
Chargers, 2 duelists, 1 controller, 2 controllers, 1 sentinel. And you can see the love and support for all of them.
Already chanting. They weren't in that first match earlier today, so this is their
definitely not.
first
All
time
quiet,
in the server.
but all points ahead for GCU right here.
First blood of the match going to Sunless here, and of course that's going to be Spike. Now they know where it is. They're going to have to pick up Dr. Yoki.
And we can see that they have definitely listened to us on the commentary booth, as we now have a bit of an overlay, thank God. There we go.
I feel like you guys were kind of nerfed last time, but
yeah.
Luckily I have it. Shots coming
It's
out.
a
Charuz finds one. Ooh, looks for another one. Judge is going to dash out just in time, and look at this repositioning. 4 bullets. Can't quite find it, and now all down to 1. Will GCU be able to put this first one? It's a 1v3, but Tony Soprano.
My favorite soprano. Love that show. Anyway. I would say. Anyway, GCU with the defense on point. Gets the nice pick off Mesa. That's one of their aces down. 1 on 2 now.
Lots of
Killjoy
places
and the
to
Sova.
clear. Timer's running out, but they know now with the Sova dart, and of course also that turret. They know exactly where the last
and
two are,
had
but
to
just
reload.
can't find shots that are going to hit.
He knows it's done. Oh, and they hate that. Oh, they absolutely hate that. My God. Yeah, strong start from the Grizzlies.
Look
right
at this.
there.
Oh my gosh. I actually thought Charuz here, right? I mean, that was tough, but at least found 2. And of course, unfortunately,
Caught
for
with a
Tony,
reload. It's a rookie mistake again. But
that's okay. It's just pistol. Just
yeah,
pistol
it's
round.
fine. It's all good in the hood, don't you worry. But Grizzlies, once again, starting off strong with another first round victory. That's 3 for 3 so far.
You know, and I think pistol rounds are so important, right? You win the first pistol, you can buy up. You should win the second one pretty easily.
Especially with that economy boost.
Yeah, and then right? Let's say it follows the normal format. You win pistol, you win the second, your opponents win the third. But that's still 2 extra rounds there. You're able to put on the board. It's so important, especially when they're saying, hey, this is a tougher matchup.
Yeah.
You want kind of that buffer of rounds if you're able to get it. And they were, especially as an attacker, right? You want to put as many rounds as you can on your attacking side because, I mean, it's a sign. And we're kind of defaulting back to, right, neither of these teams are quite playing the old meta, but I think we're starting to see those old strats kind of fall back into play.
And it's good to see those old strats come into play. You know, they're not conforming to what is the meta, they're sticking to what they know, and it's good. You're sticking to what you know, what is safe, and you're not throwing any risk here, which in competitive play like this is what you need to have.
Oh yeah, 100%. And you need to be comfortable on the agents that you are choosing, and so I think like when you're looking to set a comp for any team, you have to take that into account. You have to consider, hey, who are we comfortable on? What can we do? And it is exciting. Like, I'm excited to see Phoenix come out. You know, I think hasn't quite been in the meta for a while, right? But sometimes you do see teams kind of pull them out on certain maps, and I think it's fun. and fresh.
Mm.
We got the ISO, of course, there on the other side, right?
Yep. There we go. And as you see, lined up once again. We'll talk about more about the agent selection right here. Mostly the same of what we've been used to seeing, but now 2 Killjoys in the same map, 2 Silvas, 2 Jets. The addition of a Phoenix as well. Not very often you see that. And an ISO as well. Shonky picked off right there. Sharu's with the pick on Mesa. That's going to be a strong advantage going into this one.
Yeah,
Grizzlies. Bit of a calmed and relaxed approach now. Gotta wonder what they're gonna do.
I mean, it's tough, right? You know that there's this difference in economy here, and you have to work around that, but it looks like...
Oh, that's true. I completely forgot about that. Grizzlies have the economy advantage.
They have the economy, they have the guns, and look, they...
Need to be careful, though.
I mean, look, rotating over to B side, GCU doesn't quite have the read, although they should know soon that, hey, we're not seeing anything towards A. It looks like we see nothing mid, and as time starts to kind of tick down, they're going to get the read. Wash here is going to be the first one to find it with a good shot there, but not going to do much damage. It's a lot of utility coming out, and again, remember, they only have pistols to work with. It's a little bit harder to defend when you don't quite have the weapons.
Sunless taking down Izan with a lovely pick. Rick's going for the plant. Again, information be thrown about left, right, and center. Grizzlies 4-2 right here.
One enemy remaining.
It's all up to Sharu's right here to kick it off with Sheriff in hand.
Look, just
but
looking to
he's
isolate
outnumbered
some of these.
vastly, and not really much he can do in that situation. He's backing off. Might be the sensible approach right here. Gonna have to give it away, but picked off by Riggs. Grizzlies, once again, take the first 2 rounds.
I mean, you have to die there.
Nah, you have to.
You have to die there.
It's a difficult situation to be in.
But
4-on-1.
you know, I mean, you have to die there for your economy, but you know, right, that maybe you can die to spike. Look for exits. Unfortunately, I don't think Sharu's quite. Even though they were going to already be
Sharu's just unfortunately caught off.
picked out. Yeah, but did find one in the run. And you know what? One gun is still a chip away at the economy. Now, GCU able to buy.
Still bearing with light shields, so not really much room to work with, but
that should
Grizzlies
mean
need
that
to
they
be
have
careful going into round 3. We saw from the first game, win the first 2 rounds, yes, but afterwards you seem to train to drop the ball off. There you go, right there. Nice trade, 1-for-1 right there. Almost dropping crazy. Needs to get out of a
The fact that you're Jet and you're able to dash out is crazy. Only 19 HP to your name, but it doesn't matter. Fight here in tree, and they're going to be able to go. It's a lot of space that was taken.
Getting that ISO down. Lovely to see. And 2-3 once again. Very controlled approach. Grizzlies learning a lot from the last game. Trying not to be reckless and just being more careful. And in these situations, you gotta be. And you can see maybe going for a retake right here. But that Killjoy util is still up. That can give away information, and it does. We know they're going for B now. And Tony Soprano, beautiful. 1-1 now. Catfat versus Shonky. Spike is going to go down.
30 seconds left.
And there we go. It's a 1-on-1 situation.
40 seconds left for that turret, but still has 2 mollies that are able to be put in play. That's a tough position to be in, but Chonky doesn't know where Catfat is, right? There's a lot of time you can't
Catfat needs to be careful. She has no util to play with. Need to be careful. And unfortunately not able to get anything off the flash right there. And needs to pick up now. This Mike is fastening up. Shonky, you need to make a play here. What's it going to be? And no, unfortunately no. Catfat waited her time. And beautiful.
Beautifully played, beautifully
Grizzlies free. Charges 0.
That was an expensive round for both teams, but really, really well played there.
Bit costly for the Chargers right there. Obviously having to buy up, but
I mean,
those light shields did come to a detriment for them. But hopefully they can recover in the next round.
I mean, you can kind of see, right, we're watching both of these teams, but I think they're still trying to find their footing in this game. This play here from Tony, though, unfortunately wasn't able to find that third there, but good reposition. They had heard that voice.
Oh, you can definitely hear that, yep.
Oh, we're doing too much for the jump.
Still hear the jump a little bit. Good getting some intel like this.
Chargers able to get some intel off. You know they're trying for a mid approach, but unfortunately not.
Ooh.
Recon drone was given away on A side, so they know they're playing to one side. The Grizzlies being cautious, not throwing anything off. It's gonna get very ugly right here. Oh, Sharouz with a nice pick. Unfortunately, gets taken off. Riggs with the cleanup. Oh my days.
Oh, sees the gun, and Watch is going to be able to pick up Eisen, but unfortunately.
One-on-one situation here. Who's going to take the win?
Oh,
unfortunately, we won't be able to get to see, but Riggs takes it. Yeah. Oh, Grizzlies. So strong. 4-0. This tougher game they were talking about. I think it means nothing.
I think that was a little bit of gaslighting to us,
Yeah.
right? Especially on your attacking half here on Ascent. Although that being said, I mean, I think they do have a pretty attack-sided comp when you think about that ISO. But yeah, I mean, just the way they're playing, I anticipate they should still be good when we switch sides. And I mean, just the fact that you're able to kind of get that buffer of rounds here pretty early on. I mean, they're looking good. They're looking strong. They just came off of a win on this map. And
they did, and they seem to be breaking their curse from the first game, which is even better, what you love to see. Chargers with a lovely pick on mid. Unfortunately, did give away some information right there with the ult, but Grizzlies wasting no time whatsoever this time, unlike them. But this could be ugly. Okay, with the plant, and Spike will go down. Grizzlies looking absolutely very dominant in here, and they make a play right here. Unfortunately, getting nice trades. 2-on-3 situation right here. Grizzlies keep going. And Grizzlies drop. Chargers finally welcome back, and they will take that 4-1 now.
no, that was well played, and you could kind of see in the decision making, right? That op pick early on was good. You know, a Jet with an op here on Ascent is definitely something. Look at that beautiful, beautiful shot. And it just came kind of down to positioning and playing. They played together. They played off. They were able to trade. And that's how you want to play. You want to be able to play together, because some of these retakes we saw earlier was just pushing in one by one, and you need to play together. That win should, that last round win should feel good here for the Chargers, and hopefully they're able to kind of just catapult off that, of course. Now, UOG knows that op is still in play. They're going to be a little bit afraid of mid, but
it's all up for grabs on mid. It's just whether you can pull it off very quickly. You can tell as well from the scoreboard right there. Grizzlies all very even in their approach. But Sunless is not worried about some ISO tomfoolery right there.
He's on the utility, and it's going to be able to find ISO. That's two with
beautiful
the up.
play.
Don't peek mid.
And oh my days, Grizzlies getting picked off and caught in the wrong situation. Eisen with the recovery.
They know.
That's unfortunate. Sharouz unfortunately dropped off, but 3-2 right here.
That was good positioning though, right?
It was good positioning, just unfortunate bad timing.
Coming around back, finds one.
You saw the hesitation right there, but Eisen with the teleport, getting the hell out of there. Beautiful. Spike will go down on B side, and yep, it's a 3-on-1 situation.
A little bit of play it money, and of course, when you're able to use that ultimate.
Chargers need to bounce back fast.
Yeah, you know that they're going to have to start rotating in, and you can be a little bit more aggressive with your positioning when you're in a 1v3. Now just 2 more to work with, and look at that. Here's those footsteps. Here's, of course, that Jet utility. They're going to start looking. They have to isolate. The knives come out. They don't quite find contact. Eisen, here's that up shot, finds one, knows where the last one is, but it's gonna peek it before that spike is tapped. Wash gonna put that second round on the board here.
That was incredibly close right there. I was gripping my seat. My God, that was very much almost a comeback of the century there from Eisen. Despite being 2 down at the very start. But yeah, that was a beautiful teleport away, beautiful spike placement. Almost stole that one right there, and you can see Sharouz unfortunately got caught in the crossfire right there.
But that's what you have to do. You have to play together. When these teams are playing together, they're doing well. I love what Eisen was able to do right there. Wasn't quite able to finish it up, I think. But you know that they're on the pressure. They have to defuse that spike. You have a little bit of time to work with. Ultimate coming out from Dr. Yoki, finds one, and trades, of course, coming out both sides. It's UOG still in that man advantage.
It was unfortunate timing for the Jet right there, just being caught by the intel and then just picked off right there. But again.
Ooh, they're going to walk right into Sunless, finds one, going to reload. Oh, but misses that second op shot. Eisen there's going to find
Eisen's stealing my
Sunless.
heart right here. And Grizzlies.
That might just be the Red Bull.
That's a close second. Anyways.
Spike planted.
Spike will go down once again. And Eisen dropped off Shunky with the pick.
Oh, the Killjoy though coming
Riggs
out.
down.
It's going to be tough to work with. But they're going to find Cat back.
And you can hear the love for the Grizzlies, for the Chargers. And you can, they are making their team loud and proud right there.
The
fans are hyped up.
Out.
Alan, I love you. Anyways, there we go. Chargers coming back. 3 points clear. 4-3. This is the fight that you love to see. This is the fight you want to see. Maybe this is the tougher game that the Grizzlies were expecting after all.
Yeah, I mean, the Grizzlies, I think early on looked so strong, but I think also it was just GCU taking a little bit of time to warm up to the game, get back into it, because once they started getting those reads, they looked pretty strong, and we know that op is still in play.
That's dropped off immediately by Sunless once again. He was just absolutely ruthless on that op. And Riggs also picked off right there. Chargers looking very strong in defense right now.
Looks like it's going to be classic KJ versus KJ here over on the B site.
Spike down.
Yoki down.
One enemy
5-1. Oh. And it's not looking good for the Grizzlies right now.
No, they know also exactly where Killjoy's coming from because of that turret find earlier on. They're just trying to hide, but Sunless is going to find them.
Tease it. There we go. 4-4. Chargers have bounced back. And will be going to another tech break again. This is looking promising.
Yeah, unfortunately, a player
Unfortunately,
well, it depends what side you're on.
Oh, I get it. Hosts have to be impartial, I see.
Yeah, unfortunately, we are going to go into another tech pause. It looked like someone might have disconnected. Unfortunately, it happened after damage had been done, so I don't think we're going to be able to have a round rollback on that.
No, it's been a very interesting game so far. Very 4-0, 4 to each. Neither side really giving a disadvantage. But
no, I mean, I think both of these teams have been playing well. We kind of saw that streak that UOG was on, and it was almost maybe we're the ones cursing it, because I feel like earlier on when we said, oh, yeah, the Chargers are going to win, right? UOG just put all those rounds on. And then when we said, oh, no, they were gaslighting us, I think the Grizzlies got it. Chargers started winning. So maybe we should just keep our mouth shut.
I refuse to, and you will not be able to make me. But anyways.
That's true. That is our job, is to yap a little bit.
Well, it's a very close game so far. And it'll be very interesting to see how the game will end now. Looking forward. And especially with this tech break, as we fix everything in place, you gotta imagine there's gotta be some words thrown about. Grizzlies will definitely be having a word very similar to the game one, where they go, right, what's going on here? And then Chargers will definitely be having a word going. Are those cans of soup? Sorry, I've just been thrown off completely.
Gamer juice, maybe.
Yeah, but like,
soup,
what soup is it?
Maybe it was red.
Is it red? That still could be anything.
I think it's tomato soup, maybe beef stew. a good old classic like stroganoff.
I mean, not the gamer food of choice, I would assume.
What is your gamer food of choice? Like, what helps you lock in?
Oh, I'm a sucker for Reese's Pieces.
That really like helps you lock in.
Oh no, not clock in, no. Just whenever I feel sad. But you know, that's different. You know, whenever I feel sad in game, that's
In game?
like
You
end
reach
game.
yourself
I honestly don't have a food of choice for when it comes to.
Wait, cream of tomato soup from
You know what?
Tesco.
Oh, I can get behind it. That's fine. That's all
I
fair.
said. I told
Shout
you it
out
was
to the
tomatoes.
cameraman for the focus. My G. He did not hear me. Anyway.
Are they open? Do you think we're gonna see?
No,
them?
they're closed. But no, you
Maybe
never-
now would be the time to crack one open. I think.
I don't know if I want to see that.
Wait,
really-
you don't have to see it. It's not for you. You're not the one playing. You're not the one who needs it.
You're making me feel less special here. Yeah.
Well, then maybe you need some Reese's Pieces.
Somebody get them real quick. But no, what is your gamer food of choice?
My gamer food of choice. You know, I think chips and salsa always taste good.
Any particular flavor?
Of chip
Yeah.
or tortilla with salsa.
Cool.
Maybe like a nice pico. Not as
Alright.
messy. The problem is when you play, you have crumbs. Sometimes I eat Takis and I'll put gloves on, so that way when it's my turn, I take the glove off and then I
Takis
can
any
game.
good?
Or Takis.
Are they any good? Never had one.
I like them. They're spicy, and I don't do spicy food very well, so it's like I have a couple and then I have an entire bottle of water, which maybe is a cheat code to drinking more water. And I think when you drink more water, you play better. So it could just be like a full circle moment.
Hydration is key, as they say.
Hydration is key.
Lesson I never learned, but
No, me neither. But you know what? A bag of Takis might fix that. It does for me.
I guess I need to go shopping after Battle for Glasgow.
You
Day
can go
one.
to Tesco. Maybe you can pick up some creamy tomato soup.
Do Tesco sell it?
Well, they sell creamy
Oh,
tomato
I'll
soup.
go find out, I guess. Well, now I've got food recommendations to go afterwards. Maybe I'll find a new gamer food. We'll
Maybe.
see.
I need a new gamer. Do you have a gamer drink other than
I
Red
mean-
Bull, of course?
I mean, other than Red Bull. Weirdly, pineapple juice.
Pineapple juice.
Yeah, I don't know why. It just hits the spot.
I like tea. Tea for me is gamer juice.
What kind of tea?
Any kind. I'm not very picky. Hot, iced, sweet,
Fair. I can get
Arizona
behind that.
green tea. That's gamer juice for me. A lot of caffeine. Lots of caffeine in Red Bull as well. What is your favorite Red Bull flavor?
Ooh,
This Juneberry
Juneberry
flavor
is
is like
creeping
actually
up on me
it's
right there.
really good. It's really good. I like I think it's the elderflower flavor, the green ones, the summer flavor from last year. That's really good as well.
The white one that they did, what was it, coconut and something else. One of those.
I've
So-
been told that the new pink flavor is actually quite good. I haven't had a chance to try it yet,
I haven't had a chance either.
but pink, BFG pink, could be the
Yeah,
move.
maybe.
Could be the move.
If there's some kicking about, then I will be sure to get a taste. But
Well, I think the color of this Juneberry actually is pink.
is it? So it is.
So I guess this counts as pink Red Bull.
We really are getting the Battle for Glasgow colours, blue and pink. It's
Battle for Scotland and Battle for Glasgow.
yeah. It's beautiful to see.
Well, I mean, do you want to let's talk about what we have going on in the game here, because it's still early game. I would say very much, and it seems like both of these teams kind of had like a good stretch, but now that we've had we have this tech pause, we have this break going on. What do you think? I mean, both teams kind of also have this chance to like take a break, take things slow. Obviously, the Grizzlies started off pretty strong, and the Chargers able to pick things up. I mean, what do you think the Grizzlies have to change to kind of go back to what they were doing?
Like they definitely have to be in a bit more of a, I wouldn't say really controlled approach, because that's really what they've been doing so far. But they started off so strong, and then I guess the overconfidence is kicking in a little bit, and Chargers are taking advantage of it. because you know when you get too confident, that's when you start to make careless rookie mistakes, and you saw that in the last game as well. You know, get a wee bit too overconfident, you forget the basics that you know you would get grounded at every day if you were playing ranked. You know, checking your corners, checking for intel, stuff like that. I think for the Grizzlies that you know you've taken 4 losses in a row right there, despite having won the first 4. You know, you're showing that you're even ground right now. So you know, just take what you can, take advantage. You did see some ults pop off right there, but as for the Chargers, however, I'd say they're really on a real strong approach. They're rotating quickly, they're getting good picks, especially with the AWP Sunless, you know, absolutely proving that you can hit those shots easily. You just need to keep at it.
As a former competitor, in you know, we get it. Tech pauses happen in every game. It's just inevitable. What do you do? Like, what do you stay locked in? Do you kind of go over what just happened, or are you like, you know what, this is our chance to kind of like decompress, play a little rock paper scissors maybe, and just kind of like forget about it until we lock back in?
No, it's good that the Chargers are having their moments of decompressing and just, you know, blowing steam off in the form of like rock paper scissors right there. It might sound stupid, it might seem silly, but it's working best for them. And you know, you do need those breathers of just going, especially in high tense situations like this. You need breathers like this, because if you get in your own head, that's when you start to panic. When one domino falls, the rest fall into place, and yeah, you just can't throw anything away. And you can see right here, look, I just want to see the victory right here.
Oh.
Very competitive, very close.
Oh.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Are you good at rock paper scissors? Are you
Sorry?
good at rock paper scissors?
I mean, if you want to throw down real quick.
Are you want to throw down?
Yeah.
All right.
What we bet?
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh, rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh, let's go!
I will never.
I'll take that.
recover
I'll
from
take
this.
that.
Rematch.
Should I quit while I'm ahead? I kind of. All right, best of 3.
All right. Okay. Fine.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
All right. One apiece.
Okay.
This
all
is
right.
even.
This is it.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Ready?
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Ah! No!
Why are you putting me? I won. Alan, where are you?
But more importantly, I won.
My one supporter is not here.
I
That's
won
sad.
the first one, and everyone knows. Everyone knows that the rest were just like consolation matches for you.
Exactly what a loser would say.
That's crazy.
But
That's crazy.
no, it is well deserved.
I let you win, and this is how you treat me.
Eh? You let me win. How dare you?
I
won fair and square.
All right. I'll see you in the server, buddy.
Yeah, I bet you will. 1-on-1, 1v1. The silence says it all. She's too scared.
I am too scared.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
We could do a rock paper scissors tournament here at BFG.
Oh my god, can we do that? We should be doing that instead of a tech pause. Just get up on stage and just get random people just to do rock, paper, scissors.
Random people or
Yeah.
like
Oh,
locked
just
in,
random people, like players against.
locked in viewers.
Yeah, like winner gets a can of Red Bull or something. I reckon
Winner,
that could be.
winner gets a can of Red Bull. Wait.
We'll
I'll
name-
stop throwing. I'll stop throwing my games.
Nice. We'll name it rightfully after the real winner. It'll be the Zanzi Cup or something like that. But
The Zanzi Cup.
yeah, I can make it happen.
Yeah. Okay.
I hope.
Oh. Okay. All
tie.
right. Looking sharp. They're showing your whole flow, man.
Mine's better. Anyway, but they're locking into play once again. Could this be finally going back? This is a really long tech pause.
I need a tie. I think I feel kind of left out.
I would offer you mine, but you know.
No, I don't want yours. I don't want
I'm
yours.
not doing charity, you know.
But you know who is doing charity? Battle for Glasgow.
That
We actually
really is, yeah.
have a booth over in the fan zone for the Glasgow Children's Hospital charity. They're selling also some jerseys. I've seen a couple of you walking around with them, so I had to go over and purchase one myself. They're 35 pounds.
35 pounds?
35 pounds.
Ooh, I
Quite
may be
nice.
grabbing one.
Quite nice.
If there's still some available, I might grab one.
Yeah, I think they're going to
Yes,
be here
please.
all week.
I'll happily grab one. You enjoying Battle for Glasgow so far?
I am enjoying Battle for Glasgow. Actually, I'm just thinking back to the Glasgow Children's Hospital, but not only do they have the jerseys for sale, but they also have some raffle tickets. So those of you who are here watching Battle for Glasgow, of course, in person, make sure you stop over to the fan zone. And of course, tomorrow, those fighting games will be starting. But I think since this is quite a longer tech pause, I think we're going to push to a quick break. Maybe you and I, Zanzi, will kind of start a little rock, paper, scissors tournament ourselves. So unfortunately, we can't be behind the desk because I have some people to be in rock, paper, scissors.
Yep, and I have a crown to defend. Much like the Chargers here. Got a rep. But anyways, we will push to a quick break, and we will be back momentarily. Please stay tuned. But
Gotta stay in the cut you off if you ain't making the cut. Couldn't tell you who the hell is behind us. You start to forget when you stay in the front of it's up. And it's up for grabs, no remorse of who I'm taking it from. Numbers I give on my scoreboard is the only form of us staying in touch. That's saying enough. It's time to receive all of the favors I've done. Too late for y'all to switch teams. Everybody getting big leagues. Product flying out the shelf. What's in store for us? Known to hit a hole in one. Look at the crowd and shoulder shrug. Shots are limited. I'm scared mango with the golden gun. Posted up. Ready for whatever, boy, you know what's up. Time's close, I whittled them down. Sticking to them by sticking around. The gang online. Iwo Jima got one flag and it's sticking the ground. Setting up shop. Think I got a message across. Came for the titles, impressive to watch. We played the levels of Letterman jazz. Shout out to Steve. The boy getting love from the harsh critics. Strives hit me bi-weekly to tell me keep taking it further. You aren't finished and I gotta listen. Any son of believing and see that I'm actually breathing and doing it real time. Love to pull an idea out thin there. Act on it and profit in real life. If we not aligned, don't present me a dotted line. Yeah, I'm a QB, but I ain't handing on nothing for someone to monetize. And it goes to the birds too. Can't give it a time if a dollar so cut eyes. They get X'd out, but they had the potential to be my ex. I know all the plays, I'm a seasoned vet. Yeah. Always showing up, known to hit a hole in one. Look at the crowd and shoulder shrug. Shots are limited, I'm scared mango with the golden gun. Posted up, ready for whoever, boy, you know what's up. Time's close, I whittled them down. Sticking to them by sticking around. The gang online, Iwo Jima got one flag and it's sticking the ground. Setting up shop. Think I got a message across. Came for the titles, impressive to watch. We played the levels of Letterman jocks. Time's close, I whittled them down. Sticking to them by sticking around. The gang online, Iwo Jima got one flag. Yeah.
I match this work? Feel like 10,000 days. Bros in court with the A-list model. Why's that? Cause she reached the NDA. Just had a call with Irish Jack. Man don't rap but he lets it spray. 2 leg ones came through, they're twinning, so I'm gloved up like Cray. Sweet one, just wanna waste my time, babes. What's the ETA? I like my girl on time, that's period. Nothing but stress when you say you're late. Girl, you can get new nails and bags, but when I call cabs, best underlay. I know waiting my name on that plastic. Man, stop acting, babe. Yeah, what? Man, snowflake, bitch, you like 10 WAs. Future plan by your mum and dad, but she's out here testing fate. Old man when her son-in-law, he got brains. She wanna break the law, my rock chains. Growing up, put her on the right road. Now man, she's out here mad on the mains. Ayy, bare clout and nicotine that you're craving. Out in libertine, feeling faded. Bare problems, man, you've been creating. When I'm in the studio, when you call my phone, you don't stop, man, you got no patience. Tryna make that paper, money come first and pleasure come later. I showed her love, now she thinks she a part of me. Going mad on my gram, babe, don't be a drama queen. Bad to give a man city girl vibes, but I'm in the field like Harlan G. She want Prada, shoulda do nada, man. That won't go far with me. High for the A, but I sing to your girl and take her away. Something like Drake, like if you're hearing this now, by now it's already too late. Calling me out, come to the clash, your girls there promoting my mixtape. Big mixed race, big boy with a belly, I'm heavy, so you done know me overweight, yeah. Yeah, she what a man bought me, committing, that's unrealistic. Nah, ain't part of my plan, see me, I'm done with these bitches. Say this year's all about money, fuck the matrix and its glitches. Used to see her drive my whip, but I guess my perspective shifted. Say she what a man bought me, committing, that's unrealistic. Nah, ain't part of my plan, see me, I'm done with these bitches. Say this year's all about money, fuck the matrix and its glitches. Used to see her drive my whip, but I guess my perspective shifted. I showed her love, now she thinks she a part of me. Going mad on my gram, babe, don't be a drama queen. Bad to give a man city girl vibes, but I'm in the field like Harlan G. She want Prada, shoulda do nada, man. That won't go far with me. I showed her love, but I don't really trust these hoes. We ain't on the same path in life, so I leave that one for the roads. For the streets. She acting like she unique, next week she'll open up for the bros and then act like nobody knows. That won't go far with me. I showed her love, now she thinks she a part of me. Going mad on my gram, babe, don't be a drama queen. Bad to give a man city girl vibes, but I'm in the field like Harlan G. She want Prada, shoulda do nada, man. That won't go far with me. I showed her love, now she thinks she a part of me. Going mad on my gram, babe, don't be a drama queen. Bad to give a man city girl vibes, but I'm in the field like Harlan G. She want Prada, shoulda do nada, man. That won't go far with me.
Why do they talk like gangsters? Why they don't move like gangsters? Why do they walk like gangsters? Why they don't move like gangsters? Why do they act like gangsters? Why they don't move like gangsters? Why do they rap like gangsters? Why they don't move like gangsters? Change don't change like it used to. Who runs the roost round here? The coop's gone clear. Got the heart from the bass to the snares, but the word is what's keeping them here. Word to my peers. The work don't stop till the top. Think it's resting, but we're not. I spread the message and it's love. I get the S and the P and the R from above. I see the restless with the keys and the palm for the bump. A bit of grinding up the herb is what I'm on. Shouts go out to mums. This one is the icy one. Go get the long johns. 50 Pret in London, if it's on then I'm on. I know they feel it when I spit, it's like the Missy song. Shut your noise, silence when I run the voice. In your ears, open your mind. Why do they talk like gangsters? Why they don't move like gangsters? Why do they walk like gangsters? Why they don't move like gangsters? Why do they act like gangsters? Why they don't move like gangsters? Why do they rap like gangsters? Why they don't move like gangsters? Tell your favorite rapper that I'm here, not to clash, I'm gon' collab a lot this year. Maxing out the bang, don't need no gloves or mask for that. I got this yapper ear, a geezer with the tracks they want to hear. Been this way for years, still they sending messages in bottles. Was this really meant or was it not for? Can't connect the dots, I got this smelly in my pocket, I forgot yo. Strictly high grade and that's the motto, unless the plug is awful. Don't do OZs, not the other lab, been left alone to be my own steez. Now they clock on, race to the bottom. I see it all, I know my options. Never gonna stop unless I offer. Not Billy and Mandy, you're dealing with me and the beast, a different beast. Not feeling the average, I come with the elegant steez and do as I please. I am a mountain to a molehill, highlight of the show reel. Love me cause I'm so real. Gangsters, why they don't move like gangsters? Why do they walk like gangsters? Why they don't move like gangsters? Why do they act like gangsters? Why they don't move like gangsters? Why do they rap like gangsters? Why they don't move like gangsters?
처음이자 마지막 사람 나와 함께 하겠단 그 말 느끼고 있을게 지금 내 마음 영원한 sunshine Feeling deep in my heart Every day's alright 새로운 봄을 get up, get up, get up now Get up, get up, get up now 세상이 환해진 순간 Get up, get up, get up now Get up, get up, get up now Always on my mind You and me forever and ever, yeah You and me forever and ever, yeah 시간이 멈췄으면 You and me forever and ever, yeah You and me Top down on a sunny day gas pedal에서 go 미친 듯 주행 더 이상 뭐가 필요해 우리 둘만 뜻통하면 돼 I said it I said it 두 번 말해 Got you for life said what I say 절대 놓치지 않을게 영원히 변하지 않을래 느끼고 있을게 지금 내 마음 영원한 sunshine Feeling deep in my heart Every day's alright 새로운 봄을 get up, get up, get up now Get up, get up, get up now 세상이 환해진 순간 Get up,
Yeah. Yeah. Look, back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I get let up. They get not taught to be never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. Yeah, yeah. They getting nervous, I seen it. What I seen, you wouldn't believe it. They say they want it, I need it. Damn, I'm going dumb like I dropped out of class. Get in my lane and I'm going right past. I turn it up, watch me go to the max. You ain't it first and you know that you last. I thought I told them I'm coming right back. I got a flows like it came from the tap and I came from my city, that's right on my back. Back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I get let up. They get not tired of me never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. Back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I get let up. They get not tired of me never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. That's how I shoot. Lately I'm driven like I'm on the road. They in my lane, dog, I told them to move. Now that I'm popping, got too much to lose. Look at the numbers, got nothing to prove. I'm in the city, just me and my crew. Told me I'm sick and I know that it's true, but I'm still gonna ball, it's like I got a flu. Yeah, run it up, I told them that I'm coming back. So let me get all of that. Time is now, I'm coming around to get a check. Said I need my taxes back. Over time, I'm getting mine, so get in line. And it's with no respect. That I told them all I'm about the ball, getting chips. Feeling like Kobe Shaq. Back and I'm better than ever. I think I got a vendetta. Oh, now they call me, I seen them. All of those times getting severed. I told them all I get let up. They get not tired of me never. Give me a shot and I swear I shoot like Berettas. Yeah. Yeah. Look. I'm on my prime, I'm feeling like Steph. I get my shot and I promise it's wet. Waited too long, but I told him I'm next. I need my bag, just want me to check. Cable was mine, I ain't taking less. I told them all I'm as real as it gets. Championship, dog, I'm cutting the net. I thought I told them I came from my spot. They told me time is like money, that's why I done made it. I sweat it, I'm spending a lot. They never seen the hours I put in to get here. They only just see what I got. I spent my time in the lab all this winter. I sweated the summer, it's gonna be hot. I cannot lie on this shit. I paid a lot for this shit. They got some money to spend. I got some money to get. I gotta talk on this shit. I swear I told them I'm here. I feel like I'm in the league. I just keep making these hits. Took a little break, but I swear that I'm back. Going ask anybody, put a city on the map. They was trying to call when they sent a contract, but I never reply unless they send it for the max. Everything I said, man, they know it's all facts. Told them if they want a verse, and they go and get text. Told them last year that I'm coming for it all. Go and check the numbers, dog, I'm putting up stats. Yeah. I'm on my prime, I'm feeling like Steph. I get my shot and I promise it's wet. Waited too long, but I told them I'm next. I need my bag, just want me to check. Cable was mine, I ain't taking less. I told them all I'm as real as it gets. Championship, dog, I'm cutting the net. Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luka, I told him I'm next, shit. Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luka, I told him I'm next, shit. I got a ball, I told him I'm here, I'm not waiting for y'all. They hit my phone, but I ignore the call. I got to drive and I see that they stall. I bought a whip and I paid it in cash. Numbers keep growing like what's on the dash. Drive me to Addy, I pull it the maps. Dressed in a white tee, I bought it a Gap. Hitting the gas, he trailing behind. This in his games, but I stay on my grind. I told my fan that we all got me fine. Said I'm a star, that's why they all align. Said I don't rob it like all of these guys. I told them all like a million times. Waiting for me, but they know I arrived. What I'm doing to y'all, it should be a crime. I told them. Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luke, I told him I'm next, shit. Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luke, I told him I'm next, shit. Shooting like Luca, said that I can't, but I told him I do it. Up in the morning, I sweat it is brewing. Hitting these goals like I play for the Bruins. Thought that I told them my cape, but was mine. They throwing shade, but I'm still gonna shine. They check my wrist and they know it's my time. They ain't see the numbers, I swear that they blind. But that's how it goes, they knowing I'm chose. Need me the flowers, not talking no rose. Just whipping the Chevy, I need me the ghost. I need the money for me and my bros. Ice in my veins, I swear that it's froze. They know when it's heat, it's like right out the stove. Way that I'm shooting, they think I'm a pro. I told them so much that they really should know that's real. Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luke, I told him I'm next, shit. Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from a Ford, I'm needing a Lexus. Shooting like Luke, I told him I'm next, shit. Look, I need a shot, no chase. My girl need a wine in the state. My mom need a house for the late. So I got some money to make. They told me I got what it take. So I gotta take it all back. I told them I need my pay. I need my 50 for tax. I done ran low on my patience. Make sure my time isn't wasted. I told them all that I've been real. They know that I cannot face shit. Funny how none of this makes sense. Now that I'm up with an A-list. She tryna throw me the K now. Telling me happy belated. Got too much shit on my mind. I told my mom I'm fine. I told my girl that I'm stressed, but I'm gonna make it on time. I pray to God for these signs. He know how hard I done tried. Lately I'm looking for real shit, the things that my money can't buy. They don't understand how the shit goes. How they all use you to switch goals. How they all speed when they need some. Then when you need them and they gone ghost. They want the money in big roles. They use your name for a quick post. The same ones that told me to quit rap. I saw this shit, man, it gets sold. But for now, I need a shot, no chase. My girl need a wine in the state. My mom need a house for the late. So I got some money to make. They told me I got what it take. So I gotta take it all back. I told them I need my pay. I need my 50 for tax. I need a shot, no chase. My girl need a wine in the state. My mom need a house for the late. So I got some money to make. They told me I got what it take. So I gotta take it all back. I told them I need my pay. I need my 50 for tax. Yeah. What's up? Got 'em running scared, I'm a big bad wolf. And I heard the same shit, dog, it's really getting old. Got so many hundreds that I can't get it to fold. And I'm only speaking facts, just the truth is being told. Got 'em running scared, I'm a big bad wolf. Who I never see the silver lining, only see the gold. I don't speak in caps, dog, everything bold. And I put that on myself, cause it's a life that I done chose. I said come through, you can see me on the west side. Now it's funny how they walking with their chest tied. Ooh, I heard him talking numbers, but he just lied. Thought I told him that's the shit that I can't let slide. You gon' make me say it again. Do this shit for my family, I seen them do it for trends. I done told too many girls that we better as friends. I done told too many men we can't make no amends, and that's facts. Got 'em running scared, I'm a big bad wolf. And I heard the same shit, dog, it's really getting old. Got so many hundreds that I can't get it to fold. And I only only speaking facts, it's the truth that's being told. I don't money scared, I'm a big bad wolf. I never see the silver lining, only see the gold. I don't speak in caps, dog, everything bold. And I put that on myself, cause it's a life that I done chose. Way I'm moving, I don't see him in a way. Way they talking, I'm not hearing what they say. Got some bands and I bought myself a place. They get a couple and they blow it in a day. But I ain't built like that. They done said my time is up, but it still ain't passed. I done heard what they say, but it feel like cap. Yeah, I took a couple shots, but I'm still intact. Yeah.
This love is ill. I wish that it was different. Don't know what it is that made us so indifferent. We're drifting in the dark. Can we do better? Wish I could rewind back to the start. Can we do better than this? Better. You got me high and drop me low. You got something I can seem to let go. This love is ill. I wish that it was different. Don't know what it is that made us so indifferent. We're drifting in the dark. Can we do better? Wish I could rewind back
We are finally back. Oh, that was a very long tech break, but we are definitely back. Finally got everything worked, and we are good to go.
You
ready
could say
to
we're
back.
locked in. We are so back. Yeah, thanks for bearing with us for, unfortunately, the EMEA Valorant tech pause curse, but hopefully that is all of the tech pauses. We actually just got done playing a round robin rock, paper, scissors tournament, and I actually won, so don't worry about it.
Excuse you. Real winner right here, the GOAT of all time.
Well, there's no
obviously.
footage, so
GOAT
no one
save
will
for a reason.
ever know.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Anyway.
Anywho, so we've had a good stretch. All the players been able to just rest and relax, and we should be getting back on board for game 2. Currently, the score, for those who have missed it, is 4 to the Chargers, 4 to the Grizzlies. It's all looking very even. Chargers on the defense still going into round 9, and still very even.
Yeah, I mean, and also, if you think about it, right, we had quite a long break, so any momentum that either of these teams have built up is essentially gone again.
It is gone.
And the mascots are back out. The hearts are up. Yeah,
Yeah,
we are so back. We're so back.
Exactly. Hell yeah. You know, like you said, the spirits might be down, but hey, these fans will keep them alive and
interesting,
going.
actually, I saw everyone else put up a heart sign, and the rabbit is not putting up a heart sign.
Rabbit is showing no love.
Do you think the rabbit...
soup is still here, and I'm
stacked up
stacked
and
up
back.
this time. No longer just scattered about. Look at this. Stacked up and ready to go. And
Just like these 5 stacks on both sides, and you can tell, I mean, these teams have been ready to play. Of course, tech pauses happen, especially at events like that, and unfortunately, it just happened during this matchup, but that's okay. We are getting ready to get back in. I think this was a kind of nice break for both of the teams, but I think we're just ready to go back into the game
that we
right
are
now.
indeed, and we should be getting going. Bunny with the good luck, and here we go. Finally back
Another
in.
bunny
There
with
we
the good
go.
luck. Let's go.
A romantic
We're
dinner, and
so
what a way!
back. We are so back.
We
everybody.
are so back.
All right, now that we had a nice little break, let me hear who thinks GCU is taking this game. Oh, I hear quite a few GCU fans. What about UOG?
As it should be. Hell yeah. Let's go.
Okay.
There we go. Grizzlies under the onslaught here, right here. Going. Oh my god, they're just going all in. They're not caring. They're
Remember,
making up for
Sunless
lost
still at the
time.
hop, but it's gonna get
Sunless caught in the
caught in
1v1. And we
Nice
cut away
ultimate.
again. Why? Oh, but
And
Sunless. Beautifully won. Oh, we do get a knife, unfortunately.
man,
That is
that's
just dirty.
heartbreaking.
And the dirty Grizzlies are coming back into play. Bomb is down, and it's a 4-on-3 advantage for them right there. Tony Soprano with a nice pick, evening it out, 3-3. Mesa with the pick on Soba, 2-3. 2 defenders detained, and that is it.
Tony
2-on-1 right now.
with the cleanup, and they know exactly where Dr. Yoki is. It's 1v2.
Oh, 1-on-1.
Finds one.
No!
Oh! Almost has the other, but Sharuz there to clean that one up. That was a pretty close run. That was an exciting run to bring us back.
What a way to come back, man. Jesus.
Was that 3 ults we saw there?
3 ults
We had the
there.
ISO ult, we had the Jet ult, we had the KJ
Killjoy
ult.
ults. Yeah, all out.
9 deaths.
9
You could say
deaths.
9 kills.
Yeah.
9 kills, but 9 deaths. Operator back in the hands of Sunless. Man, look at that. Look at that.
Tony
Tony
Soprano
was
with
ready,
a nice
but
clean getaway.
man.
Yoki almost
With
had
the
it with the
stinger,
stinger.
too.
That would have been a
You put
great.
you put like another. You put a phantom there.
I mean, I'm still yet to get a shorty, but I'm glad I saw a knife. I'll take that.
It's Sunless back with this op.
Smoked off. Oh.
Through the smoke though. Unfortunately,
Mesa.
that op is down.
Mesa, hello. Oh, unfortunately
Ooh,
not
that
able to
jet
get
dash,
away.
Not exactly how they wanted that to go, but still 4v2. UOG so badly want to put that point back on board.
They're making up for the lost time right there. Soprano, unfortunately, getting caught right there, getting a wee bit hit. But
She was in good
this could be
position.
dirty.
But they saw them
Unfortunately,
skits
position was
one.
given away. Too slow to react. Sharuz as Dr. Yoki picks him off, and now it's 3-1. Yeah, dang. Going for the plant as well. Spike will go down on A site, and it's all up to Tony Soprano, who's pulled off a few good clutches, but can they do it one more time?
Trying to isolate some of these fights, knows where at least two of them are, but they also know where Tony is, and there's a lot to clear here.
Oh, beautifully placed by Dr. Yoki, and Chargers not Chargers, Grizzlies, my apologies, do come back 5 apiece.
All right, well, what do those 2 rounds tell us? It tells us that both teams are
They're
locked
amped
in and
up,
ready
they're
to
ready
play.
to go. They're not wasting any time. And they are making up for lost time as clock will slowly run out on the day.
I mean, just like
I'm hyped.
look at the pace of these last 2 rounds, right? I mean, I think when you've been like itching to play that long and you had a nice break like that, like you're back in the server, you're like, okay, now we're bringing it. Now it's time to go back. Sunless with an aggressive position here in mid, but
Of course, you're getting caught by the ISO shield. But Mesa wasted no time, just getting right on there. Seemingly caught in a bad situation right here. Do they know it? Probably not. Gets picked up by Chunky. Tony Soprano with a nice click. It's out up to 3 apiece. The fans are going wild right here. Kappa unfortunately taking down Tony Soprano. As Eisen now goes for the plant. So will go down on B. And it's all up for the Chargers even. I'm losing. I need more Red Bull.
Do you?
What doesn't kill me makes me stronger, right?
I guess so. Sharice and Chunky going to be able to just group up here, but unfortunately as the time is ticking now, they know where both of them are. Good utility coming out. They're just looking to isolate and maybe get some picks, but time is ticking. They're going to have to start making moves. Good flash.
Gets the blind up.
Yeah. Oh, gets one. Looking for this other one. Doesn't quite get it. I like the way they kind of comboed that utility there. Unfortunately, though, there's not quite enough time to work with. And when you're working against the clock, once that spike's planted, you kind of are like, it's like the time's the 3rd play, almost. Or 4th, as it were.
Yeah, you can see right
Good
there.
play. Almost gets the second one. Unfortunately, that Molly just did a little bit too much damage, but that's okay. This is the last round and a half, though. GCU looking to put one more up here before they go into their attacking half, which historically has been a little bit tougher, but UOG doing a good job here on its end.
But this is up for the Chargers. Making a comeback in the half on a strong note, keeping it even. Unfortunately, Eisen just able to pick him off as Grizzlies wasting no time going back into it. 5-3, Eisen going for the plant again.
I mean, that's tough. They have plant, they have sight, and now
Chargers
3v5 have to retake.
Ready to go.
No saving last round of the half.
Nope, it's all for
Just looking
nothing
to
now.
isolate, but they're not quite giving them these ones that they're looking for.
And they will not get a Sunless with a nice pick on Cap. And it's 4-on-2 right now. The Nemec play right here. Sunless, beautiful!
Beautiful, looks for another one, doesn't
unfortunately
find
picked
it.
off. All
It's all
down to
down to
Sharouz
Sharouz.
and not nothing. 7-5, and Grizzlies will finish opposite of how they did the first game. This time with the advantage. And you gotta admit, they must feel good going into that.
Oh my gosh, I mean, that was so well executed, right? That 5 push out through B. Good stalling there with the Phoenix. You had the ult, you had the 2 flashes to just kind of stall, but I mean, you're going into so much, right? And that ISO, just the ability to expunge some of that damage. I mean, can't do anything. And then, of course, you're holding these angles for them to push, but when the 5 are pushing into you and you don't get those early picks, you're just giving up sight, and that's so hard to push into.
Yeah, it's definitely, especially with the numbers game as well. You know, we saw right there, it's 5-on-2. It's a very difficult situation to get yourself out of, especially with all of them watching every single angle possible. But this could be for the Chargers to come back. We will see as the second half is underway. They're able to get some sound intel. Not able to get quite fixed. Gets the blind. But unfortunately, Mesa picked off by Sunless Briggs. They're able with the recovery. Chargers to go for the plan right here. Are they able to connect? And they will. Spike is down on A. Winning game, but
Gets one, has to reload, but it's okay. There's a big fight going on between the KJs, and Toulouse finds another.
Beautiful plays right there.
The Grizzlies pistol round
Yeah.
streak has ended.
Yeah, 3 for 4. They've lost it, but it was a great play from there. And what does
that say?
Something to do with getting wet. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm all for it, I guess. I don't know.
I can't tell if I need glasses or if I had too much Red Bull and my eyes are like.
I don't know. I just saw the tears and I just go with that. But anyway, going into round 14.
A little bit slower now here. GCU has the weapons advantage.
It's a weapon advantage, but
they know, and it's tough, and it looks like that gamble stack is going to be over on the A site. It's tough when you only have pistols to work with.
Yep. Riggs.
They're on defense. They're just looking to hold some of those corners, seeing if they can get a shot or a right click or
on
something.
Pistols, you can't really hold long hills like this, so you need to play close, you need to play tight, and
but GCU know that they're able to use the range of these weapons, hold these long angles.
And you know, not much intel going off, but yep, Eisen threw himself off there with the intel. Soprano with another nice pick, 5-3.
Look, I mean, Sunless just able to hold the figure. It is
see that fear kicking in right there.
I mean, what do you do, right?
You really can't do
tough,
much.
It's tough. And remember, you need to die here if you're not able to commit this round, because you have to get that extra money, right? It's an economy game.
Can't afford it, and
no, it's all down to Cat that maybe looking to see if they can find any sort of just easy picks. It's going to be tough. You have a mercy in hand, but you're not going to be able to do it. Charuz is right there. Flawless second round here.
Beautiful
for
stuff.
GCU. And we're tied once again.
Yeah, 7-7. But again, Grizzlies just kind of not playing at a good strength there. Understandably, maybe a strategy you kind of have to throw that round just to recover from the next one, but we will see. This is a very close game.
I think it's also come down to, like, I don't know. I mean, this has just been a fun matchup to watch, but like you've seen how they've each been able to kind of adapt, and it's been down to like some of the positioning and how they're able to hold, and then these plays they're able to combo that util.
Yep. Like even just shooting away that intel, that gives off so much.
Looks like Masa knows.
But I agree with
There's one mid,
saying
sees the other one, but it's gonna be sunless. I feel like it's just a sunless Masa, just like
it's just a 1-for-1.
It's a.
These two can't get enough of each other, and it's a little bit
be
romantic.
Want to be the better jet?
Oh, wait a minute. Could this be our first ace of the day? Or have I just fixed it into oblivion? Oh, come on.
Down to Catbat.
This could be our first ace of the day, folks.
10 HP, but they
10
know
HP
where Catbat is.
Spike will go down on A.
I think it's going to be tough, though. I think Catbat's looking to save here.
I don't know if the Chargers will let that slide. So.
I mean, an
you
ace
can
is
hear
on
the ace
line,
chants going
right?
off already.
I know. I think they're just trying
won,
to bait.
yeah.
They're baiting. You can hear it. Ace chants. I hear these ace chants.
Oh, no!
Ace
Shot
denied.
down. But it was a valiant effort, and I applaud that by Sunless, but not really much
That was
else
close.
you can
That was
do.
close.
And Chargers seemingly will convincingly take this round, taking the lead finally to 8-7.
One enemy remaining.
Reverse?
Oh, and this won't be the reverse ace.
I don't think so. I don't think Sean's going to give them that. 2 4Ks, not quite an ace yet. That's okay. Still plenty
2
of
4s.
rounds left of Valorant.
That's just smart playing right there. Beautiful stuff.
But all of that being said, the round is, of course, going to go to GCU.
Yep, once
And now
again.
ahead once again, but I mean, these teams have just been like inching like one round.
But going into this next round, I don't know if you saw right there, the economy for the Grizzlies is not looking fantastic right there. It's
No,
going to
I
be
mean,
another round to throw potentially.
Ooh. Masa going to get caught out, though. That's tough.
Yep,
It's just
pick
a
it off
bloodbath.
immediately. The mid is just a battlefield right now. And yeah, it's not looking great for the Grizzlies right there. Oh.
Once again, all down to Catpat, but we've seen a Catpat 4K before.
I mean, Catpat literally just did stop an ace. And almost got one themselves.
But I think the difference is they were kind of like feeding because they were looking for that ace. Finds one, but that blind is tough to work with. Chunky gonna shut that down, and GCU put
GCU
that
could
round
steal it
number-
right here.
Well, that's round number 9. I will say though, not that we're keeping score between us on who's winning for the day, but you did guess only
I did.
6 rounds, and
You know what? I still won rock paper scissors, so you know what? That's the moral victory here, and I will go home happy, man. Unlike you, but anyway.
it's a round robin. It's a round robin. I still have time to
yeah,
put points
sure.
on the board.
As we go into round 17.
Like it's gonna be a BX cube. These seem to work out pretty well for you, OG.
Get away. Sunless wasting no time at a cost of throwing it. And immediately got onto site as the Grizzlies now need to refocus, but it's a wee bit dangerous of where they are right now. This could be a very easy pick off. But no,
But
Riggs,
Tony
no
Soprano
fear.
has such a good flank going on back here.
Oh, he does, but
I don't think they're ready for it.
if only we could get caught.
Look,
There
finds
we
one,
go,
finds
and that's
two,
the
and
clean
he's gonna
up.
find the
There we
third
go,
one. Tony
Soprano.
with a
Beautiful
huge
stuff.
flank.
And they love it here. They are making their voices heard, and they are loving what they see. Chargers 10, Grizzlies 7. It's not looking great, is it?
I mean, that was again. I think it comes down to that positioning, right? I mean,
Look at that. Just
but I mean, you saw right the slow wraparound. They were mid. The door was closed. They were in pizza.
yeah.
Waited that the Omen ulted behind them. Still waited that out. Then was able to
Oh.
wrap around, and it looks like
Oh no, not
I
again.
think we jinxed it. We jinxed it. We
Oh.
said no more tech pauses, and
It was too clean. It broke the game.
that was too good of a play.
Too clean.
That the game said,
Sopranos.
surely
you
this
stop
is not
it, yeah.
normally. Someone check them PC.
A definite PC check is going to be needed once again.
All right, I have a question. This
Shoot.
is for everyone. This is for you, Zanzi, but this is for everyone.
Okay.
Who do we think is going to have the first ace of the day?
That's a good question. I mean, Sunless has been spotless so far and almost had it in one of those rounds right there. Cafat almost technically stole it, the show as well, but you know what? I'm going to throw a curveball here. I'm going to say, I don't know why, but I think Aizen might steal it. I think they will be the first ace of the day. What about yourself?
Well, so do you think we're going to see the first ace here in this game, or do you think we're going to have to wait till next game?
I can see it happening in this game. I can see maybe going to match point and then an ace just to
Okay,
clutch it.
here's a question.
Okay.
Do you think that we're going to go to OT this game?
Oh. I think to the detriment of everyone in the production office, I think we will definitely see an overtime.
Do you think it's going to be this game right here?
Could be.
There was a lot of inching, round. A lot of ties, but I mean, GCU the past couple rounds seems like they figured something out. I mean, 10-7. Again, I mean, we're going back to that last round we just had, but Tony Soprano with that great positioning, and I don't think it's just one player. I think both teams have been doing a phenomenal job of this. And it's
all the
just
players
that,
have been fantastic.
getting the read on your opponent, and then they kind of get a read on you, and you're changing these strats, and you have the positioning, and you have the plays, and you have these holds.
No, definitely. Like, they're all playing well, and no one is falling behind. And you can see in the scoreboards as well, everyone is consistent, everyone is even. So, there's no strong link, there's no weak link. Yes, there's definitely players that stand out, that seem to have a stronger showcase, but in terms of the boards, it's very even to say. Like I said, nobody is falling behind, nobody is leading out, but it's all consistent, all even, and it's just, I reckon this could be the overtime game we're talking about.
And I think that's what's a little bit different in a game like this and in a tournament like BFG, or any like organized competitive play, is that you're not playing as an individual, you're playing as a team, and so the impact that you have isn't necessarily just I mean, frags are important. You have to make sure you're able to hit your shots, and they've done such a great job. I love that play from Chiru's earlier. Just on pistol, right? And so yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a tactical shooter. You have to be able to hit your shots, but it's like, how can I use my abilities to best set up my team? And it's not me making the decision, it's the team. You have a strong IGL. You know, you have plays that you've been doing, you've been playing together for a while. And that's really kind of where it shines. And so we had a pretty close game that first game. We're having a close game again here. And, you know, I don't think it's too soon to say that we'll have a pretty good game when we see the Chargers Strathers play.
Yeah, which will definitely be interesting to say the least. And you got to imagine the Strathers are going to take good notes going into this final game. Regardless of whether the Chargers win it or lose today, you know, they will definitely be taking notes and using that, especially with the elongated and unfortunate tech issues that we seem to be happening. You know, more time to rest up. Do you think that's going to be an advantage for them going into the final game? Or do you think at this point of the night, tiredness is going to kick in?
Yeah, I mean,
Red Bull is going to stop.
Well, fortunately for us, the Red Bull never stops here. You just go out and get another can.
Oh my god, a
Look
slow
at this.
motion replay?
It was intense. It was an intense game.
Yeah. You know what else was an intense game?
What?
I think you know damn well what I mean.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but I do
I
know.
mean,
I do know.
if they would
what it
kindly
is.
show it, but no, apparently not. Where I'm not getting my instant replay. Sad days, but
No record of it.
there will definitely be a record somewhere, and I will not rest until I see it. Justice for Zanzi. Please, in the chat, please. You can see right there. As well as just reading the room and taking your time. Nobody's jumping the gun when it comes to these sort of situations. You can see right there, Soprano just came in from behind and just cleaned house as well, especially in that last round as well. Soprano once again just biding his time, not rushing into things, just waiting for the opportunity. And you can see right there, just bang, bang, and then bang once more. You know, like I say, it's all about playing strategy, and this is what I love about the Chargers. They are taking advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's what it comes down to. You know, you had the opportunity to kind of, in the booth earlier, sit down and talk to them, you know, after the Grizzlies after that first game, and they said, you know, I think the Chargers might be a little bit of a tougher match. And we're starting to see why that might be. And it is coming down to, right, you have players that can hold their own in the server, and then you also kind of have that teamwork and that communication between, because even if we're talking about that Tony flank, right?
Yep.
But you had that communication with your team. You had them saying like, okay, they're here, blah blah blah, right? You go out and then you're able to get the 3, but that's because you had that Omen ult that drew them to look behind. Only saw the Omen, took care of that. And now the 3 of them are back on site trying to clear site. Lots of fighting, right? And if you're only worried about those players on site, you know, there's a chance you might be able to do it, not even suspecting anyone's behind, because there's only so many corners you can clear. And you're thinking, okay, by the time we've rotated, our backs are clear. And that's the thing. I mean, you always have to check your corners. You always have to, you know, imagine there could be a long flank. And I mean, again, it's positioning, but it's also timing. We haven't touched on timing, but that's such a huge part about Valorant.
Yeah, no, definitely. Especially with any game, really, timing is key. And it's all about having that composure. It's about staying calm and just not panicking. And this is where you see some players tend to shine with this.
I mean, here's a question too. I mean, it seems like, and we've seen in these player cams, I don't know, the mascot though. Do you think the mascot buff is going to come out?
I really hope so. I mean, we've had an absence of a certain wingman. So.
Okay, yeah, an absence of wingman, but of course we have the rabbit. We
do have the rabbit.
The Chargers have the cat.
The Chargers do
stage.
have the cat. That seems to be the strong suit here.
On stage, so you could very much say that the mascots kind of even out.
Yeah, true.
And
Very definitely.
maybe aren't quite. The game kind of changes as we think they are. But I mean, even when we were kind of looking back at those replays and we saw throughout the game, the Chargers kind of always kept that energy up. They kept the vibes. They have stacks of soup on the table. They're playing rock, paper, scissors. That started all of us here playing rock, paper, scissors, right? So they've been able
so now
to...
you're admitting it.
I said we played, and I said I won. Everyone saw that. Everyone saw that game.
No, but
I mean, they've very much been able to keep the vibes up. I mean, how important do you think having like a vibe merchant on the team is?
I mean, the vibes definitely need to be
The
strong,
vibes are there. The vibes are there. But do you think? I mean, right? We're talking about a game like this that's such a mental game. And you know, we have had these long breaks, and then of course, right, you're the Grizzlies. We're going in to now another tech pause. We've had, and you just lost, right? The last 3 rounds.
Yep.
Are you in your own head, and how do you stay out of your head? I mean, I'd love to hear your perspective as a former competitor.
Well, these tech pauses, although they can occur, they are unfortunate when they do happen. But when you have issues like this, you really have to keep your composure and just find ways to distract yourself and just not let yourself get down. Especially in tricky situations like this where, you know, time is not on your side, and, you know, as we go into the later hours, tiredness kicks in, you start to get a wee bit more frustrated, especially with the elongated pauses, you know, frustration kicks in, and just you need to keep composure, and that is where having the good energy amongst the team, having that good key of communication and whatnot, that's where it becomes a strong suit, and it clearly is paying off for the Chargers as well. They're able to keep the vibes going strong, they're able to stay focused, and look at them, they've bounced back 5 rounds. Not even 5 rounds. We were 4-4 during the first pause. Yes, they finished 5-7 in the first half, but they've bounced back to 10-7, and it is looking beautiful. But
oh yeah, I see a lot of hearts up here.
A lot of hearts, a lot of love
on the side
here.
of the Grizzlies. Do you think maybe that what it takes to win is having the biggest and loudest fan base?
Potentially. I'm not entirely sure.
I don't know. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of Grizzlies fans. Do we have Grizzlies fans out there?
Well, if they're making their voices be heard, then it's not a positive one, especially when they're being drowned out by all the Chargers who are coming out in full support, and especially in their home territory as well, right here at GCU campus.
I don't know. Do we have Chargers fans here?
Oh, we have tons. Have you
I
not
don't
been
hear
hearing
them. I don't hear them.
Yeah,
Oh,
there you go.
now I hear them.
There we go. I think somebody is still recovering from their flight over here, but yeah, no, they are coming in strong, full force, and they are making their voices heard. Only on day 1 as well. We've still got 2 more days of this, and I'd imagine they're not going to stop after tonight. But it's going to be good.
Maybe. I mean, if the game continues this way and the Chargers are able to put this win on the board, this will be their first win in Battle for Glasgow 2025 so far. So, I mean, this really would be the first point they have. And I think the first point is always the hardest one to get.
Yeah, the first point is always hard to say. Not speaking from experience, because, you know, we have been one-sided back in my day. But anyways.
I don't know about that, though, because last year, I don't know what happened. You just took all the...
We won last year.
GCU won last year?
Yeah.
What about the years before that?
2 by the Grizzlies, and then every other year was Chargers. So, yeah. Wee fun history lesson for you right there. That's what I'm saying. So, I think... I have no idea where I was going with this point. But, yeah. Chargers still have a lot to prove this year, and to be able to have a strong run to retain their crown. Admittedly, not looking great right now, but there's opportunity for them to come back tonight, potentially with 2 victories, 2 points.
Do you think there's more pressure coming in as the reigning champion?
Absolutely, yeah. Especially when you look at a team like the Grizzlies, you know, look at the years they won. When you look at the years that they've won, it's very been one-sided. They've come back in a strong force. You gotta imagine after last year, despite being close, they're gonna come back stronger this year. So, I can imagine. But at the same time, like I said, Straffers haven't won it at all in the 8 years that this competition has existed.
Do you think it's their time?
They gotta come back. They can't be last place forever, and they need to prove it.
Do you think they can?
But second is not going to be good enough for them. They need to shoot for first right here.
Yeah, I think everyone's got their eye on the prize. Everyone's got their sight set on that first place. And again, I mean, The bragging rights, man. There's bragging rights on the table.
You gotta prove that you're the best esports university in Glasgow, of which has been a two-sided battle so far. This is why Stratford's need to come back. They need points on the board. They've got one so far, but they need more.
Well, there's still plenty of time
Yeah.
for that.
Hmm?
There's still plenty of time for that. We have
Still
two
plenty of time. Shout out to
more
Bad Omens.
days. Shout out.
You can see the fans having a lovely time.
Oh yeah.
Loving life.
I mean, imagine we still have a whole other game after this, really.
You gotta say, you're having a great time on the casting booth right now. But
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, I am having a great time.
yeah,
and
you always are.
I'm
You've
just here for
enjoyed
the
it every
vibes.
single time you've been here. So.
I'm just here for the vibes.
Hell yeah.
I think that we should have a dance competition.
I think we should. Who do you think has the best dance moves?
Which team has fans with the best dance moves?
I can definitely say I've seen some of the Chargers on the night out. I can definitely guarantee they have got the moves.
I think the Chargers have the moves.
The Chargers have got the moves.
I don't know. I'd need to see it to believe it.
You know Glasgow's too posh for dancing, so definitely not them.
Glasgow, UOG's too posh for dancing.
You know Glasgow, yeah, definitely.
You don't think they have posh dance moves?
No, if you heard them speak, if you heard the accent, no chance.
No chance?
No chance.
I don't know. I saw
You're
a
telling
couple
me you've
dance
not
moves
heard
earlier.
the new Glasgow accent.
Well, I think everyone thinks I have the accent. You all have accents to me.
Yeah. We're definitely the weird ones here.
Why do you hate me?
Bullying is my way of like saying out like if I didn't bully you, that's when you'd be
You're
worried.
right. That's when the problem would arise.
Exactly. If I bully you, that means you're accepted. You can stay. That's fine.
Cindy, do you have good dance moves? Maybe you should start the dance competition.
I am unfortunately too sober to dance right now, so I will save them for the after party.
The after party.
Yep.
All right, everyone, you heard it here first. Exclusive BFG after party. Zanzi will be leading the dance floor.
I will be
The dance off.
I will be breaking out my inner white girl, and it will be a glorious moment for everybody involved. But
No sneak peek. No sneak peek right now.
no. Again, too sober. Only seems to break out when, certain Vimto or two has been in my system, but that's...
Red Bull's not enough for you?
I mean, Red Bull is enough, yeah.
Couple more cans and
yeah,
maybe an exclusive sneak peek.
I've got to
will come out.
confuse my heart at some point, One will slow me down, the other one will speed me up, so... It'll be fine.
So it sounds like it all cancels out. In the
Yeah,
end.
exactly. Good fine. But we still seem to be going strong.
So I mean, Zanzi, you were here for that first map earlier today, which was also Ascent.
Yes.
Have you noticed any differences in the playstyle of the Grizzlies between these two maps? Well, I guess they're the same map between these two matchups.
I mean, the same map, yeah, definitely. In terms of playstyle, I've noticed the Grizzlies have been a lot more offensive. They've not really been wasting time, which, again, they kind of play a wee bit cautious in the first one, understandably so, because they're not sure what to expect. But it's a bit conflicting, to say the least, because despite saying that they're expecting this game against the Chargers to be a lot harder, they just seem to have no fear. They just seem to be going all in for it.
Yeah.
Which is a bit questionable, so I'm very confused. Was that just a lie to my face, or have they just decided, no, we're not wasting any time here?
I mean, I actually do think that the Grizzlies have a good chance of winning this because I've seen the crowd and I've seen lots of hearts on their side. And everybody knows the more hearts you have, the more points you get. Everybody
true.
knows that. I don't make the rules.
Nope, that's just how society works, and we're just all for it. But although I did find the map choice of Ascent, to go back into it again, that's a bit questionable. Surely you'd want something different, like a wee refresher. Because yes, repetition can be good, but at the same time, it can be you're too used to the same thing.
I think Ascent's one of those maps that it really comes down to which team is the better team. it's been there for so long. It's kind of like the bread and butter of Valorant. Didn't really make any huge changes. I mean, a couple of changes, but no really like map altering changes. Of course, you know, Sova can't spam through that wall. But I think in terms of like when you think of this, it's like this is a map that's very much been figured out. And that's why on Ascent right for a while we had the same set meta. We've seen differences.
And we
in
are
that.
officially back. Sorry to interrupt you, Kaiserine, but we appear to be back 10-7 as it still stands right now. Wow, very interesting scoreboard right there. It's 10-7 and it's been nothing.
Shadows traveling.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, when UDC you have to
So it
remake
can't get
the
any more
map,
even than this, but
literally.
But Sharu's
It's like
with
they
another
are
nice
able
pick.
to take all that space over there on the A site. And remember, UOG, they don't quite have to buy up here. They kind of had to make a gamble. They went with these Bucky's. Catmat finds one with the Sheriff. That's going to be one weapon they can recover. But again, it's going to be tough, especially when GCU already has sight. And again, Tony Soprano with that lurk.
Again, 4-2.
Oh, but it's not going to pay out this time. Riggs was ready for it.
Was able to get a recovery on the Phantom right there. But it's going to need to pull off a miracle right here, especially with no intel down. And when they can just easily hide like that, Sharu's cushioned it very nicely. Killjoy, util all down. And Riggs, not really much you can do here.
Riggs is just
maybe
looking
get
for
one
an
more
exit.
pick. There you
Frags
go.
finds it and is going to play life here. But knows that some might be pushing mid, saw that flash and is going to get out, but unfortunately not able to make it out from the bomb. Cannot bring that Phantom back. And that's another round on the board here for GCU. 11-7.
11-7. Again, another util round for the Grizzlies right here, but they play a risky game going into 11-7. You're going to have to force the buy just to even it out a little bit. And it is a replay of one of our fan favorite mascots for the night. Not sure why that one was thrown into the mix, but anyway, as you can see right there, very nice, very clean picks. And as we set up, this is looking dangerous. Mesa able to get some util off, but unfortunately not able to find a pick.
Lots of utility.
Nice sweet trade up mid there. Almost another nice pick taking out Mesa. Again, another tandem for those two. Always finding each other.
GCU are just able to work mid here a little bit, but Dr. Yoki
But
waiting on the other side for someone to pick, to peek.
Yoki's poised. They can maybe do something right here. Looking elsewhere on the map right here.
Use that gun and
There we
finds
go.
that shot. In the meantime,
Soprano
teammates
there.
have been droning up here looking for a way to get on site. Catbat though waiting there in hell for someone to peek, but it's going to be Caden Bragg to peek and find that kill. Now they have sight. This plan should have no problem getting the spike down.
Absolutely no problem with there. Spike down on it. And Yoki with a nice recovery. 2-on-2 right here. Riggs with nice, lovely pick. All up to Sharouz to clutch this. One-on-one situation right here. Sharouz versus Riggs right here. And this could be interesting right here. Just needs to play his time, needs to be careful right here. They have a rough idea of where they are, but just need to see. Riggs first, and Riggs, lovely pick. And Grizzlies coming back nice and strong, evening the score to 11-8. And this is a comeback that you like to see in these competitive games.
Yeah, I mean, again, that was another close round, right? It came down to a 1v1. Yeah, I mean, UOG able to put one more round on the board, 8-11. That should help their economy a little bit too. And I mean, look at this, right? I mean, I love how patient they were. It looked like Sharouz might be able to have that after the one, but nope. And of course, I mean, 8-11, right? You need to keep that momentum up. You still can't quite buy what you want to. A couple light shields, but that's okay. There's 4 ultimates on board, and we know that we should be seeing a Jet ult here. They didn't buy, and here, of course, is Shanki's ult. 4 ultimates already extended.
trading pieces 2 for 2.
I mean, this is a must-win round, right, for UOG, and GCU knows that.
Need to bounce back. Another Killjoy up in place, but so well up in place to try and destroy it. Not able to quite get it. Yeah, they do eventually.
Oh, looking for one, but Massa can't quite find the head. Just
Not
doing
quite
a good job
successful
of
on
holding
that.
it down.
Oh my god, it's all kicking off. Oh my, I can't even keep up at this rate. A 2-on-2 situation, so.
Shots coming out. Still 50 seconds left. There's time to
50
win.
seconds left. Still plenty of time for rotation if the Chargers want to take any chances. They do have sight advantage though. It's the question of will they take it.
Blocking sight.
That's going to be the call to
Perfect
start
timing.
coming over, and of course.
That was
30 seconds left.
very nice.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
partially able to
Well,
get
that was a well played from Dr. Yoki, of course, though. Now all down to Shonky. No utility to work with.
Nope. Well,
Spike is down, just waiting to see if they can isolate these and should be able to seize Eisen. Doesn't Dr. Yoki finds two. Shonky with
Shonky.
that 2K to bring it
with
to
the
match
clutch.
point.
And you can hear these people erupting. They love that. Chargers going into match point here, 12 out of 8. My God. What a beautiful player that was right there. You have to admit you're impressed.
In the Twitter plug.
Very smooth like butter. No util, no anything, but was just able to rely on just skill and precision alone. Just, oh my God.
I mean, look.
And,
Look how excited.
look at that.
No,
That's
they
a
knew
man
it.
who
They
is
knew that was
happy.
Match point, 4 rounds separate these two teams, and now if you're UOG, you can't afford to lose any round, right?
It could be anyone's round. So you need to be careful and not throw this one. It is a theme that I have seen in the past, that they do get to match point and throw it away, but
they have 4 rounds to work with here before there's even a possibility it's brought to overtime.
I've seen rounds where they've had 8 and they've still thrown it into overtime. Oh, there we go. Made some lovely
Aggressive from Massa and able to just dash right out of the. Dr. Yoki's so
the Stinger
blind.
going mad. Stinger go Burt, and unfortunately not enough. Nice retrade like there. 4 for 4. Spike will go down an A. B, my apologies. Again, pick for pick right here. 3 for 3. Everyone's just kind of firing blindly, not really getting that much. Eisen needs to be careful. Running a bit empty right here. A lovely pick on Shonky.
It's a 1v2 here. All down to
And there we go.
To keep UOG in the game, but not able to do it. GCU puts the first point of BFG on the board right here.
Finally, their first point of the series. 3 to 1 to 1. Grizzlies will not be finishing with a clean sweep right here. And yeah, what a statement to make. They've proven they're not done yet. They're not over. Day 1 can still end on a strong note for them. And now second place is up for grabs. Somebody can take the lead here.
Yeah, I mean, for the Chargers, did get a win, but of course, going to be getting ready to go into another game with the Strathers coming up. UOG, though, should feel proud. They did win 1 Val game tonight already, so, I mean, there's a chance that this could end 1-1-1 in Valorant, and that's what you're hoping for here if you're the Strathers coming in. But, I mean, just well played throughout this whole event. I mean,
oh, absolutely. Fantastic plays throughout. Everyone on top form right here. And yeah, compared to the first game, it's a lot more control. The Grizzlies seem to have tuned up a little bit. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. They do get the expected harder game that they were predicting. And yeah.
Well, I mean, for a little bit it was, though. I mean, look how neck and neck it was until the end. But really, I mean, it really just came down to those last couple rounds, and unfortunately, this was kind of a long series. Lots of tech causes, lots of breaks, but I mean, it was a good series, and Chargers fans should feel good knowing that not only was there a win under the belt, but they have another game coming, and
Exactly.
You just beat Grizzlies, who beat the Strathers, so
Mhm.
you're going into it. If you have that same confidence and you think, okay, look, we just beat them. They beat Strathers
Yep.
earlier. It should be an easy game for us. And if you keep that mentality and play like you did here, it should be fine.
Definitely should be fine, but again, you've got to remember how the first game ended. It was still very even, very competitive. So, as much as you're going in again, as much as the Chargers are going in against the Strathers, knowing that the Strathers have lost, they need to be careful and just take their time. They can't get carried away with it. So they need to take it strong, they need to take it well if they want to come out with 2 points. But again, Strathers will be fighting for that second point because they want to win this year, determined. But
I mean,
again,
in the end, it might have just come down to that rock, paper, scissors, butt.
could be.
Truly, so that's a sign for every other team out there. Just
Do you reckon
play a
that could be
couple
the
games.
tiebreaker? Like, if once all the points are added up and everything and it comes to a 3-way tie, do you reckon that's going to be the tiebreaker?
Round
'Cause
robin,
we almost
best
came
of 3.
close. We almost came close. The true esport of all time, rock, paper, scissors, it could happen. And I really hope it does. But
It
no,
could.
absolutely beautiful performances from everyone involved. You know, who do you think has been the MVP of these games?
That's a good question. I think there were a couple players that kind of stood out to me. I think Tony Soprano.
Oh, Soprano
Definitely did a good job. I think Sunless.
Sunless
With the operator, quite often I think put in work as well.
Riggs has came in a few times with some clutches. Mesa as well with some strong picks as well. And then Shonky with this beautiful clutch just to get to match point.
I mean, really.
look at that face. You
Really,
can't
at the
argue.
end, I don't think this came down to who was the star player. I think that, and it just came down to how did these teams play as a team. I really think that's what it was. And the Chargers were just able to kind of click and figure that out and pick the win, and they should feel really good about that. But they shouldn't feel too cocky. They have another game coming up, so we're gonna take a short break. We'll get ready for a short interview. I know this game was a lot longer than everyone thought it would be, so we're gonna hopefully be able to get into the server quick for the next one, assuming there's no more major tech issues. So don't go everywhere. Grab some water, use the restroom, and come back. We have some more exciting. One more game of Valorant for
One
the
more
night.
game, we can go. I will unfortunately be retiring for this one, and MDK will be slowly returning my place. But it's been an absolute pleasure to work alongside you guys, Irene, and I hope to see you again soon.
Next year at BFG.
But I'm in the field like Harden G. She want Prada, shoulda do you know what man? That won't go far with me.
gangsters, but they don't move like gangsters. Why do they walk like gangsters, but they don't move like gangsters? Why do they act like gangsters, but they don't move like gangsters? Why do they rap like gangsters, but they don't move like gangsters?
Change don't change like it used to. Who runs the roost round here? The coop's gone clear. Got the heart from the bass to the snares, but the word is what's keeping them here. Word to my peers. The work don't stop till the top. Think it's resting, but we're not. I spread the message and it's love. I get the S and the P and the R from above. I see the restless with the keys and the palm for the bump. A bit of grinding up the herb is what I'm on. Shouts go out to mums. This one is the icy one. Go get the long johns. 50 Pret in London, if it's on then I'm on. I know they feel it when I spit, it's like the Missy song. Shut your noise, silence when I run the voice. In your ears, open your mind.
Why do they talk like gangsters, but they don't move like gangsters? Why do they walk like gangsters, but they don't move like gangsters? Why do they act like gangsters, but they don't move like gangsters? Why do they rap like gangsters, but they don't move like gangsters?
Tell your favorite rapper that I'm here, not to clash, I'm gon' collab a lot this year. Maxing out the bang, don't need no gloves or mask for that. I got this yapper ear, a geezer with the tracks they want to hear. Been this way for years, still they sending messages in bottles. Was this really meant or was it not for? Can't connect the dots, I got this smelly in my pocket, I forgot yo. Strictly high grade and that's the motto, unless the plug is awful. Don't do OZs, not the other lab, been left alone to be my own steez. Now they clock on, race to the bottom. I see it all, I know my options. Never gonna stop unless I off.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for. I guess we will now officially name this part BFG After Dark due to all the tech
Actually,
problems.
After Dark.
It is actually
So
After Dark.
we need a new name for the prod matches.
BFG After Dark. BFG After Darker. But anyway, we will be moving on to the last game. Mad Dante, I am now being lovely joined by our lovely host who has already had one game under her belt that lasted a good 2 hours, including all the tech breaks and such. So thank you
That's
very much
true.
for sticking around with us if you have. And
That's
it's
true.
a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to actually be able to move on to game 3.
I'm excited. Well, you also have a game under your belt earlier, a lot earlier, quite a few hours earlier. But I'm really excited to get into this last matchup. Now, Strathers weren't able to put a win on the board that first one you watched. GCU coming off of a win, but both of them were relatively close. I mean, not quite overtime close,
No.
but again, also, I mean, the Strathers had quite a nice long break.
Momentum is a big thing in Valorant, and it turns out when you lose 90 minutes to things beyond your control, that can very much edit the flow of everything. So we'll have to see if the players have adapted to that, if the PCs are going to keep themselves going for this last game. But that's not really relevant. What is relevant is Chargers looking good, as you said. Strathers looking pretty good.
I mean, I think all the teams have looked good.
Yeah.
But I think it's just also a matter of like who has the stamina and who can last. Because I mean, what time is it? How many hours of Valorant have we had?
I think we started this at about 5:30, so we're looking at about 4 hours.
4 hours of Valorant. And we're only 2 matches in.
3.5. Yeah, those are some long overtimes. Is what we're going to tell. Online, I guess, is they are the 2 longest matches ever. The 25-23 overtime in VCT is nothing compared to a BFG overtime, apparently.
I guess not.
No.
I guess we're part of history.
I think you know what
It feels. I'm so happy to be back with you, dude. It's been a while. It's been a whole year.
It's been a whole year, and you know what? Yeah, every time it does feel like a different part of history, and every time it's a different issue with anything. Anytime it's BFG, it's an audio thing or something. But the complete, what would be the term? Refusal to give up, determination of everyone here. So again, shout outs to the audience who are still joining us because you are very much appreciated. Shout out to the players who I imagine are probably going to try and speed run this last game.
I mean, yeah, probably. But again, you still don't want to take things too fast. You want to make sure that you're still able to slow down. And so I think just making sure that, hey, you know what? Yeah, it's been a long day. We're playing more Valorant. We want to put another point on the board and then head to bed, get some dinner. But I think, you know, it's going to be what team can, hey, lock in, focus on those fundamentals that they had, and just really kind of come out with a better strat. I think, you know, like you said, momentum's a big thing. GCU did just come off that last game, and of course, you know, we tried our fastest to get these teams in and into the lobby so we could start. But when you talk about something like momentum, you have the Strathers who had a nice break, but where they could decompress, right? They could get food. They could take a nap if they wanted.
They could have, and this is the thing, they could have even analysed any previous games, right? I think that is something. If they're very kind of tuned in, which I hope they are, I hope they've managed to keep, as you said, that kind of endurance and that stamina going. You know, they still do have games that they can now study. They have games that they can see how the other players were playing.
Well, actually, I mean, I know we were in a break a lot of those last couple hours, but they had a match that they could just watch and study. And both of those teams, right, had played Ascent. So really, I mean, when you talk about Valorant, right, you have two, not mirror matchups, but you played Ascent, then they played Ascent. So studying, like, what did they do differently on this map that we did? Because whether or not you go to Ascent, you can still kind of look at that play style and see how does that translate to another map? Or are we going Ascent again? And now we have that matchup coming in, and we'll see as soon as we go into that map pick.
I'll say Ascent again. Do you think Ascent again? Because teams are very confident in Ascent.
Again. I think, and I think there's a reason for that, right? Like we were saying before, but like you think of Valorant, you think of the bread and butter, you think of Ascent.
Or Bind, but Bind is gone. So every team is defaulted now to Ascent.
Yeah. I mean, I think when I think of like collegiate Valorant, I think Ascent, I think Bind, I think Haven. Like those are my three collegiate maps.
If there's a trifecta of maps in Val, you've got that, and then you may be able to sneak in Lotus, I guess.
That would have been like my fourth one.
Like Lotuses seem to be like, if teams don't want to play Haven, because Haven can be a bit constrictive, particularly on that like C long.
You just pick the other three site map.
You all agree that you have to add a 3-site map, so which one do you go for? It's either Haven or Lotus, and we will have to wait and see exactly which teams decide.
It is Ascent.
I don't think anyone's too surprised by that.
Definitely not.
It would have been nice to see, because we've started seeing teams kind of surprise pick Pearl and Fracture in kind of best of ones, because Pearl and Fracture require quite a lot of studying.
Yeah.
For the executes
and if you are, but that's the thing, if you are confident in that map, and you've studied it a lot, of course you're going to want to pick it. But if you're not as confident, you're going to want to ban it.
Yes, it may be your insta ban.
And also, right, and we talked about, they're coming in, they had the chance to study the other team, but
we got tricked. We got
gaslit.
We got gaslit.
We got gaslit.
We got gaslit. We got gatekeeped. We got girl bossed, and we jump onto the 4th pick. We jump onto Lotus. That's pretty sick.
That's really sick.
I'm actually elated. I'm actually elated that we don't need to see Ascent again. Ascent is tried. It's true. Everyone's ran it. I actually had that spoiled, and I didn't believe it. I thought it was lies. So. Sorry, whoever spoiled
Matt
that for me.
Dante had the script the whole time and didn't share with any of us. And I hope we all remember that as we hop into Lotus.
I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed of myself. I'm ashamed of what I've done. I can't believe it. But we get to jump into
since you have the script, let me ask you, what do you think the outcome here on Lotus of Strathers GCU is?
I know I need to.
Are you consulting your notes?
I am consulting my script. No, I'm not. I don't know. I'm going to say 13-8 Chargers. I think that's going to be a reasonable shout. We'll have to wait and see how the comps go, because, of course, Lotus is kind of where Breach Tehu used to live, and now they're not there.
Yeah, and that's a good point, because those nerfs are pretty recent.
Yes. A week and a half, if even. Something like that.
I mean, now you knew they were coming, so you did have time to kind of see what you would do.
Yes, how you would adapt.
But, I mean, they were so strong. You're playing them. You're playing them on Lotus anytime, right?
Yes.
So it'll be interesting to see kind of. I mean, I think it'll be interesting to see what the team comps are.
we've started to see quite a big resurgence in Fade, which is good to see. I think Fade's a phenomenal agent. We've started seeing, particularly on Lotus, which looks like we're about to see.
Well, we saw Fade on Lotus a while back.
Yes, yeah, and that's what I was going to say. You've started to see Fade. You can maybe see the Clove actually get snuck in along with the Viper. It likely looks like we're getting a double hit of the Omen, which is very standard. We're not actually even opting for any Viper, and AMS maybe hasn't got the message, but the Breach nerf is very minor.
I think that we used to see that double controller so often, and then, you know, that meta kind of shifted a little bit.
Yep.
And we really haven't seen it in a while, especially since the arrival of Taeho.
Yes.
And yes, I mean, Taeho's been nerfed, and yes, we're not seeing Taeho, but I think it kind of changed how teams play. Now we are still seeing that double duelists come out. This time, though, of course, on a Neon, which I think fits Lotus a little bit better than Phoenix. I like playing Phoenix on Lotus sometimes. I wouldn't say that's my, like,
I mean, I respect it. I respect it.
But probably not in a setting like this. That is in a fun, run-it-down game.
Because if you're running Phoenix, to be honest, right now, what we are seeing a lot of teams do is arguably Yoru's the better Phoenix in terms of the teleport, in terms of the extra, like the dimensional drift, because he essentially functions as an extra Sova drone you can't shoot. We've also seen teams really relying on the fact you can body block as Yoru. So for anyone that doesn't know what that means, Yoru goes invisible and he can't be like shot or anything, but he can still like run into people and stop them from moving and get them like trapped in utility. But ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into the last game. The pistols and stuff are being bought, but please, in 20 seconds, give a big cheer for everyone, including yourselves, for lasting with us all this long. In 20 seconds, I think I heard one person start clapping now, but no!
Two. I heard two.
Oh, did you hear two? Well,
I hear more now.
We've got 10 seconds. Well, I guess if people want to start doing the drum roll, 5, 4, 3,
2, 1,
go! Winston! One more for the road, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this underway. And it seems to be an explosive start. Tony Soprano already having to jump out, basically having to give up this C-site for free. The Raze Boomlock comes through. Connors didn't actually no patience at all, just jumping into the smoke, getting that plant, trying to get themselves positioned out of there as quick as possible. They're going to be able to do it. The fights and halls are coming through. Shonky's getting the shots through as it's 4 versus 4.
They know exactly where the spike is, just looking to isolate, but Corson, just getting peeked by that devil, and it's gonna be Charuz. Find those last two and put that first pistol round on the board here for GCU.
We said there would be explosive pushes. You get Neon in there, you get Raze, you've got a lot of very fast executes. Fade, because well, with those prowlers can cause an absolute nightmare, very literally. And seems people are pretty damn comfy with that first round. I think at that point.
Same shit, different toilet.
On both sides too. I mean, it's late. It is late.
It is late.
And so I think that's why coming back, right, which team has the stamina they're going to be able to last, because I don't blame them. Those chairs are comfy, especially you lean back. And they lean back pretty far. I think it's like a nice like spine decompression.
Oh, it's full 180. You're in a tanning bed, particularly in this heat. You actually are. It's pretty ridiculous. Speaking of in the tanning bed, it's Sunless. Good for one. Good for two. That's the outlaw for you. And now the reload coming through, having to back out to make sure they can still afford to take this fight, and they're going to.
Make that a third for Sunless. 2 more.
Connors then answering right back, not going to let that go away for free. For a third as well. The outlaw for a fourth. Connors in. The Sheriff is in town, and now with one member left for GCU, it is Shonky. Can they get the timing? Connors in with the first ace of BFG 2025. Beautiful shooting. The Sheriff is in town.
If you can hit headshots, I mean,
it doesn't matter. You can do anything else.
I mean, all you need is a Sheriff, and they're so cheap. I mean, if I had the skill that Connor had, I would be buying a Sheriff every round, and I would.
And you'd be winning.
I would be winning, but I'm not. So
no.
I got a nice red carpet back at home.
I'm not buying the sheriff. I'm not that. Look at the pop off. Look at that. Filthy is what it is, and a beautiful, beautiful performance to equalize it right back. And a shout out to our first time observer who is finding some beautiful angles, I must say.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful observing and great production job. And that was a beautiful ace, especially there, right? On your save, too.
Yeah. Bringing that right back as well. And getting the Nightfall online as well. That's an expensive ultimate. So the fact you've got that to play with in round two, never mind. Well, Shonky decided that we don't have that to play with.
But you did have it
You did have
play. And again, I mean, we talked about, right, Fade kind of being back here. We're seeing a Fade on both sides, but of course, Strathers have that Fade raise that we used to see a lot on Lotus and, of course, Haven. We talked about those being the two kind of bread and butter maps, and already look at all that utility right there. Just kind of stall out.
Shonky hidden in his little bunker. It's enough to protect him as Pingu satchels onto the site. Again, the econ is kind of 50-50 here. There's a lot of difficult things to see as the fade comes through. The Haunt's going to get shot. Shonky's going to swing, go down to Amsel, and Pingu now circling around. The Cypher Cage is not going to save you as Rido T as well puts it on, and now it's just Sunless to fall, and Strathi put their second round on the board.
I mean, definitely feeling good after that.
Oh, you're
ace on your
confident.
save. I mean, you have the economy, you have the momentum, you have the energy.
You've got everything.
You've got everything. You have the vibes, you have the positioning, you have the timing.
So we'll have to see how it's used. Now, UOS seemingly very confident in these pushes, though, and Lotus is quite difficult to especially get those retakes in whenever you've got those kind of positional advantages. We've seen how, you know, UOS were very comfortable kind of in that bottom of A, just trying to force those fights, and now we see this being very much directed towards C. The big shells, the Nightfall as well, basically all Killjoy util being shut down. The Prowler not going to be enough to shut down Tony Soprano, needs to get a little bit more, not able to find it.
I mean, that's tough.
It's very tough.
Like, you really needed to find one more, of course, with that spray, and it's so hard watching, and you can see exactly where they are. You see their outlines, but it's tough. That spike is going to be planted, and now, on this retake, a good position from someone. That was a clean round from GCU.
That was very clean. Sunless, well, very fitting. Bringing the Dawn onto the fourth round. Very solid shooting, very solid team play, and I've got to say, this is the best. You'd mentioned it earlier, Kai. All three teams are seeming very cohesive. All of them are seeming to have like very solid fundamentals. We've seen the occasional in previous Battle for Glasgow's, you know, someone is kind of carrying or is happy to take the 1v4s and the 1v1s and such, and then they end up maybe kind of getting a bit too close to the sun.
Well, and that's kind of what happens when you're kind of dependent on that hero shooter on your team, those hero plays. And I think when your team's a little bit more balanced and you can play more cohesively and together, and you kind of see a little bit of a slower pace. We talked about how we thought, hey, you know, it's late, we might just see these fast pushes, but these teams are playing pretty slow and pretty controlled. There's Sunless again.
Very aggressive defense as well, which you do quite like to see on Lotus, because you can't afford to give away too much space, or exactly what just happens there. The Subaru from corners in, swinging through, takes out Tony Soprano, and with that gets the site down absolutely for free. The minute the Cypher goes down, you've not got much to protect it. The Blade Storm's online for Sunless. There is not any other ultimates online just yet. This door just keeps spinning and spinning and spinning. The sound getting very distracting. The flashes, the C's, the Haunt, and Shonky following it up. Can't find anything. He immediately gets shut down.
It's a good hold, and I love how both of these teams, that you can see the strategies in their post-play positioning, are playing together, but swinging off of each other. They're using their utility together, and they're able to hold down that bomb on site, and it makes it so hard for a team like the Chargers to push in.
The utility management here from both sides has been phenomenal. It's not been a case of we've sacrificed everything to get on site and then we're just getting kind of burnt down on the retake. There seems to be quite a lot of space and out. Like the Nightfall from Connors in was a great example. Like, yes, okay, he immediately did get shot and killed, or Pingu got shot and killed off the back of it, but we're using one utility, one ultimate, try and get on the site. We're not throwing the whole kitchen sink and then having that blow up in our face.
And then even in that post play, and you've seen this, you know, when they do get that spike down, is that they're able to use some utility to stall, they're able to use some utility to hold. Good aggressive positioning here from GCU, and it's working out for them. There's still a bomb. Last two, and of course, we talked about that nightfall. Here's the answer to that.
Does seem to be just have to try and play patient. We see the From the Shadows getting popped by Caden, will get broken, but a little bit of information. They know Rydity still is towards that attacker side spawn, and now you actually see how quickly GCU have just kind of re-spread almost. Caden, Break, and the Fade playing together, but everyone else has opted back to jump to another side because they're expecting this rotate to come through. At the moment, both players still stuck towards this A side, but at any moment that could crumble.
I think having a numbers advantage in a game like this is so important because we've seen how well these teams work together, often just utility, but also positioning. It makes it that much harder for anyone to do it. Now it's all down to Rydity. And you just can't watch all your corners when you're just in a 1v3, especially when you know your opponents know how to play together and play off of each other. And it's so much harder to isolate and kind of fight that.
Rydity did like as much, and that's building off of that. You know, we had like Washed here with Shonky, and then you see that, you know, Rydity knowing that they don't have to deal with the person that's got the frag, they have to deal with the person backing up the fragger, and that's why Caden Break falls so quickly. And that level of awareness, you're no longer getting tunnel visioned on like one bit of information. You're still very much keeping an eye on everything you have available. And speaking of, US basically has everything available.
Oh my gosh, I mean, look, you talk about ultimate economy,
Oh, yes.
Or on board.
They're pretty comfortable, I'd say. I think they're going to have some fun with it.
I'd say they're pretty comfortable right now.
mind.
Great position. So one finds two, finds three. Able to get out of there. And knows there's at least one more there looking for that head. Did a lot of damage to find the fourth head. Someone's looking for an ace of their own. We're going to find this fifth one right here. That's the answer.
2 aces in one game for the last game, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to say we've saved the best for last, but it may very well have been the case because both of these teams are going at each other's throats. No rest for the wicked. Sunless is not letting you sleep through that good night, and he is putting you to bed with a lot of nightmares in your head.
I mean, this was just so beautifully played. And again, right, we talk about that teamwork, and right here, especially, right, good positioning from Sunless.
Yep.
And had that strike control to find them, but was able to get out, and you have a teammate there to back you up.
Yes, you see Shonky jump through as the distraction kind of, and meanwhile the showstopper has been used, but the show has just begun. Corners in, already taken down Caden Break, picks up another, most of the kill feed coming up. Red for US, Tony Soprano shutting that down just a bit. Corners in already with the Nightfall online, but knows that it's going to fall, and Pingu backing him up, takes out Washed and equalizes. That's a faster round. That's more what we were maybe expecting.
But that's also kind of what you expect when you have that like economy disparity sometimes too. Especially, I think B pushes tend to be fast and hard.
Yes, because you can rotate from both sides, so you have to commit to it. If you at all stagger, the entire team's going to be on you.
Looks like UOS trying for another A push here, and it looks like GCU posted up there. Sunless with an open hand, just waiting for someone to come here.
Bonnie hopping is actually enough to get away from the off. The haunts are coming through. Shonky not quite sure. Gets on the Pingu as the off comes through. Misses. A rare miss indeed, and Avalon will punish the flash coming through, making sure that this momentum being stopped. But of course, there's one person you got to push into, and it's the one person you really can't afford to push into. Right
yeah,
there.
they know that. Look at this rotation starting to come out. They know they have the numbers. They know they have time. A little over a minute left.
All quiet
They're
now.
in the reset.
It's very quiet now. All of a sudden, this pace has been completely stopped. There's always that kind of Lotus has a knack for this, where there's a bloodbath on like the A main, and then all of a sudden everything gets very quiet in the second half, with one thing maybe disrupting that silence, and we should hear it right about now.
Yeah, no, Sunless is ready. That ultimate though coming out is going to be huge. It's going to give them a little bit of context. So we're the last two remaining players.
30 seconds left.
I think the breach nerf there actually was enough to keep Sunless alive. I think the old fault line would have killed it, and then speaking of killing it, the Killjoy comes through, 8 seconds left, and it looks like there's going to be a bit of a stick towards it. This could be either incredibly genius or incredibly foolish.
And there we go. Here's some good old-fashioned utility. Sunless still has that up in hand, but unfortunately going to be a little bit tough to use it. It's going to peek out, but Ams is waiting right there now. 2v1, a nice little cross going.
Excellent play. You've mentioned it before, Kai, but not an overswing. You know, very much there you've seen, we watched the Cypher there, just very much aware that the gun is being trained on them. They could have easily just swung, got shot, and then all of a sudden you're in a 1v1. No, just keep that time, kill it a bit more, and you will kind of run out, and we'll get to see that again. Here we go. So it's Tony Soprano there holding it, but it's Amsel just to back it up. And the Strathers are not, I mean, they were kind of, or GCU were the favorites, but the Strathers are not letting them go without a fight.
No, I mean, and when you watch the way they're playing and they're using this utility, it's hard to believe that they lost
Yes.
that first series. I guess math, it was just it's the best of one. And unfortunately, these do boil down to best of ones because I think all these teams are pretty close, and we could have seen a little bit of a difference in these best of threes, but now here, Bomb on its way over here towards the site.
Tony Soprano, the spray, not quite finding Amsel instead. Amsel walking away. The satchel, beautiful, dodges the seas. But if you look, there is something for UOS to work with. The Blade Storm and Overdrive available for GCU if they wish. But Nightfall to push this aggression back a bit. If Connors in can find it, but of course he's already on the flank. He's going to have to rejoin his team soon.
Ooh, Sunless going to get punished for that and lost right there as well. 2v2, but time is ticking.
Connors in with the Odin smiting from the heavens, and I believe putting their own Nightfall online.
Teeth will chatter in the cold and dark.
I don't even think this game is coming down to who's making more mistakes. It's just like who's using their utility and playing as a team a little bit better, because I mean, I really do like what I'm seeing from both of these teams. Like I truly do. Unfortunately though, GCU went a little bit of a light by. Sunless still has an operator to be able to work, but we've seen what a Sheriff can do in the right hand. I mean, that's not enough for me to count that out, but Sunless misses that first op shot.
A difficult op shot to hit, and now with all of this extra utility being spammed, you don't have to worry about an op looking at you there, but it seems to be a little bit of a fake. It's kind of slow. The orb being touched is going to sell this push for a little bit longer, but they're going to have to keep running because, as you see, GCU starting to read it, starting to realize what's happening, and they've got their own Nightfall and Overdrive. By all intents and purposes, they're happy enough for this spike to get planted because they will be rushing back onto this site with Fury and Fire. And Electric. Oh, never mind.
Well, never mind.
Never mind.
Good utility usage to clear, and Sharu's not quite able to leave. Sunless finally lands an op shot this round, but is it going to be enough? Time is ticking, and they're still going to have to start pushing their way around the site. But Amsel with the positioning, waiting for Sunless to just peek right over their head, and 7-4.
I mean, they want to shut that down. I want to give a quick shout out there because I want to shout out that play from Pingu, because the paint shells into swinging it, expecting Cadenbrick, expecting Sharouz to have to, well, not expecting it, has to teleport out or to take the fight. Basically knowing, good, I'm going to swing into you. You're not going to have a gun, and you're probably not going to be looking at me. That is awareness that is just exemplary play. That's just something that shows now all the Odins are coming out to play. The rollbacks, the collats are attempted to try and steal an extra round. It's cheeky and it hasn't quite worked out, I must say.
That's okay. They have other guns instead. They have Phantoms waiting.
Ample economy. Speaking
nice
of
shot
sitting
from
waiting.
Sunless, able to get out. 30 HP to the name. Ooh, does a little bit of chip damage. Is that enough for them to stall for their team to write it in? It just might be enough.
The showstopper comes out from US to try and clear out the space. It does take out Sharouj. You've got no controller anymore. Slot somehow. You have to retake this. Now you've got the Nightfall should you wish, but Connors in is trying to shut it down before it ever begins.
Nice shot from Shanky. 2v2 yet again. Spike planted. Took the gamble on that and wasn't able to do it. I think, you know, I kind of want to highlight Pingu again. What? I think it's not just the way that they're like comboing some of this utility, but like we said that last round, it's the way they're using their own utility for their own plays. But also, right, like, okay, you had Pingu, had that showstopper, but then to use your paint shells like that to just kind of stall the push so the rest of your team can get on there. And it makes it harder to push, and you knew they were there. I mean, you knew you had the showstopper out. You kind of created that space and you maintained that space, and it makes it harder to retake off of that.
It absolutely does. And like even building off of that point further, you know, we're seeing them help each other with the utility, but also be able to play off of their own utility. But they're able to do that both.
Yes.
Usually you see teams that are either very coordinated in their utility, but they maybe struggle to make plays for themselves, or the other way around. But both members or both teams, so far everyone's utility is both for their own selfish purposes, but also to back up their team. And speaking of backing up your team, Sunless and Caden have taken up the first 2 kills.
Sunless is going to get traded out, and the spike not quite planted just yet. Sharu's waiting for that, and it's going to pay off.
Getting a bit classic here now, 2 versus 2, and the spike taps are coming through. Very thick, very far between the drop happens. The tap, yet again, the right clicks come through. There's not all the information to work with. The positions of players aren't necessarily exactly known, and as this timer ticks down, that's going to get more and more ambiguous. But now with the plant down, UOS have that information, they have that understanding, but there may be some paranoia. They may not know exactly where Shonky is lying and waiting, but we will see towards that waterfall. The swing.
No, Shonky saw.
Bated breath. As the swing, the timing is everything. The smokes dissipate. Alpha 1 gets the kill. Shonky gets the headshot, but has to remove the frenzy. Spray. Anytime.
I was on the edge of my seat there.
the entire hall had bated breath. No one was saying anything. No one needed to say anything. The gameplay very much spoke for itself, I feel.
Player standing. 1 enemy remaining.
I mean, we talked about how early on it was a pretty close match, and I still do think both teams are doing a great job using their utility, but Strathers just seem to kind of find their groove the second half of that the first half.
Yep.
But I mean, unfortunately for the Chargers, right, you're down 4 rounds. You really need that pistol. And so for Strathclyde to be able to pick that up, now they're 5 rounds ahead, going into a good economy here on this next one.
Oh, but losing your controller already, this is the issue. The double controller, with it being gone now, it means anytime the Omen falls, that is going to be difficult, and Tony Soprano's going to follow Sharu's into the afterlife, so losing 2 of your members, that Killjoy and that Omen. Meanwhile, UOS have everything to work with, and they're only getting more.
It's tough when you don't have the economy and you don't have those long-range weapons, especially on a map like Lotus. I mean, really, B site's the only like contained site. Otherwise, you have these long sight lines.
C is contained, but to get into C is
once you're in, it's pretty contained. But getting there is tough.
Getting there is tough, but the spike is down, and now they're going to have to, GCU are going to have to answer this back. Avalon, not with much HP, got a little bit on that regen shield, but the positioning here, the patience, waiting for the comeback, waiting to be joined by their team, not overheating, not overly swinging, good for 1, and Pingu backs him up immediately. That's exactly what you want to see. Sunless now in a 3 versus 1 gets 1. The Outlaw can't get all those shots as Pingu matches him.
Man.
Okay, they remembered to defuse the spike. That's fine. Right? Okay.
Easy mistake to make, surely.
I mean,
we've been there.
We've all been. It's happened on the master stage. I mean, of course, if anything, it would be likelier to happen here. But to be honest, the caliber that both these teams are playing, I'm not expecting any rookie mistakes now, and we're not seeing any.
No, and actually, I mean, for the Chargers, I mean, I think that was a really good round. Unfortunately, right, just didn't have that. I mean, you also were on that light buy.
Yes.
Unfortunately, right? So it was really a tough ask because not only, yes, you lost Pistol and you don't have that buy, but you're also against the Strathers, who are a good team. So it's one thing if you're like, you know what, yeah, we lost, we have the weaker weapons, but like they know how to combo their utility. They know how to use it selfishly. I mean, we've been over this.
Yep.
That's a tough ask when you lost Pistol, when you don't have that economy. But they did it. It was a nice try. It was a good try, but unfortunately, you're still down 6 rounds.
That is the big thing, is like GCU are having these like moments, but Strathy seem to very much just be kind of, I guess, fortified, is that they're not kind of falling to this attrition. They're not concerned about it. They're happy to wait it out until they find their moment. I mean, we've seen, like, look at how seemingly simple it was for GCU to get on the A site. They've used quite a lot of utility. Though Sunless gets one bit corners and is there waiting, and that is a critical frag for Amswell. Able to pick up the gun. The one way actually preventing him stuck still with a classic in mind. They know where he is. It comes down to the rest of the players rightly in this fight towards the B lane. The spotlight's coming through. Sharuza is not going to let you stand, and finally GCU might be able to break this momentum. There it is. And listen to that crowd. It's not over just yet.
Well played by the Chargers, and that was a nice round. I think it kind of woke everybody up a little bit.
I'm feeling it. I'm sure the players are. The audience seem to be.
I mean, it's hard to believe that the Strathers have twice as many rounds as GCU when, like, you look at a player like Sunless, 21 and 12 right now, and it's like I feel like every time we're on Sunless, I'm like, man, like,
people just die.
People just die.
When we're on Sunless, people just seem to die, whether it is Dawn falling, whether it is, we'll have to see. This aggressive defense from Strathy has been working out a lot. So much utility has been there. We've used the relay bolt, the aftershock, but Sunless doesn't care about any of it. What is your utility versus 25 bullets of a Phantom? And it is nothing. The C's being thrown through, the swing, Am's gonna fall through, and now it's the big commit towards this B site that we were talking about. You don't need to commit straight through when you're happy to do that A-link so easily.
Planted.
And I think we're kind of seeing the foil to that, not necessarily dependency. Tony Soprano finds one of their own, and now all down to just Avalon. But we're kind of seeing the answer to, hey, we're comboing util and we're making it tough. And they're making it tough.
Oh yeah.
For the Chargers, but you're kind of seeing.
What? Huh? I don't know. Oh! Okay. That's one.
Alright, Avalon gets one. Sorry, I was just
all of a sudden,
I was locked in.
All of a sudden, it's getting a bit hyped now because they found out where he is.
Yep.
Surely he
Avalon
can't
gets
survive
one.
at all.
Oh, not
He
two.
cannot survive at all. Unfortunate.
Hey, but got one.
But got his.
Got his.
Got his. So, unfortunately, it does look like we're having a tech pause. But look at this. That's what you need to get. Like, this cohesion, the utility you've mentioned, swinging off of each other, the slowdown on the missed shots is toxic. I love it.
Yeah, but I think the answer to that heavy util play, that I mean, very much is good, and that's why it's been working.
Yes.
But I think the answer, and this won't work every round, but you punish that, right? You know they're holding with utility. You push off of that. You see them use a stun, use a flash, and then just swinging off of that.
Yep.
You just fast push together. You have fast agents.
Yeah, utilize
and
that
you
speed.
just push.
Utilize that speed, because what we're seeing as well is, again, that util dump is very good at that kind of initial part, but if you're able to hold out and then kind of re-swing, re-fight off of it, then you've got the extra utility, then you've got the extra space to make it work. And then, again, you've mentioned it a few times, Kai, a map like Lotus, as big as it is and like as open as some of the sightlines could be very quickly, Lotus is a map of a very open sightline into a very confined space, and it happens so quickly that like any utility or any agent in one of those two scenarios is absolutely the game changer.
And I mean, we highlighted Sunless, and
a million times.
And it's not just Sunless, but you know, bringing this up because they kind of did have that round deficit,
Yes.
right? But where does Sunless shine? And not just, it's not even just Sunless, right? Tony Soprano, we saw that on Ascent too. But it's that positioning, and it's those kind of like, you know, just like off plays that you can't do every round.
No.
But you can do them some rounds, and you know, if they're not expecting that, you have a Jet, you have a Neon.
Yes.
You have these agents that can kind of punish some of these other ones just sitting there pushing.
Any overcommits, that's the thing. Like you said, you know, use that speed, use that momentum. You've got the ability to dash. You've got the Neon to suddenly just kind of slide in and not even necessarily get the frag, but just be a distraction.
Yeah.
We've seen how, you know, pivotal it is. We've started to see this entire shift in attitude that Duelist is no longer kind of take the first swing and get the first frag. The Duelist is run into the site and try and clear as much space. And ladies and gentlemen, the shortest tech pause of BFG, I believe. Very, very solidly done. And GCU 2 rounds back-to-back on the board. I think they're hoping for a few more than that. I would hope.
You could say that.
You could
say that.
Could say that.
That does also mean Strather's now finally on a little bit of a light vibe. And Sunless already keeping that advantage for the Chargers.
And this is economy as well. You know, you'd mentioned how important it is, but with every gun in Val, kind of like those lighter buys, essentially favoring shorter, like closer range combat, you're gonna struggle with it. That's why we're actually, funnily enough, seeing GCU, they take that A long because they know they're not going to be contested as much, and then pivot into the B site. As long as they've got someone protecting them, they don't actually, they've given up all the space towards A. They're pretty confident that B link's not going to come through on this retake.
And again, I mean, you still do have those weapons. Yeah, I like it. You get that pick, and no need to over-aggress, right? We said they're fast and they can push, but knowing when to back off, I think, is such an important piece of this. Sunless with 3, looking for another ace, finds 4.
Not again, unless. Back to back. Well, not really, but close enough.
2 in 1 game.
I know.
Is better than all of my games.
Someone check my file tracker the last time. Actually, don't. No one wants to know when the last time I got this, because it was probably back in like beta or something. But yeah, unless Sunless can get it done, and that is what he is. And all of a sudden, on 28 and 12 with the Blade Storm, the knives are out, the chef is in the kitchen, and potentially a W is being cooked to perfection.
Yeah, and I mean, the Chargers still have that deficit, but even with a 28 and 12 line, I still don't feel like, oh, we're just reliant on Sunless, because I think it's the team setting Sunless up for that.
Yes. We've seen Sunless like swing into people that are stunned, that are flashed a lot of the time. It's not just Sunless is swinging in and Shonky actually swinging through this. Okay. Or
it's all of them.
Or Sunless just then shoots you through the smoke because that's crosshair placement for you. But with that now, 2 versus 5, I imagine Amsel and Co are going to try and save, because you're dealing with 4 ultimates. You can't afford to lose too much econ when Blade Storm and Overdrive are online.
I mean, we kind of talked about how it seemed the Strathers were able to figure this out, but it's the Chargers now who are locking in a flawless round. 4 ultimates online. I mean, whatever they're doing it right. And we know what they're doing. We're watching them do it.
We're watching it done, and it very much is survive the initial util spam that Strath, I think, have been so good at, and then regress, which is what we're seeing. That re-aggression from it after the initial expenditure of resources. Then you've got Sunless and Shonky. Again, everyone has been setting up these 2, but it's very much the aggression is there. There's no hesitation. You see Sunless getting the updraft into the dash. You see Shonky getting the slide. You can literally hear it despite the paranoia. And look at how fast we're already on the B side.
And again, it's everyone, but it's using that utility to make space. Whether that's your neon dash, whether it's your fade, or your killjoy. Good answer there. Lots of shots coming out with these lower buys. Doing a good job on this. Little bit of an eco AMs. Waiting for Sunless to peek into that, but the knives are out. Lots of damage. Lots of damage done, and the ultimate's going to come out to push that last one off. This could be the play of a century.
Tony Soprano, no HP. 0 HP in a dream. We have to wait and see if the swing doesn't swing, doesn't fear it. Doesn't quite yet. The half comes through and Tony Soprano swings and makes it true. That was so close.
Just not quite enough time. That's really all it came down to.
Expertly played in terms of it, as you said, expertly delayed, and I think a little bit cocky from Sunless there, but eventually at least Tony Soprano gets the round.
And I mean, very much Amsel there, right? I mean, that's not bad, right? You're holding, you're thinking that they're going to peak because you hold it, and unfortunately just they didn't.
That's
and that's the gamble.
Yeah, that's very much a gamble, especially, again, best of one. Yes, okay, you've seen the teams play, but like in a best of 3, you can start to kind of feel that out. You know how the teams are playing. Best of 1, you know, you're not sure if they're respecting you, if they're disrespecting you, and so far, it seemed like respect was given, that they weren't going to let you, you know, initially swing for that defuse, or to prevent the plant, sorry.
Yeah.
They were happy to let it go down and then go. And speaking of, you have Connors in trying to get as much space, but the Killjoy absolutely forcing that open. But look at the ultimate's going to be coming in.
I mean, Chargers are just locked in here.
Well,
Pengu, though?
A 2K. It's unfortunate that one of them was him.
That
one of them was him, but it's still a 2K. It counts.
2 kills is 2 kills.
And Neural Theft coming through, but unfortunately not really going to be enough. Amswell would have to do something incredible. The highlight of potentially BFG if they manage to get this back, but instead looks to just be running away, trying to make sure they can see if that gun to at least some level of economy. But when you're against Neon and Jet, who can cheat the economy, who have the overdrive and the Blade Storm, you know, it kind of becomes a snowball effect. It's very difficult to crack that.
And that's the thing. I mean, you let that economy build up, and you have to respect that. And so, really, I mean, Amsel doesn't really have a choice but to save your, especially, you know, Chargers when this are able to tie that game back up. I mean, you had what, a 6.
It was something incredible. I mean, we can look at it now. I mean, was it 7? Yeah, 7-5 or something, maybe close to that. And now 10-10. It's getting as even in there.
I think it was 4-9 at one point, wasn't it? He had that 5-9 lead, and Shonky going to deny the save of that weapon. That's heartbreaking. You needed to save that weapon, and so very well placed timeout's gonna come out.
Listen to that crowd. That was a frag that was enough to add an extra minute to send you to the timeout corner. That is a bit scary, I must say. And we see there it is. Some love for Shonky getting through there. A big wave to the camera, and you can see all the players they're very happy, but there's very much a focus right now and a determination on them, especially aiming more towards the Strathers, as you can see.
I mean, not being able to save that weapon, that's just like a classic feels bad, man.
That's brutal. That's brutal is what that is. Because what are you meant to...
That's slow-mo.
It's fine. Right, that's a triple headshot, the Omen.
I love being able to listen in on the cams.
The full crash outs are coming through live and on point, ladies and gentlemen, but we are going to be jumping right back in. It does sound like it. And I mean, again, every game of BFG thus far has been nail biters, has been really damn close. In no way has any team outperformed one drastically. We're 10-10 for God's sake.
10-10 on Ludus. And I am kind of glad we had a nice break from Ascent, because I think we're really able to see more of what these players can do as a team.
Yes.
This is much more dependent on playing as a team, whether that's utility to stall or just creating space. Shonky, though, again, I mean, I think Sunless and Chonky, I mean, that's like a 1-2 punch. Look how much space they're able to create. Their king comes in, well-placed smokes from your Omen. You still have 3 ultimates on board should you need them.
It very much came down to that 1-2 punch. Oh, that 1-2 Pengu, in fact, cannot make another one, unfortunately, but at least gets a nice shot on the board. But jumping back to what you said, you know, we've seen Shonky and the updraft from Sunless. It was literally updraft, dash in, and then while you're aiming at the jet that's 8 feet in the air, you just get Shonky, who just comes in and shoots you while standing there in the ground because you're too busy looking at the asteroid. Healy's Comet, in fact, maybe looking up into the sky, wishing upon that star.
And it's tough. I mean, you have to do that. Look, Connor nearly got one for their troubles, but in the end, not able to do it. Pingu bringing out the operator here. Kind of a Hail Mary. And if there's anyone whose hands I'm afraid of an operator, and it's Sunless and it's Pingu.
They seem to be going very back and forth. Pingu can't quite get the reaction. They're a very committed push there from Shonky. They knew they wanted to get to Rubble and they wanted to do it fast. The smoke's now splitting up a lot of this A site, actually going towards tree door side, trying to slow that down. You don't want that pressure. But Sunless almost just hearing the boom bot from Pingu and finding his head through that smoke. It's risky, but that crosshair placement will save you.
Unfortunately, that's the operator down. It looks like not electing to pick it up quite yet.
All of a sudden, I didn't know the horn could go through that. I didn't know the horn could go.
I
I didn't
didn't
know the
know
horn
that
could go
either.
through that. That was wild. I've never seen the horn go through that. And now the commit actually pivoting away from the B site. The blood, the sweat, the tears. It goes to be cleansed in the waterfall in C site as now the smoke's come down. The utility, the positioning. It's all down to this. And the swing is not quite there from Avalon, ladies and gentlemen. We are match point for GCU.
Man, what a
turnaround.
What a turnaround, honestly, because the Strathers looked so solid.
Yeah.
And again, I don't even think it's necessarily that they're doing things wrong even here. I mean, I think it's just like, again, GCU kind of figured out what they need to do to punish those Strathers. They're able to do it, and now Strathers, again, it's match point. They don't really have the time, but they need to kind of pivot and answer that. But you got to do it here.
You gotta find something, whatever that answer is, you gotta find it now. You don't have any more chances, any more time to make it work. The dash comes through, it's a super fast commit towards the A. The Broiler misses and Raidu will punish. Raidu Tree in T. Sorry, Raidu T in Tree. You gotta get those words, make sure those letters don't get mixed up.
Just call it Raidu Tree.
Just call it Raidu Tree. But now with that, those frags come through, and actually if you look towards that B site, it's there from the shadows. Tony Soprano pushes, but Amswell shutting that down in 2 versus 4 scenario. UOS with the advantage. The Nightmare's going to shut that down, and they will push off of it. Connors in, picks up Washed, and now there's only one member left. The run and gun's good for 2, but Avalon's going to shut that down before any further concerns. Listen to that crowd. One more round.
One more round brings us to OT, and you really couldn't ask for a closer. We started with the day on Rocket League with a close matchup. Now we're ending here on this. GCU, I think, are really trying. They're going to try their best to put it away here because you don't really want to give that opportunity to go into OT. But again, Strathers, I mean, played that so well. Ride OT, I mean, had the positioning, had that spray transfer, knew they were going to check it, but watched kind of that utility miss them and knew they were going to run in before they turned around.
It was expertly played. It was like there's nothing more to be said, and because of that, actually now a full commit, well, not full, but a 3-man commit towards that C mound. It's all down to Tony Soprano holding this angle. Are we going to see over-aggression, over-zealousness? It looks like we will. Who's going to swing the alarm bot, but actually fully prepped for it. Pingu, Newt to Tony Soprano brings him down. Meanwhile, Raidu has to do the same thing he did on that A site last round. He's not quite able to do it as the plant goes down.
I mean, that's hard with a jet that kind of dashes in and
It's so
instinctively
distracting.
you look.
It's so distracting. As now the spray, the shots, the flashes, the smokes, every piece of utility. It's do or die as the swing comes through. Caden Break takes down Connor. The advantage now for GCU. Overdrive is popped. Washed is good for it, and the frags seem to be going GCU. Have taken it, and they will walk away your Valorant champions.
2 on the board.
Listen
Which I needed. Are we ending the day 2-2-2?
I believe it's fairly equal. We may have to refer to the scoreboard.
It might be
but
1-2-3. But at this point, every team
is on the board.
Every team is on the board right now. The Chargers,
which I think is still the closest. I'm pretty sure day 1 usually ends with like a 0-0-4 or 0-2-3 or something. So.
But it's the Chargers that are able to win. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it was a long day. A long day in Valorant too.
A long day, I think, is an understatement, sister.
Started our little Valorant evening, shall we
Yep.
call it, with a wonderful interview with Isla Campbell, the voice
Isla
actor
Campbell,
of Clove,
the
and they
voice.
were just such a joy.
They were such a gem. Shout out to Isla again.
Shout out to Isla.
Because that was fun. It's a shame we didn't get to see any Clove, but I believe they would have hated hearing the voice lines. So maybe.
And I can't blame them because I hear my own voice sometimes and I'm like, why is this girl still yapping?
Why is there yapping happening? But
it started with that, and then we had 3 incredible series. I mean, really, there were no shutouts.
No. That could have been, any game could have been anyone's match at any point. Again, you mentioned it, best of ones are so volatile, and there it is. So 2-2-1, actually, but by far, I believe the closest
that
first
doesn't
day.
make sense.
No?
2-2-1, we played 6 games today.
Someone's not got their math right. Someone.
The math isn't mathing.
Someone's thinker box doesn't work past 11. Or
And it might be mine as well.
or it could be the fact that it's past midnight and we're all absolutely fried. As you can see, very much the Strathers are going for it, and here we go. We'll get to hear maybe a little bit of the comms as the plays come through, and just you'd mentioned how cohesive they were, Kai,
Yeah.
but it really, like, you can't overstate how just how well both teams played with each other.
I mean, I genuinely, and I think it's pretty clear why we can't do best of 3s.
Yes.
I mean, look how long 3 best of 1s went. But it's so hard in a best of 1 environment because, I think some of these, had it been a best of 3, would have gone all 3 maps.
Yes. I would have been confident to say basically all of them would have, to be honest.
Honestly, yeah, and I think if you're the Strathers, yeah, it's unfortunate, but I don't think you can feel bad about what you put on the server right here.
Yeah, and it is quite an impressive feat, but once we do manage to get through all the beautiful replays and some of the absolute crisp shots, the crisp plays, we will be running you through very quickly, because ladies and gentlemen, this has only been day 1.
Can you believe? I mean, I feel like I had a full BFG experience already. It's hard to believe there's more, but we're not even halfway done. We're not even halfway done.
Not even halfway done, but at the moment, we still get to discuss it. But as a little bit of a spoiler, we'll get the timings and stuff for you all in just a moment. But tomorrow, League of Legends and Overwatch, which is going to be...
League of Legends and Overwatch.
Which are 2 massive games, because if they're as close as what Rocket League and Val are, and neither Rocket League or Val have ever been this close.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like, not even close.
I mean, which is incredible. I mean, and it's really exciting because I love to see good competition, and sometimes watching stomps, it's just not fun.
No, it's not fun. It's not fun for anyone, honestly.
I mean, the fact that we had 3 aces in 1 game, not even from just the same team.
Yeah. That goes to show how confident everyone was. The big breach close-up is absolutely phenomenal. The pop-off for the economy being broken is phenomenal. Some of these shots were absolutely filthy. It has been nothing short of a blast. And you can hear how excited the teams are, how excited the audience are. For what, are we hitting half 11?
I mean, and very much, I mean, I think this has quite literally been a full day of just gaming.
A full day.
And to think, I mean, we said it, but we quite literally are not even halfway done.
No.
We're not even halfway done with Battle for Glasgow.
And that's what awaits, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow. So 12:30 starting with LOL, and then a big break for Overwatch 2. So
well, also, I mean, in the break tomorrow, we have another exciting guest coming. We have the voice actor for Hazard from Overwatch 2.
It's pretty sick that we managed to get both. It really
Connor
is.
McLeod will be joining us tomorrow.
Connor McLeod, and we will be getting, so everyone as well, I believe all the choices and the posts have been put through, so get your questions in for Hazard for the end of the day for the Q&A tomorrow.
Yeah.
But Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long night. I think everyone here is pretty comfortable, so I believe, Kaiserine, any kind of send-offs for day one of BFG?
No, I mean, yeah, this was a long day. Everyone definitely felt it, especially once we got to the end. But it was a fun day. It was a fun day.
It was an absolute stellar day, and the recoveries have been phenomenal. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to wrap it up. We will see you tomorrow, we hope, for what will be, if even half as close as today was, a phenomenal rest. And then we have a third day to make it even better. So we will see you then, and we have had an absolute blast. Take care.
See you tomorrow.